Yo, yo, yo. Zip. Zip. Yo, yo. Bro, I am still exhausted. I am still exhausted from yesterday, man. Boo. Yeah. Dude, I'm still exhausted from yesterday. I'm very excited for the new Savage. Oh. Yo, Happy New Year, guys. Happy New Year, everybody. Dude.
Wins, Bears, say.
Oh yeah, man. I asked Leo to make those as YouTube videos, man. That like rap battle shit was fucking hilarious, man. That was so good. Yeah, Savage is next Tuesday. It was so funny, man. I've never played that before. Yeah, this shit was funny, man. Yo, hey, Milk Dud. Yo, holy shit, man. 49 months, tier 3, for over 4 years, man. Thanks a lot. Dude, Sugu was a goat. No, I will invite Arthur's. Yeah. Oh, shit. Yo, Vince, how the fuck you been, man? Massive, dude. Dude, these tier 3. Yo, happy fucking New Year, boys. Hope you've been good, man. 102 months. That's insane, dude. I still remember all the way back in Stormblood, man. Still remember the days all the way back in Stormblood. OG, man. Massive tier. If you ain't no tier 3, you dig, then you can fuck off. Get the fuck out of here. Hell yeah. Your rhymes are absolutely man mode. No cringe. The dick piercing incident. Well, I wanted to like change it up, right? Like I wanted to surprise my opponent by like smothering them with kisses, but it didn't work. You know? It didn't work. Yeah. I take song requests. Not really, but sometimes, man. Typically what people will do is they'll just they'll just send me a song or something, and I'll check it out. Yeah. I don't know what, dude, like, I know we're gonna paint today. Shit. I was supposed to set all my painting shit. Like, dude, I'm like legit like fucking exhausted, man. I was like hesitant to even stream today. I was like, fuck. So I'm just telling you guys, I'm just telling you guys right now, man. Dude, this my chat interaction is probably gonna be bad. My energy levels are fucking low, man. Yeah, I've heard yeah, I like some Breaking Benjamin, and I've heard some of Falling in Reverse. Not a lot though. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I figure we can rack to something, and then we're just gonna paint. We're just gonna paint, man. I don't know what the fuck we're gonna rack to though. Maybe some Cop Cam Max, dude. Dude, you know what I've been watching a lot recently at night? I've been watching a lot of like you guys remember that show How to Catch a Predator, or to Catch a Predator, with what's his fucking name? Chris Hansen, dude. And dude, I've been watching a lot of that shit, man. That shit is crazy. That is crazy, man. No, yeah, and I guess like, I don't know, a little while ago he started it up again, but instead of To Catch a Predator, it's called Takedown. Yeah. It's so good, man. Oh, no, the episode with the pizza is fucking hilarious. It's fucking hilarious. You know, though, okay. All right. So, Um, I I really wish they would do more follow-up videos. Yeah, we're gonna paint a Tyranid today. Yeah, we're gonna paint a Tyranid. It's a Tyranid Leaper, so it's not like the smallest Tyranid. It's like a little bit bigger than a Space Marine. I painted two of them before. The one we're gonna paint today, the colors are gonna be like red, green, and purple, I think. Yeah. Bro, are you serious? This motherfucker is crazy. This is how you gonna start off the new year. Bro, Google Map feet pics redeems cheer. Google Map feet pics posts at Google Map feet pics. Why do you cheer, paid chatter? Google Map feet pics responds, yeah, I am, so what? Mod him. That don't make no damn sense. You're so stupid. Get the fuck out of here. You're so stupid, bro. You're so stupid. What a good start to the year. I wouldn't have it any other way. Oh. So what I was saying, man, was like, yeah, I've been watching a lot of that, man. I really wish that they would do a follow-up on the people that they catch. And the reason why is because, okay, all these guys are obviously creeps, right? You know, but the thing is that some of these episodes I don't think would hold up in court. And I know that sounds crazy. Okay? But okay, so we watched this one last night. All right? Like, okay, the reason why I want to know what happened to the guy is because I want to see if the evidence they had actually held up in court, because that part really interests me. So like last night we were watching one where this guy, he's like, I think he was like 25. And he was like texting the decoy, right? You know? And he was like, hey, let me come over. But the thing is the guy didn't really say anything sexual. He didn't really say anything too sexual. Like some of these motherfuckers like be sending dick pics and shit. You know? But this guy didn't. He was very, very, very cautious. He was very careful. Right? And then the decoy was like, oh, I'm 15. And then the fucking guy was like, oh, no way, I ain't doing that shit. And he was like, he said something like, I can come over, but we ain't doing anything. And then he ended up coming over. You know? So like, okay. Like, that's, okay. That's obviously creepy, right? And assuming that it wasn't a sting, he probably would have fucked her. You know what I mean? But in court, I wonder what the prosecution is going to say, because the defense would have a shit ton there. And in court, it's typically harder to convict someone than to defend someone, if that makes any sense. Yo, hey Cross, man. Thanks for stopping by, man. Peace out. Yo, happy New Year, guys. Yo, you cleared your first ultimate? That's awesome. Yeah, a couple of my friends cleared Uwu last weekend. Yo, Danny, hey, happy New Year, man. Um, set up for grooming angle, maybe. I mean, yeah. So okay, yeah. Like, okay, all of these people that are on there, they're all fucking creepy. Okay, they're all doing shit that they shouldn't be doing. Okay, that's a given. I'm not questioning that. What I am questioning though is the legal system, right? Yeah, so like you can't convict someone on something you think that they're going to do, right? They have to do it. So like um that's why yo, hey Wirepat, thank you for the resub. Yo, happy new year, bro. Yo, 3 years, man. 3 years. Thank you very much. Um Wait, what do you mean yet? Oh, you mean you have to wait until they do it? Well, okay. So the more oh yeah. Oh, you're saying like for a hypothetical. Yeah. You're saying for hypothetical, yeah. Yeah, it's not a bad movie. It's a pretty good movie. Um yeah, so like I was watching a couple of them, right? Or I've been watching a few of them. And man, some of this shit like now that I know like a lot more about the legal system, I know a lot more about the legal system now. And I mean, I'm no expert, right? I'm not, dude, I don't want to add ZPP. That is such a shitty emote. You can't even tell what the fuck's going on, man. Dude, I don't want to add ZPP. Like, dude, you literally can't tell what's going on. Yo, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Infonius. What about this one? Good Lord. Bro. That's so bad. Yo, Happy New Year, Alpine. Um. Oh, okay. So yeah, anyway, so this guy, he was texting the decoy. The decoy said, "Hey, I'm 15." Then the guy was like, "Oh, well, I can't do that. Like, nothing's gonna happen." And then the decoy was like, "Well, you still want to come over?" And then the guy was like, "Well, I can come over, but we're not doing anything." And I don't know, man. I think the guy outplayed him. I think he outplayed him because he made the decoy send him a picture, right? And now again, I don't know how true this is, but it's very interesting because that particular guy, he said that he was actually a private investigator. So what he did was he took that picture that they sent him. Who are we talking about? We're talking about this episode of Takedown. It's like the To Catch a Predator, like the Chris Hansen shit. And I think he outplayed him. And the reason why is because, okay, one, right when the decoy said that she was like 15, he immediately said, oh, okay, well, we're not doing anything, right? And he was never like sexual. And then he took the picture that the decoy sent him, right? He took the picture the decoy sent him, and he all right, I don't know exactly what he did, but he actually found out who the decoy was. And he found out a lot of her personal information. Yeah. Yeah, he took like the metadata and shit. Yeah. and he found out that she was actually lying. And I think it's really interesting because there is no shot that they're convicting that guy. There's just no way that they're convicting him. Like, because some of these other guys, yeah, sure. Like, there was this one guy, he was like 61 years old. He was like 61 years old, and he was a doctor. And he was like sending this like 15-year-old like dick pics and shit. Right? So that guy, yeah, I understand. You convict him, that's easy. But this one episode we watched last night, I just don't see how they're convicting that fucking guy. Like, he knew more about them than they knew about him. And that's crazy. Like, that's crazy. And then Chris Hansen was like, well, why did you come over? And he was like, well, I just wanted to see. He was like, I just wanted to hang out. That's not a crime. No, it's a very interesting episode. And like, it was one of the few times where Chris didn't really have shit to say. Like, he honestly didn't. He kept repeating the same thing. And the thing that Chris kept repeating was, well, you came over. It's like, going over to a house is not against the law. I mean, it's not. What did the comments say? The comments were just really ignorant, I think. Because the comments were saying like, oh, I bet he got prosecuted. Oh, he's going to go away for a long time and all this shit. And it's like, I don't think so, man. No. I didn't watch it on stream. No, like, the thing is, they can't get him for intent because he didn't say anything sexual. No. This guy didn't send a dick pic. This guy sent no pictures. None. This guy sent no pictures, and he sent no like sexual texts or anything. I think they got played. I think so. Yeah. I think that guy, okay, now don't get me wrong, I think that guy's creepy. But I think that he is very, very, very fucking cautious. And I mean, it makes sense to, like, okay, it makes sense based on his actions, why he did what he did, and why, like, when he said he was a private investigator, I actually believe him. Because the things he did would be the things a private investigator would do. Yeah, so like by law, he just chatted her up, then went to meet her. Yeah, so one to convict him on that. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we're gonna paint today, Amar. Yeah. We're gonna do it in a bit. I'm just like, if today's stream is like low energy and slow and shit, guys, it's just, man, I'm fucking exhausted, dude. Yo, you're looking at Pro Acryls. Pro Acryl is really good. There are some colors I like by them, but my favorite brand is actually Vallejo. I like that brand a lot. Yeah. Did he think the girl was underage? Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, so how they catch people is they put up like an ad. Okay, they put up an ad, and I don't exactly know what the ad says. All right. Yeah, we're gonna paint today. I'm gonna paint a Tyrannid. I need to paint one more Tyrannid before Savage, and then I'm gonna build a fucking Hive Tyrant, and then I'm gonna paint that after Savage. Yeah. So the thing is the ad, it can't have a minor. So like when you put up an ad like that, you have to say you're at least 18. Right, because 18 is an adult. Once you're 18, you can, like, once you're 18, dude, you can fuck a 100-year-old. It doesn't matter. You know? Like, Obviously, that's weird, right? But in the eyes of the law, it doesn't matter. Okay. And I feel like too many people they let their emotions like impact their judgment on shit like that. You know what I mean? I mean, because like, dude, realistically, if I was an 18-year-old and some fucking 90-year-old grandma was like, "Hey, I'm rich. If you fuck me until I'm dead, then you can have all my money," dude, I would do that in a heartbeat. There'd be no question. I'd be pounding the dust off that pussy.
Can you shut the fuck up?
Yo, Soki, thank you for the resub. I hope you don't regret that resub after I said what I said. Thank you very much for the... It's a slow day, but not the alt channel. Mm-hmm. 2026, already in decline. Hasn't even been the whole day. Already in decline. Yeah, but okay, so anyway. So yeah, so the guy was very, very cautious. It was just, it's so interesting to me. Savage is next Tuesday. Yeah, Savage is next Tuesday. But I think, okay, so I think they put up an ad. Okay, so they put up an ad claiming that they're at least 18. Okay. And then the predator or whatever will like talk to them. And then the decoy will say, "I'm 15. I'm not actually 18. I'm 15." And then normally what happens on the show, okay. Oh my God. The anonymous gifter gifted a sub to "We appreciate you, Leo." Listen, that's him. So yeah. Okay. So basically, what the fuck is this? Oh. Hold on. Let's listen to Unhappy Woman. Here we go. Yeah, okay. All right, so yeah, so they put up an ad. The ad says they're at least 18. Then they talk to the decoy. Then the decoy will be like, "Hey, I'm actually 15, not 18." Now, a majority of the time, like almost every time, the guy will be like, "Ah, it's okay, fuck it. You're not cops, are you?" Or whatever, you know. They'll just say, "Fuck it, whatever. I don't care." But this guy didn't. This guy was like, "Oh shit, you're 15? Well, there ain't no way. Like, I can't do anything with you. That's illegal." Like, he literally texted this. And then after that, he says, "I can still come over if you want, but we're not going to do anything." Now, do I think he had intentions? Yes. Do I think that if it wasn't a sting operation, that he still would have fucked her or whatever? Yes. However, this guy actually did research on the person he was talking to. Okay? He asked her to send him a picture. Okay? He asked her to send him a picture. And I don't think, okay, if she would not have sent him that picture, he would not have continued to talk to her. Okay? All right, so let me finish the whole thing first. Because here's why I think that they can't convict him. Okay? So after she sends him the picture. Okay, now this is the actual decoy. Now the decoy is not 15. She's like, I think she was like 20, she was like 24 or something. But you know, she was like, you know, she was pretending to be 15, you know what I mean? So the decoy sends a picture. The fucking guy uses like the metadata and image searching, and he finds out who the decoy is. Like, he finds out her fucking, like, her name, her date of birth, like, all that information based on that picture. And when he came over, he told Chris that. He said, I know she's not 15. And he was like, well, how do you know? And then that's when he said all that. That's when he said all that. He was like, I know her name. And he said, I mean, they like blurred out the name, right? He said her name. He said he even knew who owned the house that the sting operation was fucking taking place at. Yeah, I mean, like, it was just a very interesting, episode. No. Like, that guy knew what the fuck he was doing. Like, that guy knew like, even if, okay, even if, okay, even though they caught him, okay, they're not convicting him. Like, is the episode on YouTube? Yeah. It's a very interesting episode. Yeah. Like, okay, okay, now again, I think the guy is still creepy, but I don't think that guy would have went over there if he would have found out that she was really 15. I think he's too cautious. I actually think he's too smart. I do. He knew everything before he went over there. Yes. Why did he bother to go? I don't get it. That's what Chris asked him. And he said, I just wanted to come over here to see. He said he just wanted to come over here to see. So, like, that's the part that's a little confusing. I guess he knew that they weren't going to convict, like, that they couldn't convict him. So I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, yeah. Hold on. No, I'll just link you the fucking episode, man. I mean, I've already watched it, so I don't want to watch it again, but no, I'll link you the episode. It's very interesting. Very interesting.
Never got hired or never had an opportunity or...
Yeah, okay. This is it right here. Yeah, this is it. It's Private Eye Predator. Yeah, I just like, okay, I've been watching a lot of these. I got recommended one randomly. Yeah, I got recommended one randomly, and I was like, holy shit, man, I haven't fucking, because I used to watch this on TV. You know what I mean? Like back when I had wait. Oh, hold on, what is this? Yo, Leo, the anonymous gifter, whoever to the gifted sub went to, we appreciate you, Leo. Whoever that was, Leo says, wank you. Here's the episode. Yeah, there's the episode if anybody's curious. I'm telling you, man, like if you're like my interest in the law is very high, actually. Like I'm very interested in like how the law works, man. Yo, hey Max, what's up, man? Yo, I'm doing good, dude. I mean, I'm fucking tired as fuck. We're just gonna paint today, man. We're gonna do like maybe a little bit of racked. I don't even know if we're gonna do racked, dude. I just want to talk to you guys for a bit, and then we're gonna see what's up, and then I'm gonna fucking paint, dude. I'm like fucking exhausted. Yeah, I slept really late, man. I was supposed to wake up at 8, but ain't no shot. I slept until 10, I think. Oh, Shield Bash. It's just because in like 99% of content you don't use it. Like it's there. I know it's good in Deep Dungeon, but outside of that, you're not going to use it. There's like kind of no reason to ever use it, unless it's a very niche case because of low blow. Like you're just gonna low blow. You're never gonna shield bash because low blow is like 5 seconds or some shit. Anyway, and it's off GCD. Suggestions for a replacement: just use low blow. Yeah, low blow. It's just a roll skill. Yeah, you just get it. All the tanks have it. It does exactly the same thing, except for being a GCD, it's an off GCD. It stuns for 1 second less, but who cares? It's like by the time something gets out of stun, it's gonna be dead. Yo, Lequin. Hey, what's up, man? The law is usually very tedious and slow. A faster legal system would have more. Yeah. What if you need to stun 2 ads? Well, you have your co-tank, and at least 1 melee. So you have 3. You have 3 stuns. 3 off GCD stuns. Yeah. So I mean, I think it can be good. It's just very niche. You think law is pay to win? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Law is pay to win. Why do you think every rich person just gets off? You know what I mean? Like, you guys know the Ethan Klein and Denham's lawsuit, right? Denham's is going to be absolutely destroyed. Like, her life is going to be destroyed in this year. Like, she is making like life-changing decisions that are going to absolutely ruin her financially. You know, I actually looked up her analytics. And crazy enough, dude, her analytics are really good. She's getting like 2K plus like per average stream, like concurrent viewers. I mean, I can't see her sub count. I think there is a site that will show sub counts, but I haven't looked at it. But which, okay, I'm sure that a lot of people that watch her stream just want to fuck her. I refuse to believe that anyone with a working brain can listen to her for more than 10 seconds without wanting to like gouge their fucking ears and eyes out with a fucking fork. I refuse to believe that. But anyway, my point here is that her analytics are really good. They're really good. Okay? And in my opinion, she is making a life change. Like, okay, so she's like younger, right? She's like 24, I think, or 23 or something like that. I don't know. Maybe she's a little older. I'm not sure. But she is making life-changing decisions that are going to financially ruin her for the rest of her life. Like, it is insane to me. It's crazy. Like, she has no idea how much money this is going to cost, man. Wait, who are we talking about? I am talking about Denham's. Yo, Sayel, thank you for the resub. 21 months. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Big thank you for the 48 months, 4 years. Thank you very much, man. New sub badge. Whose lawsuits are we talking about? We're talking about the Ethan Klein, Frogan, and Casey Tron. Like, Casey Tron, crazy enough, she is one of the dumbest people I've ever seen. But in this scenario, she was the smartest, which is fucking crazy to me. Wait. Do I have a New Year's resolution? I mean, I don't know. I really haven't done like New Year's resolutions in a long time, man. I mean, I guess if I were to have one, it would be I'm gonna hit 10% body fat this year. Yeah. Yeah, so like Casey Tron settling and getting out was it saved her. Like, okay, the only thing that she lost was respect, which she didn't have in the first place. Okay. So like basically, like, okay, Casey Tron has always been a fucking joke. Like she's always been a dumb airhead bimbo that is just an idiot, right? Like anybody that has ever watched her, knows this, okay? So no one had respect for her in the first place. Like no one takes what she says seriously, okay? So all she had to do, at least, not behind the stage, I guess, because we don't know what she's doing behind the stage. Like, I'm sure that she's given Ethan. There is a reason why Ethan settled. Okay, Ethan settled because she had information that was more valuable than money, and I assume that information is personal information on the Snark mods. So like when she settled, like, dude, she didn't even write the apology. Okay. Like, dude, she settled because she knew she was going to lose. Her lawyer probably told her, "Hey, this is an easy out and it's not going to cost you any money." Okay. Like basically Casey Tron didn't lose anything. She didn't lose any money because all the money that she had to pay Ethan, like the fucking retards that donated to her cause, they're paying Ethan. So she didn't even have to pay that. Okay. The only thing that she had to do was make a humiliating apology on stream, which, everything she said, she didn't mean a word of it. She probably didn't even understand half of it, but everything that she said, like, was the truth. So at least in some way, shape, or form, the truth came out of her mouth. You know what I mean? Brother, can you give us kissies, please? We are dying! Jesus. Calm down. Yeah, no, that was one of the terms of her settlement, too, was she has to testify in court. Yeah. Imagine struggling and then paying for someone else's dumb mistake. Imagine struggling and then paying for your own mistake by owing like $26,000. So Casey didn't lose anything. Like, she doesn't owe Ethan any money. She's completely out of the lawsuit. He can't go after her for anything anymore unless she does something again, unless there's like another, unless, she fucking violates copyright or whatever. So she's actually smart, which is crazy. But I don't think, man, there comes a point in time where you just have to take the L. You just have to. Wait, he kind of isn't getting that money either. The people who donated are all doing refunds. I think I saw that it was working because now Ethan's talked about suing Reddit for... I think that she got that money already. That's the thing. I think that she got the money. Well, she's not smart, but the decision that she made was smart. There any developments about Lionel? I mean, not really. Like he's in like fucking permanent hush mode. I mean, he freaked out the other day. He like it was kind of funny. He went live on his Kick stream and like typed in his chat a bunch of shit about me and Todd. But because he's fucking retarded, somebody told me about it, so I went to his stream and I recorded the entire thing. No, he doesn't anymore. No. So what he does is he will make a stream that no one knows about because, right? And because people. All right. He will make a new account, and on this new account, he will say all this horrible shit, and then he'll delete it, right? But the thing is that I got him before he deleted it, and after he said all that, and I recorded it, I reported him to Kick support, and Kick banned him within 24 hours. Now he doesn't have a Kick channel anymore, so now he's got to do another one. Yeah, he's just streaming into the void. He had like 5 viewers or something. I don't know. But it doesn't matter because I'm going to find out. Like, I have a detective. I actually have a detective here in Florida that has already subpoenaed Twitter to give the Florida Police Department all of the personal information and account information on, like, I don't know, it was like 10 different alts. And then I'm also doing the same for Kick. So like that account that he made, in some way, shape, or form, one of these is going to link back to him. And when it does, we will have undisputed evidence that he is the one behind those accounts. And I have all of this documented. Like, the thing is, man, like, the whole Lionel thing, it's been over for a long time. It really has. And the reason why it's been over for a long time is because even if he would have never met me, so let's say that he never would have met me, right? And he never would have said any of the things that he did. He never would have got sued. He never would have lost. He never would have had a restraining order. He never would have been convicted criminal. None of that. Let's pretend for a second that none of that happened. Even though none of that happened, he still is in the same situation that he is now. Like, he still is completely worthless. He has no future. He can't hold a job. He still lives with his mom. He still refuses to bathe. He lives in filth. He, has abused and, raped women. He abused his sister. He threatened his sister's life and his sister's kids. Like, dude, he has still done all of that, and that has nothing to do with me. So, like, his entire life is just a complete waste. Like he is 30 years old, okay? He turned 30 on September 27th. He's 30 years old. And this is who he is at 30 years old. Oh, the can of pussy repellent? Yeah, that's what Naomi called him. Like, he's still that. And that doesn't even include all of the shit that, like, all the trouble he's got into because of me and Todd. Like, the day that his mother cannot support him anymore, he is literally on the street. Like, on the street. So, like, it's just been over for a really long time. Yeah, we're talking about Desolence, Lionel. Yeah. It's just been over for a really long time. And this is like everything that he's doing now, it's a means to an end. So what I mean is like, let's say that, all right, so he has a probation hearing on February 3rd. He has a probation hearing, a probation violation hearing. And on this probation violation hearing, I will have evidence of all those accounts that he's made, okay? And when you prove did someone violate their probation, you don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. You have to prove that he likely did it, okay? So, like, I mean, okay. So I have a mountain of evidence, and all of it is consistent. When a judge sees all this shit, okay, he's going to get convicted, and he's going to go to jail, okay? And when he goes to jail, he's going to cry. Yes, he's going to cry. No, he'll never change. He's always been this way. Literally always been this way. Like Katie knew him all the way back when he was like 16 and 17. She said he was the exact same back then as he is now. He's never going to change. Right? These like basically his like he had a horrible parenting upbringing. Okay? He was babied way too much, you know, and he turned into like this fragile little pussy that likes to talk big online. Okay? No, I don't think he's going to change if he goes to jail. No. These people, they don't change, man. They really don't. Okay? They really don't. And like his end goal is either jail or homeless. Like there's no scenario, there's no outcome where this is good. There's no outcome where he changes as a person and he makes his life good. There is no outcome. It's only despair. You know, that's it. It's only like he is literally failure personified. Anything you can fail at life at, he is done. He's done. Everything. He's failed at having a job. He's failed at being a man. He's failed at being a son. He's failed at being a brother. He's failed at getting women. Which actually, it really makes me wonder sometimes if he's not sexually attracted to me, because he talks about raping me quite a bit. So like, he could be a homosexual. Like that thought has crossed my mind. Actually, like I'm not joking. Like he could actually be so infatuated with me that he wants to fuck me. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm not joking. He's talked about raping me and shoving his black cock down my throat like all the time. Like, bro, like that's dude. You don't fantasize about that unless you're gay. You just don't. You know? But anyway. I mean, dude, I don't care if he's gay. But the thing is that he hates gay people. He hates gay people. He hates white people. He hates trans people. He even hates black people. He has nothing but hate in his life. You know? Yeah. Yeah, but so like really the reason I'm saying all this, man, is because the only update that I can really give you guys is wait, doesn't he also hate him? He also hates himself, and he projects his horrible qualities onto other people. So when he called me a groomer, he knows I didn't groom anybody, but he did. So, and he feels guilty about that. Like he literally groomed Katie. He groomed Katie. He raped Katie. He took advantage of her. He abused her. And this is all documented. This is all documented through court testimonies and court documents. Okay? So he knows that he did all that. And because he knows that he's a groomer, he thinks by projecting that onto me, it will make him feel better. How is he not in jail? Because that's just how the law works, man. Because all of his crimes are online. And online takes a lot longer than physical stuff. So like, okay, so he's black, okay? He hates black people. His sister, who is obviously also black, I have an email that she shared with me. He dropped so many N-bombs, it was insane. Like, I submitted that. I submitted that into court evidence, and I actually read it out. I read it out, and the judge had to tell me to stop. He was like, okay, you can stop, I get it. And I was like, are you sure? You know, no, hard R. We're talking hardcore racist shit, man. This was to his sister. And the only, okay, I'm going to do a big Desolence video, one final Desolence video. Okay, I am. And the things I'm going to tell you in this are going to fucking blow you away. And I'm not just going to tell you about it. I'm going to show you the court transcripts. I'm going to show you actual court documents. Okay? Obviously, these are going to be redacted. When I make this video, when I talk about it, it's going to be the last, or hopefully the last video that I ever have to make on him. The reason why I haven't made any more is because there haven't been any updates, you know. But what I'm going to tell you is, I mean, okay, I'll give you a couple samples. Okay, I'll give you a couple samples of how good this is going to be. So when he was convicted of his criminal charges, in the actual court transcript, the district attorney had to explain to a judge what a machinist opener was from Final Fantasy XIV. That is literally in the transcripts, and it is 10 out of fucking 10 React content. So that's a sample. Another sample is Lionel was so, like, Carl pissed Lionel off so bad that, okay, so whenever Lionel goes in front of a judge, he's a pussy. He's a little bitch. He's extremely respectful, you know, all this shit. You know, he likes to suck the judge's dick a lot, okay? Because he thinks that's going to help his case, all right? Well, Carl is, like, calling him out, you know, and he makes Lionel break character, and Lionel ends up saying, Your Honor, this clown of a lawyer, and then the judge is like, hold on. He was like, no, you stop right there. I am not going to have that kind of talk in my courtroom. Fucking 10 out of 10. And I'm just sitting there on fucking Skype or on fucking Zoom like this. So good. Anyway, so, like, I am going to do another video, but I don't know when. I'm going to wait until he's in jail. He's going to be there eventually. Like, eventually. There's a recording of it. Yeah, I have it. Yeah. I have all the audio recordings. I have a transcript. I have everything. No. I just showed up via Zoom. Yeah. Yeah, so like the things that I'm going to show you guys, you're not going to believe that it's reality. They're that insane. That a person can lose so much. Yeah, like that a person can be. There's not a word there's not a word more powerful than pathetic, I guess. I can't think of a word. But whatever that word is, that's what he is. He's failure personified. Like, literally, he has not done a single thing in his life that has been an accomplishment.
Filthy rats!
Not a single thing. Do I really hate this guy? So, yes, I do. But I only hate him to a certain extent. No, I don't pity him at all. No. I think that when he is not of this world anymore, it will be a better place. That's what I think. I will not be sad if he would be to abducted by aliens, and never again seen on Earth, I would not be sad. As a matter of fact, I would celebrate that day every year. I would celebrate that day every year. But anyway, like, but anyway, so that's why there hasn't been an update, man, is because there hasn't been anything to update. There will be, eventually. Did Lionel do something again? He freaked out on his Kick channel the other day, but I mean, it was nothing, like, nothing really new. Like, just doing the same shit over and over. It's like the last breaths of a dying animal. That's what he reminds me of. It's like a dying, pathetic creature that's just like it's on its last leg. It's just, you know, it's on his last fucking dying breaths and is trying anything and everything to just either, one, stay relevant, or, I guess, be remembered in any way, shape, or form, even if it's a negative way. No, he had one. Yeah, but I mean, he had one. Well, I can't actually show you the video because it has like some gamer words in it. But yeah, but no, he just can't handle the fact that years ago I told him, you don't want to go down this path, man. You don't want to. But of course, like everybody, he did. He thought he was big and bad. And now look at him. You know. Like, what a fucking joke, man. So, but no, like, there's not really any updates, man. Like, when there's updates, I'll let you guys know. There hasn't been. Yeah, there hasn't been. Like, I mean, he got convicted. He got convicted. Like, he's a convicted criminal now. He's on probation. He's violated that probation. He has a probation violation hearing on February 3rd. And you know what? The thing is, he's such a brain damaged monkey that, let's say that everything goes his way, okay? Let's say that everything possible goes his way and that he doesn't get in trouble. Let's just say that, okay? What he'll do, because I know him, dude, I know him better than anybody. Okay? I know exactly how to trigger him. I know exactly what he's going to do in a situation. I know him better than he knows himself. What he's going to do is he's going to get cocky and he's going to think, oh, okay, well, because I can say and do all this stuff and not get caught, I'm just going to do it again. So he's going to do it again. But eventually, one of these times, he will slip up. He will slip up. I know he will because he has done this for the past 3 years. Like, how do you guys think that I got a lifetime restraining order against him? How do you guys think that I sued him for $26,000 and I actually won? I know how to play this fucking retard. Like, I know how he thinks. Like, I know what he's going to do before he does it. Okay? And unfortunately, I have to wait for him to do something before I can get him on it. It's been 3 years. Yeah. It's been almost 3 years. Yeah. But like I said, man, I was actually, oh shit, give me a sec here and I'll read it. I promise. Let me just finish my let me just finish my thought. Yeah, like, okay, this is how much of a fucking brain damaged idiot this guy is. This guy was convicted on 3 criminal charges and he never even left his room. How the fuck? You know how stupid you have to be? If you win a defamation case in the U.S., it's basically true without a shadow of doubt. Yes, that is 100%. Like, when I won my defamation case, people don't understand how hard it is to win defamation, man. Like, they really don't understand. So for the people that do understand, and you know that I won, right? I mean, obviously, you know how hard it is, you know? And, like, I knew that if I sued him, I would win. I knew I would. I didn't think that I was going to win. I knew I was going to win because I knew that he was going to be way too scared, way too much of a bitch to fight me on anything that I said because he knew that everything I had against him was true and he didn't have anybody. He had nothing to prove that anything that he said was fact. And he knew this. And he was too scared. He was scared of me. He was scared of going to court. He was scared of my lawyer. He was scared. So what did he do? He played possum. You know, he shut the fuck up. He was silent. He did not respond to any single court document. Not a single time. Not a single time. Nothing. So, like, I not only won, but I mean, I completely fucking, like, in the court of law, I completely obliterated him. Like, it wasn't even a fight. It was like showing up to a gunfight with a fork. You know, it was DOA, man. You know, I did so much research, man. And whenever I have dealt with lawyers or anything like that, I always do my own work. I always do my own research. I don't ask them to do anything. I gather all the information. I put all the spreadsheets together. I put all the timelines together. I do everything. And there's a reason for that. Is because, and this might be a little egotistical, I think I can do it better than the lawyer. And I don't think, now, as I say that, I'm not saying I'm more knowledgeable than the lawyer, but what I'm saying is that I think that I can gather that information better than a lawyer. Because a normal lawyer is not going to know the ins and outs of YouTube and Twitch. You know what I mean? So I'm just going to do it. And not only that, but also the money. I don't want to pay some person to do a subpar job when I can do it better for free. Yeah. So like, I basically get all the information together and then I say, hey, here's all the information. You tell me what is relevant. And then in that case, right, a lawyer will say, okay, well, this isn't relevant, but this is relevant. Or they'll say, what about this? Do you have any of this? And I can be like, okay, yeah, let me check. And then, so like sometimes they'll make a suggestion that I didn't add, which is also good. You know? Yo, peace out, feet pics. Yeah, we're gonna be painting. We're gonna be painting today. We're gonna be painting in a bit. Yeah. So I guess that's I guess that's a good way to put it, right? Like lawyers and attorneys or whatever, they're experts at the law, but the person is the expert in their own situation. Yeah. So like all of the information and everything that I did in all of my in all my court cases against him have always been me. It's always been me. It's basically the lawyer is just pushing the paperwork and making sure documents look good. That's like pretty much it. Yo, hey Kiri, thank you for the sub. I'm really sorry I didn't see that. I was ranting. Sorry. Did he really think that if he ignored the court documents would make it go away? Yes. And I knew that he would think that. I actually have a video of him streaming and asking himself. So like what he likes to do is he will either stream or he'll make a post, but he'll talk to himself. He talks to himself all the time. And he was asking himself, I don't really know what I'm going to do. I think I'm just going to ignore it because it'll probably go away. I literally have him on video saying that. I still have it. Everything he's ever posted, I still have on an external hard drive. I still have everything. Yeah, so, like, anyway, TLDR, he has a probation violation hearing coming up on February 3rd. And I'm always very thankful for when you guys, because some of you guys, you keep an eye out for him. And all of that stuff that you guys send me, all of that stuff that you guys tell me, it is extremely helpful. It's very helpful. So again, I really appreciate it when you guys do it. Because he already has 1 foot in the jail cell. Like, he's already on probation, And if he violates that probation, it is straight to fucking jail. So when you guys are like watching out for me, you guys have my back, man. I seriously can't thank you guys enough. But anyway, yeah, so like, I mean, pretty much the next update is when he goes to jail. When is he going to go to jail? Could be February 3rd. Could be not this year. Could be next year. But eventually, he's going to end up in jail. Or homeless. One or the other. I don't really care which. It just, one of those paths is going to happen. One of those paths is going to happen. Yeah. His mom kicked him out one time to go live with his sister. And his sister kicked him out because he refused to flush toilets. So he would like take a shit and clog it up and not flush it. And this is information that she told me, by the way. I'm not making this up. So he would do that. He would not bathe. The room that he was staying in was completely filthy. Like, it was like the smell was horrible. Like, her neighbors, like, because they live in an apartment, her neighbors would constantly complain about the smell and shit. And this is all information she told me, by the way. Anyway, so he can't be trusted. Like you can't even leave him at home by himself. She said that every time that she would leave the house and he would try to make something, he would leave the oven on or leave refrigerator doors open. Like, do you know how fucking stupid you have to be to not be able to close a fucking refrigerator door? Do you have a drinking problem? No. Yeah, so she ended up kicking him out. So she kicked him out. And when she kicked him out, his mom took him back in because his mom doesn't want him to be homeless. And she specifically told me word for word that he has no one else in his life. Once mom can't support him, he has nothing. She hates him. And I feel sorry for her. But she also had to get a restraining order against him, too. I mean, bro, dude, I take a shower in 5 minutes. I'm not even kidding. The longest I spend in the shower is like 20 minutes, and that's when I actually have to shave my head. I take like 5-minute showers, man. I'm not even kidding. Sometimes I actually brush my teeth in the shower. Yeah, sometimes. Yeah. Yeah. Is the game pay to win? Oh, no. No. This game is not pay to win in any way, shape, or form, man. No. There's virtually no RMT. No pay to win in this game, man. None. But anyway, yeah. So, anyway, for anybody curious, I'll update you guys when I can. But I guarantee you, the next time that I do a video or I update, you guys on Lionel, I promise you, man, it's going to be one of the best videos you've ever seen. I promise you. Okay, let me reword it. It is going to be one of the most entertaining videos that you will ever see. You will not be able to stop watching. I guarantee you. I am extremely confident. Once you have started it, you will not be able, it's going to be fucking crazy. Okay? It's going to be nuts. All right. Look, it's not going to be as good as like a JCS. Okay. We're not on that level. But what I'm saying is that there's going to be one question that you're going to ask yourself throughout the entire video. Okay. You're going to ask yourself, how the fuck does someone like this exist? That's what you're going to ask yourself. Because that's what I've been asking myself for the past 3 fucking years. Yo, Elo, thank you for the resub. Thank you very much. 5 months, almost half a year. Yo, saw the last Instagram post. Oh, hey, thanks a lot. Kill you. Thanks a lot, man. Yeah, I posted my update. It was like the new year. I think I weighed in today at like 190 point something, but my maximum weight loss over the past like 4 months or something like that, man. Was like 40 pounds. So this, my gym routine is actually changing after Savage Brog. So it's going to change a little bit, not much, but it's going to change a little bit. And, what I'm going to do is, well, you're around the same weight as me then, Willow. I'm basically going to, so I'm going to work out a different way. So I think I'm done pushing for high weight. I think that part of my life's over. And instead I want to focus on technique. Well, okay, hold on. Man, how do I want to word this? how do I want to word this, man? Okay. I'm not going to really be focusing on strength so much as like aesthetics and shaping my body. Does that make sense? Yeah, so I guess instead of strength, I'm now going to focus more on aesthetics. So not necessarily like a bodybuilding arc or anything like that. I'm way too old for that. Okay. High volume or intensity past age. Yeah. So like basically, okay. So for those of you that maybe you're like newer to the channel or something, or maybe you've only been around for like a couple years or something. But anyway, so I used to be like really, really fat. I used to weigh like 280 pounds, and then I got all the way down to, fucking, what is it, like 190 or something, and then I got like cosmetic surgery to remove loose skin and shit. And then I've been basically doing strength training for a long time, and I've had pretty good results. Like my bench was always my strongest lift. It's also my favorite lift. I've just always had like a bigger chest, like just naturally. It's not that I'm doing anything like in particular. It's just genetics, right? Like some people, they have bigger arms, some people have bigger ass. You know what I mean? So, this is the best I've ever felt in my life. Like, it's kind of crazy because each year I get older, I feel better and better. How do I lose? I can, I'll tell you about that after this. Which people have asked me to do a video on it. If I do a YouTube video on it, I can actually show you some pictures. The pictures are pretty brutal. I don't think I can show them on Twitch, and I might not be able to show them on YouTube. I'd have to ask Leo about it, but I know YouTube in that sense is more lenient, or can be depending on the context. But anyway, so like over the years, I've focused on just strength training, right? Just strength training. So, it was like, I don't know, maybe 5 years or so ago, something like that, 4 or 5 years ago. I got my bench all the way up to 355 pounds. I was able to do that one time. But I was also really heavy. I was like 240 pounds. And I set like a lifelong goal. I said, okay, well, I want to be able to bench over 3 plates. And 3 plates is 315. So that was a lifetime goal of mine, and I met it and I surpassed it. And I can say that I'd done that one time in my life, And I mean, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. It was never meant to be like maintainable. Okay. It's educational purposes. Okay, yeah. No, that's a good idea. I'll run it by Leo. Yeah, so like basically I've had different life goals, and whenever I focus on a specific goal, I only focus on that goal, and everything else is like pushed aside. So when I tried to get that bench, I let other parts of my body fall behind, which was fine because I met my goal. And then after that, I was like, okay, well, I want to deadlift 3 plates. I want to squat 3 plates. So I did that too. I think my max deadlift was like, it was like 340 or something, and then my max squat was like 320 or 315 or something. I don't really like squat. I'm 6'3". I'm the type of person that I only do things that I like. Yeah, like I only do exercises that I like. And the reason why is because I'm not ever going to compete. Yeah, bench is my heaviest lift. Yep. I'm not a squatter, and I mean, I think deadlift is okay, but I'm not a squatter, man. I really don't like it. I really don't like it. I don't like having the weight on my back. I've seen too many people get injured. And I'm not going to do it. I'm just not going to do it, man. It's not worth it. Like, I've had friends that have lifted. They've done deadlift, they've done squat, and they've hurt themselves. And they can't lift anymore. I'm just, dude, it's not worth it to me, man. You know, like I went through a life-changing mentality, or a life-changing event that changed my mentality about what I value. Okay, so my favorite lift is bench, right? Well, that was taken away from me for like a year. And what happened was I got in a car wreck. I was driving, and this fucking stupid cunt pulls out in front of me. She doesn't look, and I T-bone her. Okay? The type of road that it was, like, she did not have the right of way, basically. She was turning into like a bank, but to get to the bank, it was a 2-lane road. She had to turn across 2 lanes of traffic to get to the bank. Well, there was a left lane and a right lane, and I was in the right lane, but the left lane was stopped. So she could see the left lane, but she couldn't see the right lane. Okay? So she turns in, but she doesn't stop at like the end of the left lane. She just keeps going. So I T-bone her. And when that happens, I'm like gripping the steering wheel or whatever, and I hit her. And like, I guess in succession, because the seatbelt is here, my body is thrown like this, right? So I'm already experiencing some pressure here or whatever. But then my body's here, and then the airbag deploys, and then it hits me like this. For those of you that have never been in a car crash, airbags are safe only because they keep you from dying, okay? I don't want you to think that an airbag is like a fluffy pillow, all right? An airbag is like, instead of like hitting concrete, you hit like, I guess, rubber, if that makes sense. So even though the airbag deployed and it did save my life, okay, it completely destroyed my fucking, like, my collarbone, and I guess, you know how like the muscle or whatever, like the top of your like pectoral muscle, like where it attaches to your collarbone or whatever. Well, it completely destroyed that part. Yo, hey Ken, what's up, man? Yo, happy New Year. So yeah, so anyway, when that happened, it completely my whole right shoulder, from right about here to the middle of my collarbone all the way to the end of my shoulder, it was completely fucked. Like I went from pressing probably 250 to not even be able to press one plate, which is 135. And when that happened, man, it like really fucked me up mentally. Really fucked me up. And I learned my lesson. I learned to value what I can do while I can do it. Okay? Because in an instant, everything you've worked so hard for can be taken away from you. And it doesn't even have to be your fault. Okay? So After that happened, I changed like how I value my exercise and stuff. And I started to focus more on technique, and I started to, do all this other stuff. And I stopped caring so much about the weight, like the weight necessarily. So like basically, like with all that being said, this year, I'm gonna change up my routine, but I'm gonna do a lot more medium to light weight and slower reps or more reps. I'll put it that way. So I'm going to try to focus more on the negative, and what that means is like the negative is always the second half of the lift. So for example, on bench press, right? When you press up like that, okay? When you come down, that's the negative. And then you press up. Or like if you're doing like a bicep curl, okay? So you do the curl and then you're coming down, but on the negative you're coming down slow. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so I'm going to focus more on that. Yeah. Yeah, because I don't really care if I don't really care if I don't really care if I can lift, like more than 2 plates anymore. I do have a couple things that I'm going to maintain no matter what. And one of those things is I'm going to maintain, let me see the actual percentage though, because it might have changed. Yeah, so it's this right here. Okay. So a long time ago, this is one thing my grandpa told me that I'll never forget. So my grandpa, he was in the army. He was in the army, and he always he always made sure that he could bench press over 200 pounds. And I never knew why. And then, like one day I asked him, we were talking about it, because there would be some times I would actually go to the gym with him. And I mean, now he wasn't like a bodybuilder. He wasn't huge or anything like that. But he was a pretty fit guy, when he was younger. I mean, obviously when he was old, he got fat or whatever, but he was always a pretty fit, athletic guy. Right. But dude, even when he was like 60, dude, he was still fucking bench pressing like really good. But anyway, so he told me something. He was like, I'm always going to bench press over 200 pounds. And I was like, why? And he was like, well, because only 1% of the population can bench press that. And I was like, really? 1% of the 1% of the population? So like I just did a quick Google search. Now again, this could be wrong, but I've done searches like this before. But a very small percentage of the general population can bench press over 200 pounds, with estimates often placing the low single digits for men, 1 through 10% of lifters, but much lower for all men. So like even only 10% of lifters. You know what I mean? And then it's considered a significant achievement, putting someone in the advanced strength category with 225 pounds, often cited as a benchmark for the top 1 through 3% of men. So like that one thing, my grandpa, and I don't know why of all the things my grandpa told me, but that is like one of the things that stuck with me. I mean, there's other things too, right? But that was one of the things. So I don't know if it's some weird subconscious way that I'm trying to like preserve his memory, because my grandpa meant a lot to me. But that's just like one general rule that I have. So like, even though I'm going to change up my workout regimen, like a little bit, I'm always going to make sure that I can bench press over 200 pounds. Yeah. Well, you didn't even get a chuckle. Oh no, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm just like exhausted today, man. So it just I did a 20-hour stream yesterday, and it wasn't a normal 20-hour stream. It was like a fucking crazy, like it was a New Year's stream or whatever. PR 175. I mean that's heavy, man. That's heavy. I don't know how much you weigh, but that's like lifting a person. You know what I mean? I mean, you could almost lift me. I weigh 190. Prove it, do it on stream. I mean, I have videos on Instagram. I've posted some of my lifts on Instagram. But yeah, I think starting this year, I'm going to change up my workout regimen just a little bit. I'm still going to focus on cardio though, but I'm going to do 3 lift days, I think. I'm going to do 3 lift days. And the moves I do, they're going to focus more on like the negatives, more on medium to low weight, but I'm going to try to really, really, really make each rep, I guess, I'm going to try to maximize each rep. Whereas before my mentality was maximize the weight. Now I'm changing that to maximize each rep, even if the weight is lower, I guess. I do plan to go to EU Fan Fest. Yeah. I want to. I plan to. Do those lift days include push-pull legs? I'm going to be honest, man. I think at the start, I'm going to do 2 arm days and a chest day. Yeah. I'm not doing back. I'm not doing legs. Nope. And the reason why is because I don't want to. I don't want to. I think I'm going to do... I want to get my upper chest a little bigger. I want to get my traps a little bigger. And I want to get my arms a little bigger. And right now, I don't really care about my legs. I don't really care about my back. And you could say, well, that's a horrible decision. You could be right, but I don't care because it's not what I want to do. It's really just as simple as that, man. It's really just as simple as that. I lift because I enjoy it. And right now, that's just what I want to do. Have any of you have any of you in chat? You guys have like a favorite lift? You know, you're always better at that lift. You always look forward to that lift. I'm pretty sure you have lifts that you're not looking forward to, right? You know, that's just my mindset right now. Yeah, that's just my mindset. Like I love curls. And I love working my arms. My favorite lift is my chest. Yeah. Now, like right now, it's just, I mean, I actually really like back too. One of my favorite moves is bent over rows. It's where you take like a power bar. It's like, okay, all right. So you got the power bar, right? And you're bent over like this, okay? Shoulder blades together, you're like this, and you just pull up. It's like this. I love that move. It's very nice. Yeah, if you hate a workout, then it's one of the best ones to do if your goal is getting stronger. At least that's my motto. Nah, I actually completely think the opposite. I think that if you hate a workout, you need to change your workout so that you love it. Because if you love something, you're going to want to do it more. My brain doesn't work that way. Whenever I hate something, I will find ways to not do it. Yo, Spider, thank you for the resub. 17 months, thank you very much. Like, and again, I'm not like a fitness influencer. I'm not in the best shape. I'm old. But I will say this. You ask anybody, and I mean anybody, that has ever lived with me or has visited me or has been around me, if you ask them, is he consistent about going to the gym? They will tell you 110%. I do not miss a gym day. I don't. Even if I just go there for 30 minutes and do like 2 moves, I'm there. And that's because every time I go there, I do something that I love to do. I never do anything I hate doing. Never. I've tried it, actually. I've tried it. Mm-hmm. How often I go? I literally go every day. Literally every day. But I don't always go hard. That's the thing. Sometimes I go and I'll literally just move my body just to get blood flowing. I'll stretch. I'll do that. Nothing too crazy. And I'll call it. Like recently, over the past like 4 months, I've been doing cardio hard, man. Fucking hard. I'll burn like 350 I'm not even kidding, man. I'll burn like 350 calories in like 25 minutes. I just knock that shit out. Dude, that's almost an extra meal, bro. I have a home gym, yeah. Yeah. Working out over 7 hours a week can be unhealthy. I don't know. I would disagree with that. I mean, well, I guess it depends. Like straight, like seven. I think that's probably true if it's like maybe 7 hours over like, I don't know, like 5 days or like 4 or 5 days. Well, yeah, that would be like an hour a day. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that sounds about right, actually. Now I'm thinking about it. Because when I go to the gym, when I work out, I usually work out for like 45 minutes to an hour. I would say, yeah. No, now that I'm thinking about it, now I'm adding it up. Yeah, that seems about right. I think I'd be fucking dead, actually. Yeah, another thing, it also depends on the intensity, too. Yeah. But like when I do cardio days, if it's like just an average cardio day, it's usually like 25 minutes. If I do a long cardio day, it's like 45 minutes. Or sorry, no. It's like 55 minutes or an hour if I do a heavy cardio day. If I do a normal lift day, yeah, that's around an hour. So I would say 1, 2, 3, 4. I would say about 5 hours at the gym, actually. I'd say I would do on average between 4 and 5 hours at the gym a week. Yeah. When I say work out for an hour, do I include cardio with lifting, or are they separate? No, I separate my cardio and my lifting. I don't think that it's good to do cardio and lift on the same day. I think you can, so sometimes what I'll do that does feel good is after I'm done lifting, and this is the most important part, after I'm done lifting, I'll get on the elliptical or something for like 10 minutes, but I'll go I won't go very hard at all. I'll just move at an average speed, I guess. Yeah. Oh, I might check it out. Lyrith. Yeah. I heard that they did another episode. Yeah. No, the past couple times I've drove to the gym, but I normally walk. It's just been kind of cold here, so I walk because like I don't want to leave the gym and be like covered in sweat and then be freezing on the way back, right? So I just walk. So I just drive. Well, that average like 7 hours a week. Maybe that's for like just a general person and not like an athlete. I feel like athletes and stuff like that, they go by different rules, you know. Manual or automatic? Oh, I set my own speed. Yeah, I set my own speed. Yeah. Yeah, Florida's tropical, but it's like there's like right now there's no humidity, I guess. Oh, the car. Oh, I drive automatic. I can drive manual, although I haven't driven a manual in years. I used to drive a manual fucking semi truck, man. Chris goes 3 times to the gym every day. Well, yeah, that's like different shit though. You know what I mean? But that was a long time ago. Like if you were to put me in a semi truck right now, there'd be no way I could. I'd have to practice. Yeah, I'd have to practice. I think it's one of those things, right? It's like riding a bike, you know. You know. Yeah, but that's my plan though, because eventually I want to hit 10% body fat just to say that I did it. That's actually that's the last lifetime goal that I have. I ever suffer on the Stairmaster? I love the Stairmaster actually, and yes, I have suffered on it. Yeah, that's the last lifelong goal that I have. I've accomplished everything else that I've set out to do. I've hit over 3 plates on deadlift, 3 plates on squat, 3 plates on bench. I've hit like 2,500. I've hit like 2,500. What is it? Floors. On the Stairmaster in 35 minutes. Yeah. The only like lifelong goal I had was like, thanks a lot, Lyrith. Thank you very much, man. Oh, yeah. I could tell you guys about the loose skin shit if you want. It's kind of gross though. But I never tried climbing. Nah, I never tried. I'll tell you what, I really like pull-ups. I really like doing pull-ups. Pull-ups are fucking hard though, man. But I really like doing them. Let me pee real quick. Shit. Okay. Jesus. What are we talking about? Oh, yeah. So my yeah, so I got two surgeries. I got a tummy tuck, and then I got a whatever the back version is. Yeah, whatever the back version is for like your love handles, you know. A BBL? No. Maybe I should. Nah, but yeah, people get fat in different ways, right? Some people have like fat faces. Some people have like fat arms. Man, I've mentioned this one girl before. Oh yeah, gastric bypass. Yeah. So like, so I don't know what the requirements for yours was, but for mine, there's a big misconception on surgery solves everything. Because people think that you can just get that surgery and then it just fixes everything. But that's not even close to the truth. The truth is that if you get that surgery and you don't have lifestyle changes already made, then the surgery is not going to matter. So what I mean is like, let's say that you eat like shit all the time. You go get a tummy tuck or whatever, and then you continue to eat like shit. You're just going to get fat again. You know? Yo, Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's. How expensive is the surgery? Well, like I said, I got two of them. And I think it was somewhere between $10,000 and $12,000. So it's very expensive. And also, if you get the shit that I got, you can't even get the surgery unless you're healthy. So like, basically what I did and why I got it was, it was mostly for mental because I felt cheated. Any insurance? No, I don't, I mean, no, I don't think insurance will pay for it. The price in the UK is spicy. Oh. So yeah, basically, yeah, my doctor, he told me that like I couldn't even get it unless I was healthy. And over the course of, okay, so okay, for those of you that weren't here earlier, I mentioned that I started off at 280 pounds and I got all the way down to like 190. So I lost around like 90 pounds, or it was around that area. Well, when I did that, I did a bunch of lifestyle changes, right? Like I started exercising more, I started walking more, I started doing more cardio, I started lifting more, but in addition to that, I started to eat better. So instead of eating takeout like every single day, instead of eating like fucking, ramen noodles and Chef Boyardee, I actually started to eat like fucking real food, okay? It took me a while to lose it. It took me a while to lose it because at the same time, while I was trying to lose weight, I was trying to gain muscle, which is why I always tell people that you should focus on one goal at a time. Because if your goal is to lose weight, then you should not lift. All I eat is takeout now. Yeah, but my metabolism is in like fucking massive fucking overdrive. It's like in the fucking stratosphere, man. Like, this is probably going to piss a lot of people off, but you know those like piece of shit motherfuckers that can literally eat ice cream every day and never gain a pound? I am now one of those motherfuckers. Because my calorie intake right now is like, okay, I'll put it this way. If I don't eat around like 3,000 calories a day, I'll lose weight. I'm not kidding. I'm not joking. Like yesterday, I weighed like 191, but I didn't have as much food yesterday. I only had around like 2,500 calories. Well, I weighed 190 today. Nah, not fat burning. Muscle's not good for fat burning. It's a big misconception. If you're wanting to lose weight, okay, so like the reason why it took me so long to lose like 90 pounds or whatever is because I was trying to do two things at once. I was trying to lose weight, but also put on muscle. It basically was like a noob trap. It's a noob trap. And it does work for some people. So like, I guess everything in my experience, none of it's like 100% true. Well, it doesn't matter if muscle, well, in this context, muscle weighing more than fat has absolutely, like, it's like, it doesn't matter in this context. No, you can. Like, okay, I'm going to tell you right now, guys, if all you want to do is lose weight, and I literally just did this, like, I am not even kidding, man. I literally just did this last year or like 3-4 months ago. I lost like 40 pounds in like 4 months. Like, I literally just did it. Literally. We're talking losing weight or losing fat. I mean, both. You lose both simultaneously. I mean, but when you do this, you're also going to lose muscle. But whenever you lose weight in general, you're going to lose like a little bit of muscle. You know, doing what? Diet. So I was on a very strict diet, and I did a shit ton of cardio. Like, there's some people, man, that say that cardio doesn't help you lose weight. I think those people are fucking crazy. I think they're crazy. Like, there's actual fitness influencers that are like, cardio isn't the best way to lose weight. And I'm like, bro, you're fucking nuts. Like, the fuck? Like, it's like some fucking scientific, like, biology shit, man. It's like, how do you gain weight? You have a calorie surplus. How do you lose weight? You have a calorie deficit. Like, it's not any deeper than that. It's really not. And like, when people are like, oh, hey, well, I'm going to lift weights to, you know, lift weights to, you know, lose fat. That doesn't make any sense. You know, fat is actually good, or it can be good for, like, you know, big, like, okay, if you're trying to get strong, you actually need fat, which is what some people don't understand. I feel like they see these like bodybuilders that are on like all this medication and shit, you know, and they think, okay, I'm going to do that. And it's like, bro, that's literally impossible for you to achieve. Just get the fuck out of here. Like, you can't even have that body type even if you were on all the gear that they're on, because you're not genetically gifted like they are. And some of these motherfuckers, like, actually, there was this one fitness influencer. His name is Joe Linder, and he like, his body was insane, but he's dead. Like, he died because of all the shit that he was on. He had like a heart attack or something. You know. I'm not saying you don't burn calories when you lift weights. I'm saying that you don't burn as much as if you were to just do cardio. Doing strength training for me has never made me lose weight. Never. Maybe that's just me. the most effective way to lose weight is not to eat. No, that's actually really bad for you. It's bad for you in multiple ways. What happens when you do that is your body will go into what they call starvation mode, and you will feel like shit all the time because your body is forcing you to store as many calories as it possibly can. You never want to stop eating. You never want to stop eating. If you stop eating, it will actually make you lose weight like slower. Because it's going to fuck up your metabolism. It's going to make you feel like shit, which is going to in turn make it to where you can't be as active to lose weight. It's just going to be bad. When you eat, you gain more weight. No. Or, you're talking about in starvation mode. Yeah. So when your body kicks into starvation mode, all of the calories that it intakes, it will hold them on for longer, but you'll still feel like shit. Like your body never said it was healthy, but what I'm saying is your statement is just it's just incorrect. That's all it is. It's just flat out wrong. It's just incorrect. That's not how the like your body is smarter than you think. Your body will adapt to how you your body forms habits without you knowing. So let me ask you guys a question. Is there something that you I don't agree with intermediate fasting. No, I do intermediate fasting. That's different, though. That's completely different. No, I fast every day. Intermittent fasting. Yeah. Intermittent fasting is extremely effective. Oh, a lot of people want to change their body comp rather than lose weight. Yeah, intermittent fasting is very good. I always recommend intermittent fasting. Yeah. So what I was saying was I literally over the past 4 months, and this is current, right? Over the past 4 months, I've literally lost 40 pounds. And it was because I did intermittent fasting. I controlled my calorie intake, and protein. Protein's actually really important. What I did was I had around 100 grams of protein a day. Yeah. I would say you definitely need protein. So what I did was cardio. I counted my calories. I did protein, and I did intermittent fasting. And over the course, I lost 30 pounds in 5 weeks. I'll just say that. But I went hard as fuck. When I say I was on a diet, I was on an extremely strict diet. Extremely strict. Now, you don't have to go that hard, okay? I wouldn't recommend that hard. But after those 5 weeks, really after the month, I set it for a month. But ended up going 5 weeks. I think I went the extra week because it was during a move. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was because I moved here. So I went the extra week. I don't split my day into 3 parts. My day is I have a window where I eat, and then everything outside of that window I don't eat. But I haven't been doing as hardcore intermittent fasting. I've just been doing moderate shit. The whole point, for those of you that don't know, the whole point of intermittent fasting is so that your body will enter what they call the fasted state. And when your body is in the fasted state, It is burning fat like crazy. Your body's in overdrive. It's burning fat. You want to remain in that state for as long as possible without going into starvation mode. So it's gonna vary slightly person to person. But for me, what I found that works the best is a 17-7 or a 16-8. Yeah, so like if you're trying to lose weight, in my opinion, and what I think is going to be the best choice is when people say they want to lose weight, I don't think that they have it in their mind. Okay, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but for anybody in the chat that wants to lose weight, I feel like when you say that, when you think that, if you think like I did, right? If you think like I did, then you're going to want to see it as fast as possible, right? You know what I mean? So building muscle is harder than losing weight, okay? You know what I mean? Yo, Knowles, thank you for the resub. Thanks a lot for the resub. Hey, 4 months, man. Happy New Year. Yo, Happy New Year, man. Yeah, so like building muscle takes more time than losing weight. At least for me. But that also could be a genetic thing too. That also could be a genetic thing too. Like some people gain muscle like way easier than me. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's a good way to put it, right? Is that you feel most people just want to look better naked? Yeah. Yeah. If you want to look better naked, then do not lift. Don't lift. I know that sounds crazy. Don't do it. Just do cardio. This cardio every day. If you want to get lean, do cardio. Don't lift. You can. The thing is, you can. It just won't be as fast. So like, you know, that's why when I say for me, and all this is just like for me, right? But for me, whenever I set a goal, everything outside of that goal, I don't care about. Like I don't care about. You just get skinny fat if you don't lift. Well, no, that's not true at all. Do you actually think that you have to lift weights to get fit? You actually think that? You know, you can just do body weight. Okay, have you ever seen people that never lift and they just do like calisthenics? You know how fit they are? Do you know how hard it is to do a push-up? Do you know how hard it is to do a pull-up? Can you even do a pull-up? You know you don't have to touch a single weight to be fit, right? I feel like by saying that, you have no idea what you're talking about. Like, I don't believe for a second that you can even do a push-up. Skinny fat has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Skinny fat is like Asman, where he has the metabolism of a god, but he eats like shit. That's what skinny fat is. Like, you can be incredibly fit and never do a single squat in your entire life. You can be incredibly fit and never do bench press. Way too many people think that you have to pick up a bar with weight on it to be fit. Bro, have you ever seen like these videos where these like normal factory workers are lifting more than bodybuilders? You're seeing that. Like, just because you have big muscles, that doesn't mean that you're strong. Like, okay, that's another good example, like rock climbers. Do you think those bodybuilders could climb rocks like they do? No. No. They can't. You know how hard it is to climb a mountain, brother? It's way harder to climb a mountain than it is to push something that weighs like 300 pounds. I gotta climb no fucking mountain. It just depends on your body, Jado. Your body composition may be way better than mine. Also, when you do cardio, you're working your muscles. Like, dude, when you do the... Okay. If anybody thinks that what that fucking idiot typed is true, I want you to do something for me. I want you to go, and I want you to go to like a gym. Doesn't matter what gym. And I want you to do the stairs for 30 minutes. And then I want you to tell me if you don't feel like you're using your muscles after you're on the Stairmaster for 30 minutes. I bet you can't even make it 10. Also, that's another good thing. The most important muscle is right here. That's the most important muscle. You can live without a fucking arm. You can live without a fucking leg. You know what you can't live with or without? Your fucking heart, man. You know? Nah, man, it's just, yeah, people, dude, these motherfuckers that think that like lifting and strength is like the end all be all. They're normally some fucking retard that looks like shit aesthetically, can't lift for shit in the first place. They're completely misinformed. They do no fucking research on their own. They have no experience. They're just repeating what some influencer said to get you to buy their fucking like BCAs. Like, dude, actually think about it for a second. Like, whenever you move your body, it takes muscle. Like it expends energy. You think doing the elliptical for, you think doing the elliptical is just free? You think that you could just jump on the elliptical and just, oh, well, it's not lifting, so it's free, so I'm just going to sit here and do this for eternity. Like, no, dude. You know what I mean? I take creatine. Wow. I think a majority of people should take creatine. I mean, creatine's like free, right? It's not free as in the cost, but it's free to take because it's like you can just mix it in with water. You can mix it in with whatever, you know. I work out almost every single day, yeah, in some way, shape, or form. Yeah. I do. Yeah, like that's just like dude, how can somebody say that if you don't lift you get skinny fat? When you see like all these people in the army and all these Marines and they're super fucking fit, like what the fuck? It's because, dude, they're doing push-ups, they're doing sit-ups, they're fucking running, they're and like, dude, none of that has anything to do with like lifting a bar or lifting a dumbbell. They're literally just doing body weight. You know how strong you can get just purely moving your body around? Dude, do you know? Okay, now this is going to sound crazy. Do you know how strong those strippers are that fucking do all that crazy shit on the pole? I'm not even kidding. I'm not joking. You try to do that shit. You ain't going to be able to do that shit. You know how strong your core muscles have to be to do some of that shit, man? It's nuts. That's what I'm, dude. And you know them, motherfuckers ain't lifted. Like, it's just crazy, man. Well, no, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, when I saw that comment, that was one of the most retarded comments I've fucking read, man. Like, you should feel really stupid for saying that. Have no idea. Have no idea, man. It's crazy. But there are people that think like that, man. There are people that think like that. You know? That's insane to me. And those, I at this point I can't even remember who the fuck said it, but whoever said that, you are the exact reason why fitness influencers like V Shred and all of these, and fucking what's that one guy that lifted fake weights? He's really lean. Athlete and X. All of those fucking idiots that are spewing all this fucking garbage, you're the reason why they're fucking multimillionaires, is because your ass is dumb enough to fucking buy their shit and do their routines. And because of people like you. What is this? Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, like Liver King. He's natty, dude. Yeah, a lot of people did. Oh, this song is called Euphoria. It's by Fury Weekend. Yeah, we're just chilling today. Ashley, we're gonna paint in a second, man. I'm just like, dude, it took me like 2 fucking hours to eat my food. I'm so fucking exhausted from yesterday, man. Like, we're literally just sitting here like fucking chatting, man. Like, I don't even have anything pulled up. What's my airbrush? You know, I actually bought a new one. And when I get it, I'm going to use it, and I'll tell you about that one. If I like it or not. The one I have is like... I don't really use it much, though. Yeah, I don't really use it much. But no, like, okay. Just to, like, finish the thought or whatever, right? Just to finish the thought. Or wait. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Or actually, wait a minute. Let me find it. I bought this one. I bought this one. Oh, okay. Yeah. So anyway, to finish my thought, and then like, yeah, I'll read the question of the day. Sorry. To finish my thought, in my opinion, based on my own experience, you can check my fucking Instagram for updates. I lost 40 pounds in like 4 months. Like total. It wasn't even 4, honestly. It was like, you know what? I can just fucking check, man. You know what? I'm gonna check right now because it wasn't even 4 months. I'm gonna check. This was... Okay, so this is 19 weeks ago. Whenever the fuck this was. I actually got so heavy that my shirt stopped fitting. This is true. I got all the way up to 228 pounds. Okay. So what is 19 weeks? What is that like? What the fuck? What is that like 4? Yeah, okay. So yeah, so about 4 months. And then this was the next post. So I got under 200 and this was 16 weeks. Okay, so yeah, so 5 weeks. So 5 weeks I lost 30 pounds or whatever, you know? And then I got down to 193 in 3 more weeks. And then I guess I didn't post the 188. Yeah, I guess I didn't post the... Yeah, I didn't post the 188. But basically, we'll just say that it was 40... I lost 10 pounds a month. I'm just going to say that. It's like a general... just like a general rule. Or whatever, okay? And I'm telling you, how I did it... Like, I didn't take any fucking drugs. Like, I didn't take Ozempic or anything like that. I mean, I guess I'm on Adderall. I guess I don't know if that matters, but I mean, I still eat. Some people say that they don't get hungry when they're on Adderall, but I do. I've always got hungry when I've been on Adderall, so those motherfuckers are lucky, I guess. But anyway, so I did a shit ton of cardio. I did intermittent fasting. I watched my calories, and I had 100 grams of protein a day. That's what I did. How would I gain 10 hours a... Oh. Yeah. No. But I will say this. During those months, like 3 months, I wasn't on anything. Yeah. Nah, you have to supplement it. One of my protein shakes is 50 grams of protein. Yeah. But when I say cardio, for anybody that's trying to lose weight, I don't mean you have to go and you have to run. I don't mean that. What I mean is you work up to it. So the first thing you do, I try to get, man, I always felt bad because, like, I tried really hard to help one of my friends, man. I tried really fucking hard, but it's just, you can only do so much, right? But when I say do cardio, eventually you'll get to a place where you're doing like, you're actually either running, you're doing elliptical, you're doing the stairs. Eventually you'll get to a place to where you're doing that every day. But one of the best things, in my opinion, that you can do, there's a really interesting article that Eddie Hall, it's either an interview or an article, but for those of you that don't know who Eddie Hall is, he was the first person to deadlift over 1,000 pounds or some shit like that, man. Okay, and he said that one of the best things that worked for him was he would just go on a walk with his dog for like 45 minutes, and that really stuck with me. And the reason why is because I can do that. That's something I can do, you know? So you have this world-class fucking weightlifter, right? And he's telling me something that I can do. That's pretty fucking cool, man. You know? That's pretty cool. So like you go on a walk, just literally walk around your neighborhood 20 minutes every day. You can find 20 minutes to spare. You know how you know you can find 20 minutes to spare? Because I find 20 minutes to spare when I stream for like fucking 12, 13, 14 hours a day. You know? But I usually exercise before I stream anyway, so. Yeah, but what I'm saying is find 20 minutes out of your day to go for a walk. You do that every day for a week. Okay. Well, now what do you do? All right. So now you walk for 30 minutes every day. Let's say you can't find 30 minutes. It has to be 20. Okay. Walk faster. Walk faster. Okay. Let's say you cover a little bit more distance. What do you do the next week? You walk faster or you go longer. They call it progressive overload. And you just keep building up. And let's say that you're actually physically exhausted. As long as you do a little better, and by little I mean a second, like 10 seconds, 30 seconds. As long as you did better that week by even a minuscule amount, that is still better than what you did last week. And it's that helps mentally, I feel. Yeah. And then eventually, so like, okay, you know what, man, maybe we should do another 24-hour stream. And I can show you how miserable I am whenever I fucking go to the gym. Because I'm fucking miserable. You know what I do almost every day for the past 4 months? I get up, and then, I mean, dude, you guys are here when I do a tree stream. You know what I mean? You guys are here. When I do a tree stream, I'm like, all right, guys, I got to go do cardio. And I'm gone for like 45 minutes. You know what I'm saying? So what I do is I go and I'm on the. Recently, I've been doing a shit ton of elliptical, man, because the fucking neighborhood I live in, we have like a mini gym in the clubhouse. Dude, it's so fucking convenient. I just go there, and it's not like some huge gym, but they have like 4 treadmills, 2 ellipticals, like 3 bikes, and then they have like they have like a power rack, and so it's a pretty decent little gym, right? But I'll go and I'll be on the elliptical for 25 minutes, 25 minutes. And I'll burn like 350 calories. And I do that almost every day. Like I literally did it today. Literally did it before I started streaming. And it was so fucking hard, man. It was so hard because because last night, dude, I was like so fucking exhausted from yesterday, man. I mean, see, the thing is the rowing machine is awesome. No, it's really good. It's hard. It's really good. We don't have one of those at the little gym I go to, but they do have one at Planet Fitness, and I've done it. I've done it before. I'm more of a stairs guy, honestly. I really like the stairs. I really like the elliptical. But another thing is like, there's not really a right machine to do and a wrong machine to do, depending on what you're trying to do. And what I mean by that is if you're trying to burn calories, there's so many different ways you can burn calories. Like burning calories on an elliptical is the same as on the stairs, or it's the same as a row machine. Like if your goal is to just burn calories, right? You can accomplish that goal by doing all 3 of those things. The only difference or variation is the time spent on it and the energy spent on it. You know what I mean? Or you could do the treadmill. Let's say you're a runner. You know, let's say you're a runner, right? Then you do the treadmill. I'm not a treadmill. I don't fuck with that. I used to, but not anymore. I'm a stairs elliptical kind of guy. Yeah. But I will say this, though. One thing that you can do on the treadmill. Oh yeah, you can ask this Sunday. One thing that is really good on a treadmill is when you crank that motherfucker up all the way, like the incline. If you're gonna do the treadmill, make sure the incline is all the way up. It's really good. You know. But like, dude, okay, so I don't know if you guys feel this way, but some of you that exercise every day, like frequently, do you ever feel like shit when you don't? Because me, if I don't exercise to get blood pumping through my body, I literally can't function. I cannot function for the day. Like, I'm cranky. I cannot, like, I have to go do something. Like, even if it's just walking around my neighborhood for 30 minutes, I have to do something. Like, when I wake up, I can't just sit here. I can't. And to some of you, that might sound crazy, right? That might sound crazy. But like I said, your body is smart. Your body will build habits. It will form habits. And one of those habits is, okay, we just woke up. We had a little bit of time to actually wake up. You took your pre-workout. Now let's get the fuck out of here. What the fuck are you doing? You know, if you don't do this, I'm going to make you feel like shit. And it will make you feel like shit. It will. How difficult is it to pick up Paladin when you only play Gunbreaker? Oh, no, it's not hard at all. No. Paladin rotation is pretty easy. Yeah. Yeah. Yo, Pete's on. Thanks a lot, man. Yo, Happy New Year. Yeah, but if I don't go do something, okay, so like, I'll put it this way. Next week, we got Savage Prog, right? You know what I'm going to do before I start the stream? I'm going to go and I'm either going to, one, walk around my neighborhood for like 20 minutes, or I'm going to go do the elliptical for like 20 minutes before I start the stream. I'm going to go do it. Or else I can't function. I don't really like running. No. You don't have to run. That's another misconception, is people think that if you want to do cardio, you have to run. You don't have to. To do cardio is to just get your heart rate okay. The whole point of cardio is that your heart is pumping fast. So your heart rate is around like 170. That's where I like to keep mine. Other people can, it varies. I feel like the more heavy you are, the lower you want it to be safe. But the whole point of cardio is to get your heart rate pumping at a speed which is going to burn calories the fastest and keep it there for as long as possible. Swimming is very good. Yeah, swimming is also very good too. Yeah, no, I walk like every day, Panini. Yeah, I walk every day. Like, that is in addition to the cardio that I do as well. Yeah. But I'm not a runner. I don't really like running. How I get my heart rate up is either on the stairs or the elliptical. What's the difference between walking your neighborhood and on a treadmill? So there's like little differences with whenever you're not on a treadmill, there's variations in the surface that you're walking on. So it could be harder or easier depending on if you're going uphill or downhill. also the terrain that you're walking on. But assuming you're walking on like a sidewalk versus an elliptical, they're virtually the same. Doesn't matter, except for you have way more control over a treadmill. You have like way more control. Cycling is also good. I've done that a few times too. Yeah. Yeah, so it just depends on what you want to do. Yo, hero, what's up, man? Treadmill's fucking boring. Yeah, so like if you're okay, so here's the thing, man. If you're just going to walk, I would always say walk outside, unless it's like, unless like the weather's bad or you live in the hood or some shit, right? I would say walk outside. Yeah. Because walking on a treadmill is fucking boring as shit. Like bring a book or bring your phone. Because unless you want to just like stare at the wall, it's just going to be fucking boring. Oh, yo, Happy New Year, man. Oh. Fuck. Okay, sorry. There was a point I just remembered my point from probably like an hour ago. After I make this point, we cannot talk about this anymore. We can shut the fuck up. If you just want to purely lose weight, in my opinion, don't lift weights. Don't lift weights. Just do cardio, manage your calories, take protein, and do intermittent fasting. If you do that, you will lose a lot of weight very quickly. You will. And it will boost your metabolism. But when I say control your calories, it's going to depend on your comfort level. So let's just take 2,000 because that's like the average, right? Okay, so it's 2,000. So let's say that your average is your maintenance is 2,000. And when I say your maintenance is 2,000, that means that you can eat up to 2,000 calories and not gain any weight or lose any weight. That's your maintenance. That's like that's all the shit your body does throughout the day. Yap, pumps blood, it gets a boner, blinks, breathes, moves your hands, all that. All of that shit requires energy. Okay. And that total energy, we'll just say for safe conversation, is 2,000 calories. So all of the activities that you do in your day requires 2,000 calories. If you have less than 2,000 calories, you are going to lose weight. Why are you going to lose weight? Because your body will then be exhausted of its calorie intake and will start to take from your fat. That's why people get fat, is because fat is a resource that your body stores for a rainy day. So it's kind of like a squirrel burying some nuts or something. So your body will take that fat because the fat is basically like extra calories. So if your body needs the extra calories, it'll take it. And that's the goal. That's the whole goal. So you find your maintenance. Now, how do you find your maintenance? You can either go to a doctor and they'll be much more, okay. When I say doctor, I don't mean like a family doctor, because family doctors, they don't know shit about this. Okay. You need to go to like, I don't know, some type of nutritionist or like dietitian or some shit like that, man. They're going to know a lot more. Don't just assume that the doctor is going to know everything. Okay. Because like a normal family doctor, like, yeah, sure, they'll give you like, they'll be able to, I mean, you know what? Honestly, you could probably go off of a family doctor, because all the fucking doctors do anyway is fucking read off of fucking chat GPT. So so at the end of the day, it probably doesn't matter. But I would go to like, I would go to like a dietitian or something like that. Or like maybe, I don't know if you know like a fitness trainer or that is credible. I'll word that. But my point is you need to find out your maintenance. If you don't want to fuck with that shit, okay, you could do what I did. Okay? And what I did was you track your calories for a week. Okay, so you weigh yourself at the beginning of the week, and then you're very like meticulous about the way you count your calories. You count your calories for the entire week, and then at the end of the week, like let's say you ate 2,000 calories a day. Okay, and you weigh the same at the beginning of the week as you did at the end of the week. Okay, then you found your maintenance. Okay. So now you know. Let's say that at the beginning of the week, you gained a pound at the end of the week. Okay, well, then that means that unfortunately for you, your maintenance is lower than 2,000, so you will need to eat less. So the next week, try 1,800. And if that still doesn't work, try 1,600. I don't think it's going to be any lower than 1,600, but it might be. Anyway, and if you're at 2,000 and you lost weight, that's actually better because your maintenance is higher, which means you have more muscle or you're more active. So in that case, increase your calories by like 200 and see if you still lose weight. So that's how you find your maintenance. Or that's one way you can. Once you find your maintenance, there's a lot of different things you can do, and it's going to depend on your comfort level. So I'll tell you what I did. I'm gonna be straight up. For 5 weeks, I did not eat more than 1,000 calories. I had no more than 1,000 calories, and within that 1,000 calories, I ate twice a day, and I had 100 grams of protein. It was very difficult to do. I would not recommend trying to do that, but if you are able to do that, you will see a significant loss in weight. This is also while doing cardio. Now, how much cardio did I do? I would say an average of 250 calories. Somewhere between 250 calories and 300 calories per day on cardio. That's what I did. Wouldn't that reduce your metabolism? No, it would boost your metabolism. My metabolism right now is dude, it's like beyond the atmosphere, man. No, I went for calories because it like at the end of the day, it's calories in, calories out. I'm out of giant kissies. Cold weather would do harm to me? I have no idea. I have no idea. Thank you. Yeah, but that's what I did. So if anybody was wondering like what I did, I still need to write up like a Google Doc for all this shit, man. But if anybody's wondering like what I did, that's pretty much what I did. I didn't eat any more than 1,000 calories per day for 5 weeks. I had at minimum 100 grams of protein, and I fasted for about 17 hours a day, and I burnt around 250 calories 5 to 6 times a week at the gym. That's what I did. How can you count your protein? Well, for me, it's easy because I drink protein shakes, and each scoop is 25 grams. So I have 2 scoops. So right there is half my fucking protein consumption for the day. And then the 2 meals that I ate, between the 2 meals, they had somewhere around 25 minimum grams of protein. So sometimes I would have 100 grams of protein. Sometimes I'd have 110, 115 would be around there. When I put your body in survival mode, okay, so no. And the reason why is because I am continuing to eat, and I am forcing my body to burn like basically it's not that I'm not eating because I am still eating, but it's forcing my body to pull from the fat to maintain. So like when you're in starvation, okay, as long as you consume calories, because I think, so here's how I look at it. Whenever I think of like, I guess, eating, I don't think of it as like necessarily eating. I think of it as calorie consumption, because one thing that'll trap people, and maybe you guys have been trapped by this too, is for those of you that drink like sugary drinks, those are really bad for you because there is a shit ton of calories in liquid. So calories in liquid are very harmful. And the reason why is because you can consume way more liquid than you can food. And what that does is that spikes your calorie intake up. So if you look at a Big Mac, right, like, yeah, it has a lot of calories in comparison to a Coke. But if you drink a Coke, that's much easier to consume than the Big Mac. You know what I mean? And depending on what you drink, it might actually make you more thirsty. Yeah, so whenever you drink something, guys, try to make sure that it has as little calories as possible. Like, I'll give you an example. Every single thing I drink has 10 calories or less. Every single thing. I never drink anything that has any more than like 10 calories. Never. It's not worth it. Not worth it. Coffee has some calories, but it's not much. It's fine. I think it's like sub 50. I don't even think coffee will break your fast. I could be wrong though. Okay, so as far as like diet drinks and zero, those are in this context, those are technically okay. Those do have 0 calories. They fuck you over in other ways, but as far as calories in, calories out, it's okay. I still wouldn't recommend drinking them, but if you're counting calories, it does technically count as 0. But I would stay away from soda. That's probably one of the worst things you can have, honestly. Soda's so bad for you. It's really bad. Yeah. If you're a soda drinker, no meme, try sparkling ice. Because you might not realize it. But you're probably, if you're like me, you're not addicted to the actual sugar or the taste. What you're addicted to is the carbonation. Because for me, I really like carbonated drinks. Now, you're probably going to get caffeine headache, but there's also things that you can do for caffeine headaches. Like there's caffeinated BCA. I would actually recommend Sneak Energy. And I know that's like a gamer drink, but Sneak is pretty good in the sense that it's not too bad on the artificial shit, at least from what I saw. And it does have 0 sugar and it does have 0 calories. Oh, I think it has 5. It has like 5, but which is basically 0. If you can't stand carbonation, they also have like hydration drinks. There's also non-caffeinated BCA as well. BCA drinks are very good for you, and you can have pretty much as many of them as you want. Yeah, so like if you guys ever go to a gas station, you guys know the vitamin water. Well, if you've ever looked at the back of the vitamin water, that water that is supposed to be healthy, it has like just as much sugar as a candy bar. And all of the vitamins that it claims that it has barely any vitamins. It's literally called vitamin water just because they want you to buy it to think that it's healthy. But it's actually not. It's really bad. I think that's the brand I'm thinking of. I think. Yeah. Vitamin water has like 23 grams of sugar. Yeah, which is like, it's like kind of close to like one of those like smaller candy bars. Yeah, and you also have to be careful about protein bars as well. There's a lot of protein bars that taste really good, and you're like, oh man, these are healthy, and then you need to check how many grams of sugar in it, because if it's like, there's some protein bars with like 10 grams, 20 grams, 30 grams of sugar. Those are not good for you. You got your first MMO mouse? Yeah, that's mandatory in my opinion. Snapple, we have the best natural ingredients. 32 grams of sugar. Yeah. So like all of this shit, it has like a ton of sugar in it, man. Like none of it's healthy. You have to be very careful. But yeah. For those of you in chat that were talking about earlier, if you want to lose weight, man, intermittent fasting, cardio, protein, and something else I fucking forgot. Oh, take progress pics too. Yeah, take progress pics. What hours of the day that I eat? I ate from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. at night. No, sparkling ice is awesome. No, this is awesome. I'm drinking it right now, man. It has literally nothing in it. It has no sugar, no fat, no sodium, nothing. It has 5 calories and some vitamins. That's it. And it's carbonated. It's literally water. This is literally water. I mean, it's just, it has flavoring in it, right? But yeah, but progress pics are really important. Mm-hmm. How strong is the flavor? I think it's pretty strong. But the thing is like, let's say you take a soda drinker, a person that drinks soda every day, and they have one of these, they're not going to taste anything. And the reason why is because what soda does is it like destroys your taste buds, and it overstimulates it, so that whenever you try to drink anything else, you won't actually taste it, because the other things that you drink, they're not overstimulated. And because they're not overstimulated, they will taste very bland. How often do I take pictures? It just depends. Like, it depends on if I don't change my diet up, then I really don't take pictures. But if I do have a change in diet or a change in routine, then I will take pictures like every week. Not like every day or anything, it's every week. How do my diet training habits change during prog? I definitely do less cardio because I don't have time to do it. But prog only lasts a few days, so it's fine. I also consume less calories too. Yeah, like you don't have to take them like all the time. If you like, I would say don't take them all the time. Like if you're gonna take them, maybe take them like, I would say like no more than like, I don't know, like maybe like once a week or something. Because if you like, you have to give your body time to change, I would say. Do I ever have issues during any of the longer prog periods? Like issues with what? I mean, not really. No, not really. Yo, PK, what's up, man? My favorite is blackening my cherry. For real, cuz. I don't really have like a goal in mind, Velia. I have like, I just want to clear quick. I want to have fun. Yeah, and that's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I think so. It's gonna be really fun. Fuck, man, we've been yapping. All right. I think I want to start painting soon, man. Yeah, I think I want to start painting. Ideally I paint for like maybe. I think I want to paint for like 2 or 3 hours. Maybe longer, depending on how long. Yeah, I think I want to start painting now, man. I don't know what we're gonna watch. I kind of just feel like listening to music, but if you guys want to watch something, we can. If you guys recommend something that you want to watch, I'm gonna be painting a Tyranid. I'll show you guys what I'm gonna be painting in a second. Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. Here, how about we do this? Okay, because it's gonna take me a minute to get set up. Okay. Put some serial killer case. I mean, I could. You guys want to watch like a fucking dude? You guys want to watch a crime documentary? I'm totally down for that. Actually, you guys want to watch some like JCS or some shit? Cause I'm totally down for that shit. I mean, I've already seen the shit, but yo, Shrimp, thank you for the resub, man. Just got here. What is this guy yapping about? Thank you very much, man. 42 months. Crow, thank you for the 6 month. 6 months, man. Half a year. Wait, pre-watch? Well, I mean, it's up to you guys. Like, you go. Okay, look. All right, I'll tell you what. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll think of stuff. You think of stuff. We will look at some shit and we'll pick something. It is going to take me just a minute to get set up, though, because I got to set up my camera and shit. Okay. So you guys think on that. Let me. You are the best streamer, and I'm tired of ads. Thank you very much, Crow. I also multi-stream, man. I'm on YouTube and Kick as well, in addition to YouTube. Wait, someone earlier. Okay, so let me do this, guys. Let me get set up, and then we'll figure it out. Okay? All right. Okay. This part is can be really annoying, guys, because sometimes it takes a little bit for my camera to work. So hopefully that will not be the case. Okay, wrong cam link. Okay, this is the guy we're going to paint today. It's a Tyranid Leaper. I'll talk about how I'm going to paint him in a minute. Let me, I need to make sure my camera, I need to make sure you guys can see though. Okay. Let me see one thing. All right, well, for some reason it's not auto-focusing. I don't know why. Okay. Okay, so this seems good. Okay, so this should be okay, yeah. All right. All right. Okay, so this seems okay. I'm gonna go grab a drink. I need to get my paint and everything together, so I need to go do all that. So give me a couple minutes. In the meantime, you guys can think about what we're gonna watch today. Let me see. Let me move. Okay. Okay. All right. So I think. Okay. I think I'm gonna do something that I don't normally do, and I think I'm gonna do it just to just to show anyone that is interested or gives a shit. Because it's an extra step that you don't have to do, but I'm gonna do it just so people can see. But anyway, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna dry brush. I'm gonna dry brush the model, and it's a technique called zenithal highlights or something like that. And it's basically like, so if you see how this model, which I don't know why the autofocus doesn't work, man. It's kind of pissing me off, dude. Like, ugh. Give me a sec, guys. Sorry. Man. I don't know why this camera doesn't autofocus, man. So, whatever. I guess I'm just going to have to do manual, which is fucking shitty. So I'm going to have to, like, constantly readjust it. But, anyway. So... nah, it's just because I'm probably just talking quiet. But anyway, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a whole bunch of highlights on it with a dry brush. I'll explain it later, but the main purpose is so that you can kind of see the highlights of where it is on the model. You don't have to do it, but you can. Okay. I need to make sure this is good. Dude, man, I really, really, really wish the autofocus would fucking work. I really wish the autofocus would fucking work. It's really not going to work, huh? This really isn't going to work. Well, that is unfortunate. Yeah, I think it's focusing on this, actually. Instead of what's right in front of it. God damn it. That's all right. It's all right. I will just do manual in that case. Okay, so you should be able to see it. All right. Okay. Okay, BRB. I was thinking about using a sponge, but I don't think we really need to. Going through withdrawals. When's goblin booby? Some goblin tits. Oh no. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry, guys. It is time for your question of the day. In this scenario, to start 2026, you must choose. You can either feel like there's always a hair stuck in your mouth that you can never find, or live with a constant sensation that your phone is vibrating. Worry bigger in your pocket. Well, I think the vibrating, dude. That'd make me, dude. The constant hair stuck in my mouth, dude. That'd drive me insane. Yeah. Speaking of that, Lord of the Rings. I mean, I paint a Lord of the Rings model. Hello, it is I, the Darkest Druid. It is a new year, and my New Year's resolution to be even more negative and heckle more as well. As such, I shall demonstrate booby boob head. Your glams are P-U duty. I am glad to have another year with you, Druid. Any retorts, drummer? Yes. I love Druid. Okay. All right. Do you guys know what you want to watch? Or do you guys want to watch anything, or are we just listening to some music? Completely up to you. Sponsored by Krusty Butt.
What is that? Oh my god.
No, not the. Well, if I watch the thing is, guys. So. Okay, the thing is, whatever we watch, it has to be something that I don't have to pay attention to. So I don't want to watch something that I don't want to watch something that I need to react to, if that makes sense. Because like I don't feel right just putting on a video and not like reacting to it, right? I mean, I probably could and people probably don't care. But it needs to be something. It needs to be something that I don't have to focus on. See, I don't know if I can put on Kitchen Nightmares, man. I mean, I'm thinking like some true crime or something, man. I don't know if I want to watch the Tsushima movie. What is this? I mean, there's Lazy Masquerade 2. What about this? This seems kind of cool. Lies and Deceit. Is like 48 hours like a fucking is it like an actual TV show? Because I don't want to watch an actual TV show. Okay, I don't think I can watch this. Yeah, I don't think I can watch this. You know, actually, this is like one of the reasons I don't do as many paint streams as I want to, because I want to have something to watch, but it has to be very, very particular. Like it has to be like a playthrough of a game, and I know you just linked the Tsushima one, but I don't know if I want to watch the Tsushima one. It can also be like a fucking, I mean, it could be a lore video, it could be a Lazy Masquerade. Well, you sent one? I mean, if we're painting a Tyrannid, do you guys want to watch a Tyrannid thing? Video? I mean, we can watch this. We can watch this one about Sanguinius. I mean, I haven't seen Final Fantasy 15, but I heard it's dumb. Nah, I know you can't see. I haven't played it yet. I mean, was 15 good? You're dumb. Damn. I never played it, so I don't know. We can watch you try to date Asian ladies again. Oh my god. Oh my god. Claire Obscure. Bro. I'm not ready for that emotionally, dude. I'm not emotionally ready for that. Okay, well, do you guys want to watch 15? It's 2 hours. $15 is lame. See, I'm getting mixed opinions. Just poll. Well, guys, we gotta figure it. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be indecisive. But we gotta figure it out because once we hit play, that's it. Tyrannids? Okay, link me a Tyrannid video. How about we do that? Link me a Tyrannid video. All right, this one's only 30 minutes. This is only 30 minutes, so we need another one if we're going to watch shit about Tyranids.
For all my complaining about space.
Do or don't Tyranids? Okay. All right. All right. Hold on. Okay, so this is what I have. Guys. Okay, so okay, now we can watch this or we can watch some crime shit. Do you guys want to watch lore or crime shit? Okay, I think more people want to watch crime. Okay. Okay, well, hold on. Okay. Do you guys want to watch what if I want to watch you paint? No, I'm going to paint, trust me. The only crime I see is how cute you are. No, Red. You. Pull it. Okay, I'll pull it. Okay. The poll's up. Poll's up. Question. I do not see Jerry Springer on the poll. I don't think we can watch Jerry Springer. Gene Stealer Colts. Okay. Okay, I feel like more people want to watch. 2026 is in decline. It's already in decline. Jesus. Okay, well, are the people that voted for lore going to be shitty if we want to watch crime? Why don't we why don't we do both? Why don't we watch one crime then one lore? How about that? Okay, we're going to watch a crime first. Now, what crime do you want to watch? Do you want to watch
The drama began short.
do you want to watch some JCS? Man, I want to... Whoa, what is this one?
In this situation.
As a means of exacting revenge.
I haven't seen this one. Oh my God, there's one I haven't seen. The Case of Miss Sorella. Okay, I'm gonna save this for main channel. Oh my God, there's another one that I haven't seen. What in the fuck is this? Hold on. I found a playlist. I found this playlist that this guy put together. It's a playlist on a different channel. Because for those of you that don't know, JCS, sometimes they'll upload videos and then delete them within like 10 minutes. Hold on.
All of these steps are emphasized when the suspect has any
This is another one I haven't seen. Fuck. What is this? There's another one I haven't seen?
Online grooming for the purpose of sexual abuse is a global problem that requires continued attention within research and practice, and the need to evaluate this phenomenon has gained increasing awareness over the last 2 decades. There are various mechanisms.
I'm kind of nervous. I'd rather.
I think it was 11, 12 Eastern time. She had called me and come see me, please, because my
Oh my God, dude. I haven't seen this one either. No. Like, here, I'm going to link you guys the playlist of what I'm talking about. Or of what I'm looking at. No, guys, I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure this out. Like, okay, I looked up a JCS playlist, but I didn't expect there to be like 3 fucking videos of JCS I've never seen before.
I know.
Now I'm like looking at every single one of these videos. I'm reading the name of every single one of these videos. Okay, Chris Watts. Some of these videos are very old. Four unavailable videos are hidden. Wow. Okay.
The drama began short.
Okay. Okay, there's one video. It's about Cliff. And that was the one that I wanted to watch because I'm pretty sure a lot of you haven't seen it before. Yeah, here it is right here. Yeah, I found it. And I think this would be a good one to start. I think this would be a very good one to start. This is crazy. Okay. I think we should watch this one first. I think you guys would like this one. Yeah, it's just a stash of their re-uploads. Okay. All right. Okay, are you guys ready? All right, do you want me to make the screen any bigger? Or no? Wait, so much for painting stream? No, we're going to paint. Now, this is what we do on painting streams, man. I always like put on something. This right here, guys, is this good enough? Do you want me to make it bigger? Want me to make it bigger? Or is it good? Is this okay where it is? I'm going to be having the model right here. Okay, what about this? What about this? Okay, all right. Okay. All right. So, okay, this one is called Christmas with Cliff. I've already seen it. I saw it a while ago, but it's a really good one. Think you guys will like it. But but okay, before I hit play, I'm gonna tell you guys what I'm gonna do for anybody that gives a shit. So today I'm not gonna finish this whole model. Okay, I'm not doing the whole model today. What I'm doing is you see the top, like his carapace right here. I'm doing all of those armor pieces. So like that piece right there, the top right here, the part on his tail, and then he has like these armor pieces on his knees or whatever, on his legs. So I'm gonna do all that. That's the first thing I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna paint them. I'm gonna paint them these colors. So it's gonna be red. Okay, so it's gonna have red armor. So it should be pretty cool. Is Mr. Strummer reading chat? Yes. So, but before I do that, if anybody cares, I use a combination of Da Vinci brushes and golden maple. If I was going to recommend one brand of brush to use, it would be golden maple. These fucking brushes are awesome. These brushes are awesome. Mind asking what this is? Oh, like this model? It's a Tyranid. Yeah, it's a Tyranid. I know it might be a little hard to see if you're not familiar with Tyranids, but after I do the highlighting, which I'm going to do, it's going to be very quickly. It should be a lot easier to see. So anyway, I use golden maple, man. Golden maple are very good. But also Da Vinci are. Okay, so I'm gonna paint his armor red, but like I said, man, for those of you that don't care, it's fine. But some people actually give a shit. So I'm gonna dry brush. Okay, so dry brush is where. So you see the shape of this brush, right? See how this brush is like different shaped, right? Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put paint on like a napkin or like a dry sponge. Okay, what are the models for? These models are for a tabletop game. What makes these brands good? What makes the brands good is the shape of the brush and the point. So see how that's pretty pointy, right? Yeah, so it's the shape of the brush really, and the point, because you want your brush to have a pretty good point. Yeah. So, but this right here, you're gonna see how this doesn't have a point. And I know I just said you want your brushes to have a point, but this is a different type of brush. This is a dry brush. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a bunch of white paint on this, and I'm gonna like dry brush it like that. So basically what it does is the only thing that it's going to paint are the raised surfaces. Okay. I've only played a couple times. I mostly just do this to paint. Yeah. But more or less, this is a step that you can skip. You don't have to do this step. I'm just going to do it to show anyone interested that you can do it. This step is not going to affect what I do in any way, shape, or form. It just takes extra time, but it's not going to affect anything. But I figured I might as well do it since I'm streaming. Like if I wasn't streaming, I would skip this step. You don't have to do it. Hold on. All right. All right, so I'm going to do this first. And then I'm going to get all my paint. I'm going to get my paint out. But I'm going to tell you this right now. For anybody that is looking into getting this shit, if you can avoid getting Citadel, do it. And the reason why is because these fucking tubs, okay? These tubs suck, okay? You want something like this. Because in able to get the paint out, I got to pop open the tub. And you see how messy this shit is? Okay, well with this shit, it's literally you just screw it, and then you dip it, and then you just squirt it out, okay? So if you can, make sure, and for whatever reason, man, Citadel doesn't come in these containers. It only comes in these stupid tubs. So like there are some paints from Citadel that are 10 out of 10 that I can't replicate. One of the paints that's really good is Doom Bull. It's Doom Bull Brown. That's a really good paint from Citadel. Okay? They don't have that color paint in other brands. Okay? Citadel, other Citadel type of paint, like this is a contrast, and I'll explain contrast later. This type of paint, this is fine. This is fine because this is very watery. There's a reason why this is very watery. Okay? But as far as like layer paints and base paints, if you can find the color in either Pro Acryl or one of my favorite, which is Vallejo, if you can find that color in that brand, buy that brand. Don't get these tubs. These tubs are nothing but pain in the ass, man. Like, dude, like look at this shit. Like this one, I can't even close the fucking lid. You see that shit? I can't even close the lid. And I am very, very careful with the way I use my paint, by the way. Like I'm OCD about my paint, and I'm very careful with how I use it. But because the way the tub is, dude, it's like clogged up, and the only way to fix it is if I take the whole plastic piece off and clean it. So, anyway, sorry, I had to rant on that because it's really fucking obnoxious. Anyway, okay. Is it hard to empty them into a better container? I would imagine. I've never done it because I would imagine that's very hard to do, very obnoxious, but okay. Anyway. Yeah. Okay. First thing I'm gonna do is dry brush. Before I start the video, man, look, guys, trust me, I'm gonna start the video. It's just, at the end of the day, this is a paint stream, so paint stream video second, right? So I don't know. Anyway. So with the dry brush, right, you want to have this that's what they call a dampening pad, and even though it's called dry brush, it's not exactly dry. I know that sounds stupid, but the only thing in here is basically like a sponge, and you just want to make sure that the thing in here is just a little damp. So if you were to like press on it with your finger, you want it to be just a little damp. And then you take the dry brush and you like put it in here and just rub it around or whatever. and then rub it on the paper. Like, you can also use a dry sponge for this, but anyway. Okay, so the goal is you load the paint, you load the brush up with the paint, right? And then I don't know if you guys can see what I'm doing, but I'm literally just it's like I'm painting the napkin. Okay, so you paint the napkin until you get like a lot of the paint that's in the paintbrush off. And I know that sounds really fucking stupid. Like, why would you load up a paintbrush just to get the paint off? I know that sounds stupid, and like sometimes I feel stupid kind of doing it. But you see how, I don't know if you can tell, but there's barely any paint on here, right? And the reason why is because when you make these highlights, okay? When you make these highlights and then you do that, it should look like this. Now you see how it's starting to take shape? See how that looks different? Well, the reason why you want to do this, and like I said, with the way that I'm actually going to paint this guy today, you don't have to do this step, but I just figured I'd do it because it's really satisfying to do, honestly. But there's a technique called slap chop that uses this, and it's a very, very, I guess, it's a very, very beginner friendly technique to do. And this is one of the first steps. And then when you start running out of paint, you just fucking dip your brush in the paint again, and then you just repeat it. This is, okay, sorry guys, this is not actually a lictor, it's a leaper. It's a leaper. It's like one step below a lictor. Yeah, it's a Von Ryan leaper. Yeah. And after I finish dry brushing this, man, I'll show you the other two that I've already painted. So like with this, I guess like technique, you don't have to really be precise, okay? You kind of can't mess it up. The only thing I would say is that it's always better to have less paint on the brush than more, because if you have more paint on the brush, what's going to happen is you're going to basically it's going to like, you're going to paint too much white, okay? Whereas the goal is to just, like if you look at it, right? Like when you look at it, you see how there's still black. You know what I mean? You see how there's still black in there? Well, that's because this brush didn't actually get inside there, okay? So the whole point of this, of what I'm doing, like the dry brush, the whole point is to just make the make the parts that are sticking out, just highlight them. So like you're trying to create the image where if this thing was real and it was in light, the parts that were farther out would be brighter than the parts that were farther away from the light source. That makes sense. And like I said, this is really fucking easy to do. But yeah, so the method that I'm gonna do, because I'm dry brushing like this, I'm actually gonna do the first 2 steps of slap chop. So after I do this, I'm gonna be using a contrast paint, and then after that, that's where what I'm gonna do is gonna be a lot different, or well, not a lot different, but I'm basically after that I'm using strictly layer and base paints. I'm not gonna use any more contrast. So like what I normally do, like let's say I was painting this like off stream, what I normally do is I actually I do it a really inefficient way, but I do it a really inefficient way simply because I enjoy it. I, instead of doing what I'm doing now, I will go over the parts with a base paint. So in this case, the base paint is going to be corn red. I go over those parts, and it usually takes me like 3 to 4 fucking layers, and it takes a lot longer to do, but doing it that way, you can it's basically the opposite end of the spectrum from what I'm doing now. So what I'm doing now is I'm making sure that the highlights are very noticeable, but the way that I normally do it is I make sure that the shadows are very noticeable. So I don't know if I explained that properly. I don't know if that makes any sense. But basically starting from, I like to start from, this is going to sound no cringe, but I like to start from darkness and then light. So I like to go from dark to light, whereas this method goes from light to dark. That makes sense. Okay, so yeah, this guy looks way different now, right? Like this guy looks way different. You know what I mean? And that didn't take too long. And it doesn't really take that much skill to do either. Like, honestly, I'm going to be real. If this was a Space Marine, okay? If this was a Space Marine, all you would have to do to finish a Space Marine is paint it whatever color chapter it is, and then you're done. You're fucking done, man. You know, I should have fucking made it. You know, I should have built a Space Marine just for this. Like, this method is very good. Okay? This method is very good. All right. If you're like a new painter, I would highly recommend this method because you will see very fast results very quickly. Because I feel like as a newer painter, you're a little bit more impatient than like an intermediate painter, I guess. At least I was. That's how I felt anyway. But yeah, let me just do one more pass, I guess. I don't know. I never thought that I would like be a fucking painter until you guys like recommended this fucking hobby for me, man. If for whatever reason the camera doesn't focus in on the model, just let me know. Man, this is looking pretty sick though, honestly, dude. Okay. All right. So now that that's done, this looks quite a bit different, right? So now with this done, what I'm going to do is now I'm actually going to, well, okay, so that method slap chop that I mentioned, at this step, you would use this type of paint, okay? You would use a contrast paint, but I don't think I'm going to do that step yet. I think I'm going to go over with a base because that's just how I like to do shit. So I'm actually going to go in here with a base. It's going to take me longer to do it, but I'm going to do this one claw here. I'm going to do this one claw here and see if I like it. And if I like it, I'll do the other one the same. But if I don't, then I'll switch 2 steps. But anyway, so that's what I'm going to do next. So, okay. All right. Sorry, I yapped a lot. But okay. All right. So basically, I'm going to paint red now. I prefer this way. I prefer this way because I like to use... Thank you. I prefer this way because it gives me more control of the shadows. It gives me more control of the shadows and highlights, I guess.
This is 46-year-old Clifford Burns, who 51 minutes prior to this moment drove
Is the
up to
volume
his
good?
estranged wife's house in Warren County. Once he got there, he forced his way inside and attacked both his wife and his stepdaughter with a 17-inch tactical hunting knife. 22-year-old Megan Jenkins suffered serious injuries to her left arm, but managed to survive. 42-year-old Patricia Burns wasn't so lucky. She was stabbed 5 times in the torso and pronounced dead the moment she arrived at the hospital. 7 minutes later, Clifford Burns showed up at the Warren County Police Station to hand himself in.
Fucking psychopath, man.
Clifford, you gotta bear with me. I don't have my glasses on, alright?
I know my rights and everything. You don't have to even read it. Just give me my charges. I'm pleading not guilty, and I want to be put in a cell.
Yeah, the right to remain silent. So I'll sign your name right
I
there.
ain't signing my name to nothing.
Okay.
When this broad can do this on Christmas, fuck me in the ass like this, it was my last straw. I'd rather live in prison.
Over the next 5 hours, 13 minutes, and 42 seconds, Clifford Burns will achieve something quite remarkable, which is the fact he somehow manages to employ every single ego defense mechanism known in psychodynamic literature. He will essentially blame everyone and everything on his current situation, apart from himself, and in the process, shut down critical parts of his own defense that he will later attempt to use in court.
Hey, so...
Did you know when a woman snaps you and keeps your kids away from you, what it does to a man? That you work and pay for your kids your whole fucking life?
Cliff had 2 daughters with the woman he just murdered, a 15 and 16-year-old. One was out shopping during the attack, while the other witnessed the attack and called 911. Cliff will bring them up a lot to say how much he loves them, but it's important to note they were both absolutely terrified of him. He was abusive to everyone in his family, and his biological daughters were no exception. They hadn't seen him in over a year up to this date, and essentially wanted nothing to do with him.
Then the Backus brothers rigged the charges when the fucking guy goes over and shoots my old lady's house up and beats the fuck out of her, and he gets misdemeanors, you cocksuckers. Fuck you, motherfucker.
He was talking about his kids 12 seconds ago, and now out of absolutely nowhere, he's going off on whoever the Backus brothers are. So here's the context. Patricia was married to Cliff for 15 years. She left him in 2010 after suffering non-stop domestic abuse. 2 months later, she started dating a firefighter named Ted Backus. The two fell in love, but argued a lot, and one of the arguments led to Ted firing 1 round from his gun into the ceiling of Patricia's bedroom. Patricia then tried forcing him out of the house, at which point Ted pushed her into the kitchen counter and then onto the floor, causing her to hit the back of her head. Ted then left, and Patricia went to the emergency room where she was treated for bruising to the head and lower back. She reported the incident, and Ted pleaded guilty in exchange for 6 misdemeanors, which caused some controversy, as many thought the charges were too lenient, and there was speculation that he was given special treatment because he had 2 brothers in the local police force.
Oh, definitely,
at the time.
100%.
It's quite the story, and Cliff will cling on to this story for dear life. He will claim it's the reason he explodes into these uncontrollable rages at the mere thought of Ted Backus. Yet as this video plays out, you'll start...
This is like some Lionel shit, by the way. Like... Lionel will, like, this is so similar to what Lionel does. Lionel will do the most horrible, horrendous shit, and it will be, and his reasoning for doing it will be because, like, someone called him out for missing Adel. So he'll, like, spread the nudes of another person because someone called him out for missing Adel. It's the exact same mentality. It's actually insane, like the similarities.
Start noticing the true source of the animosity, which, as many of you will have already guessed, is jealousy. He will give himself away on this element multiple times without realizing. He'll also initiate this item of subject matter in the most random and creative ways that at times will make what he's talking about virtually incomprehensible. So we've had to create this notification for the more disorienting moments he brings it up.
You know what happened up there. All misdemeanors, 9 of them, when he shot the house up with an unregistered handgun. Do you know who Teddy Backus is? If I ever could get my hands on him, I'd fucking kill him. I'm a fucking man in every aspect, motherfucking the fucking game. I gotta reframe myself because I can't even take it no more.
The two officers aren't the interrogators. They're just watching Cliff so he doesn't hurt himself or damage property. The actual interrogator will arrive shortly.
You know what it is? I love the broad. She took everything from me. My lawyer called me today and said I'm going to jail for a violation of not paying child support.
Well, fuck, I paused it too. Okay, I just want to say, okay, I'm gonna start this claw. I'm gonna use corn red, which is this one right here.
Based on the information of this violation, he was facing somewhere between 3 to 15 days in jail.
Paid his cunt $250 a fucking week. I lost everything. My fucking business, all my vehicles, and my fucking house. I'm whittled up to a $600 apartment while this cunt runs around with my fucking money.
His freelance business had been on the decline for the last 5 years, which is the actual reason for everything he just mentioned.
The Backus brothers rigged his charges, and this is what I heard because I know everybody in the town.
Okay.
The man that built the fucking town hall told me he was going to lose his his hunting license, so they didn't give him felonies. You did that shit down in Albany, you still wouldn't be out of jail today. They would have fucked you up. This is the Wild West, man, and I'm a wild motherfucker, ain't I now?
In the more common circumstance, when someone is facing the inevitability of spending the next several decades in prison, the more grandiose elements of their character tend to dissipate. The nature of their situation rapidly sets in the feelings of anguish and despair, leaving not much room for anything else. Least of all, the more extravagant or perhaps fraudulent aspects to one's character. Cliff is very much an exception. He clings on to a particular aspect of his personality that we can only describe as Rambo Cliff. The second concept so regurgitated that it literally needs its own notification. The moniker is inspired by a well-known franchise centered around a highly capable special forces operator, and it was chosen to encapsulate Cliff's varied attempts to appear tough and intimidating. This ranges from his deadly skills at unarmed combat to his proficiency with a firearm and operational effectiveness in the mountainous regions of the United States.
You would have loved to have a motherfucker like me in Iraq, wouldn't you? I'd gut them fucking towel heads.
It's worth noting that Cliff never served a single day in the military. He also had no training whatsoever in combat sports or martial arts, unless you count the made-up variation of kung fu he demonstrates throughout this interrogation. Then by the end of the night, he'll have acquired approximately 3.5 minutes of experience.
I love this country, and it fucking did me.
One thing, okay, so, more on Laban. Okay, so real fast, man. If you guys are for anybody that is trying to paint or you're new at painting, you might see like certain parts of a model that are really small. Okay, and like if you notice, right, like my hand, like I'm gonna paint, right, like you see how it's like kind of shaky or whatever. Okay. Well, there's a trick to this, man. And I didn't actually learn this trick for a couple months. But it's the pinky. This right here, brother. This right here. All right? So what I mean is you do this shit. Take your pinky and you place it on the model, and now you're not shaky anymore. So it doesn't have to be your pinky. It can also be like, I don't know, like it's just however you hold the paintbrush. But however you hold the paintbrush, man, use the pinky. Okay, because the pinky will save the day. Because like I know it doesn't look like it, but the pinky is pressing on the model, and then I have my middle finger over here pressing on the pinky, and now I can do this, and I can do this without like without shaking. You know what I mean? So it's just like it's a little thing. It's a little thing you can do that will really, really, really help you. So when you see these people and they paint these like extremely like intricate fucking, you know, designs, or they paint like, you know, they paint these like super tiny small spaces, look and see where their pinky is. Yeah.
Be wrong. Fucking wrong! I'm gonna tell you what listening is. Bring the Bacchus in, brothers, and I'll fight them one-on-one with one fucking hand. I'll break both their fucking jaws right off them.
I believe you.
Do you believe me, motherfucker?
I can see you're very passionate.
You want to see? There it is, white power. That's what I believe in. The Irish. You guys, you deal with weapons every day. I had AK-47s, AR-15s at my disposal. I could have made this a war. You want to know where my mindset was? Take her out, spray paint the building, let's play Bacchus, boys, and take them in the mountains. You would have had to drop a fucking platoon in for me. A platoon, brothers. I kept the war. I came here and did the right thing. I turned myself in. I'll go to prison. Listen, you guys, I gave my children everything. Victoria fucking Secrets and they're fucking 15. Abercrombie, Nikes, American Eagle.
Sure.
What do you fucking think I don't know the names? You know how fucked up I am right now? Because I love my wife and I love my kids and I did right by that bitch. I met her in a strip club. Next thing I know, this cocksucker, I'm traveling in this unit every day. 2-hour fucking commute and he's fucking my wife. Hell of a choice in men. The fucking scumbags living above an apartment, paying $400 a fucking month to live above a bar room with a fucking beat up pickup truck. I make $100,000 a fucking year. I'm a pro tree climber.
What the fuck is that?
A pro tree climber is apparently another word for a tree surgeon.
Coming home, fucking her in my bed. I had $10,000 of brand new furniture I gave the fucking cunt. What more do you want? How much you want to kick the fucking thing? She butted a cigarette on me every day. It's Christmas, my third Christmas alone, third fucking Thanksgiving. Well now, motherfucker, it's time to party.
Cliff's future defense will go for a manslaughter charge, relying on the notion that he had a psychotic break, that upon hearing of the arrest warrant, thought he would never see his daughters again because of it, at which moment he lost all control of his own judgment and decision-making, resulting in the terrible actions that followed. But he just spoke about grievances that stem back to over 3 years ago. He's giving away evidence to suggest that the attack was influenced by revenge and retaliation, not just by a singular moment of madness stemming from his undying love as a father.
Listen. You lucky I'm in my right mind because I was going to have a shootout with you. But I did it the right way. I handled it like a man, so thank you.
Thank you.
No, that's right. Because I'm pretty goddamn good. I could drop a 30-round mag and fucking... I don't even want to tell you the time. I'll pop the other one. I take it again. I know what time it is. An unregistered fucking handgun in an apartment complex. If that dude was here, I'd try to crack him. Right? You know what time it is. And she said he wanted to marry her. Knew her for fucking 6 months. I had 15 years in her. And 2 beautiful children. And here's the kicker with the stripper.
Cliff spends the next 4.5 minutes explaining his unequivocal superiority to Ted Bacchus. Once the tirade is over, he finally calms down.
I was in Hadley, right on the border.
Yep.
And I bought the house in Luzerne. We're remodeling it. The whole house lights up.
The designated criminal investigator will now enter the room to conduct the interrogation. The timing seems almost perfect, as Cliff appears to be compliant for the first time.
So, David, sir, nice to meet you. I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Burns Clifford R.
Oh, Clifford, nice to meet you, sir.
You know, you guys, this is... I don't want to be disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. What's on my mind's the Bacchus brothers and your fucking corrupt charges that were rigged.
The interrogator, Detective Doug David, will come to have a rather complicated relationship with Burns Clifford R. From Doug's perspective, it's Christmas Eve. He doesn't want to be sitting in a police station going back and forth with a psycho murderer. He wants to get in, get the suspect's account of what happened, then get out.
Yeah.
But unfortunately for him, Cliff has other plans for their Christmas Eve together.
He went over and shot my wife's house up at the fucking... That means felonies across the board.
Okay. I'm just arriving here, so I'm not quite sure what transpired this evening, and would like to just try to find out a little bit of...
What transpired is a man's been pushed to the edge. What fucking place calls you up today on Christmas Eve telling him you're putting a warrant out for his arrest if he didn't pay his child support? That fat fucking cunt Barb next door in the fucking support collection unit.
If Teddy Backus is the love rival in Cliff's comic book-inspired perception of reality, then Barb, from Support Collection, is most definitely the arch-nemesis.
Barb is the final boss.
And also our third topic of discussion that requires its own notification. Barb's occupation is handling child support payments, which includes following up with the debtors when they don't come through. Cliff genuinely appears to resent this woman on a cellular level. Her name alone will at times bring him to a place where he morphs into some type of primal being, sustained only through its unrelenting quest for murderous revenge against a collections administrator. It's a difficult thing to accurately explain, but you'll be given multiple visual examples later on in this video.
I missed 2 payments.
This guy is so much like Lionel, it's crazy.
Okay. And then what happened after that, sir?
I don't know what happened. My lawyer called me up, said there's a warrant out for my arrest.
Okay. And possibly, again, I'm just walking in. What happened this evening, sir?
I lost my life this evening over a fucking stripper and an alcoholic piece of shit. Alright? The gun was unregistered. Every fucking bullet in the chamber was a fucking felony. You read Governor Cuomo's laws?
Did you drive up here, sir, from your house?
Go fuck yourself. How the fuck do you think I got here? Flew or walked? My car's right out in the fucking park. Are you fucking stupid?
Cliff is clearly aware that giving away crime scene information can be detrimental for his defense, something he probably learned from the show Criminal Minds, which he'll later state is the only thing he's able to watch on TV.
Them Backus brothers, I would have loved to ran into them.
You know, I really like that show for the first, I think it's okay for the most part, but the first 4 seasons were really, really fucking good. And I think the main reason why I liked it so much was because of Gideon's character. I really like that actor.
She must have had a fucking heart on. She fucking on Christmas Eve. Can't leave me the fuck alone. Admit it. What are the charges when you take an unregistered fucking handgun in an apartment complex and dislodge it? Look, you can't even. I'll wipe that smirk off your fucking face, motherfucker. You ever laugh at me again? No, you're smiling like you think it's funny.
I don't, sir.
You just smiled.
After you drove up here, sir?
Fuck you, you nigger.
Oh my fucking, god damn it. Fuck. God damn it, Cliff. Ugh. Fuck. What am I supposed to do? No, I'm sorry, guys. What am I supposed to do? Do I have to restart the... God damn it. Only on Twitch, I believe, right? God damn it. Well, fuck me, dude. I thought, man, I'm sorry about that, guys. Fuck. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Well, I mean, I genuinely don't know what I'm supposed to do, and I'm sorry about that, guys. I haven't seen this video in a really long time. And I forgot that it was in there. How would a restarting stream even help here? Well, so it's it's kind of a gray area, right? So, yes, man, god damn it. So it's kind of a gray area because I didn't obviously if I knew he was going to say it right, then I wouldn't have played it. But as far as the VOD goes, Because man, man. Nah, YouTube, nah, dude, they'll allow crazy stuff on YouTube, Max. YouTube is a completely different set of, see, so like that's another thing, guys. That's another thing I have to consider is that there's different rules for different platforms. So like YouTube has different rules than Twitch, and Twitch has different rules than Kick. And I'm currently streaming on Kick, YouTube, and Twitch. So I just know that one time Asmon got banned, and I think it was in no, that was in WoW, not in Twitch. Somebody dropped an in-bomb in the global chat or something. Mute or stop the video right away. Pause or mute desktop audio. Briefly acknowledge it. Something simple and calm. New video, different tab, or just return. Okay. Is that what it says, Crow? Which, by the way, thank you. It's just, dude, this is so obnoxious for me because, like, look, man, I got my Michael Jackson glove on, my fucking paintbrush in my hand. I'm sitting here trying to just chill, and then this fucking moron, and like, I have all this shit set up, so I don't know like exactly what you guys can see, but my setup right now is real. It's like I have all of this shit right in my face. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So what I'm going to do, see, I mean, that's the thing though. It's like, it's just, dude, that's why I just stay away from all of that shit, man, because I understand that, like, I mean, it was the same thing in fucking high school, man. It was the same fucking thing in high school. It's just, that's why I try to stay away from just all of it, because I don't want to, like, obviously I'm not a racist, I'm not fucking racist in any way, shape, or form, but I don't want, like, dude, that type of shit is just like politics and religion. I don't want to have, this is the only sure thing. If I don't involve myself in any way, shape, or form, then it's literally impossible for me to be associated with any of it. You know what I'm saying, man? Wait, the mute tool? Use Twitch's VOD mute tool? I didn't even know. Okay. Okay. I guess what I'm going to do is, okay, I'm sorry guys. I need to, let me see about the fucking mute tool. Let me just see real fast. How do I even access the fucking mute tool? I'm sorry for this shit, man. Apologies, guys. Just give me a sec. I'm not gonna delete the VOD yet. Okay, I'm not gonna delete the VOD yet. What I'll probably do is I'm definitely gonna keep the VOD on YouTube, because YouTube, it doesn't matter. I'm mostly concerned with Twitch. So what I'm gonna do is, let me see the content video producer. Man, I really wish he would have bleeped that out, man. Okay. Let me go to, I can't even edit it right now. Okay, I'll just deal with this later, man. Okay. I'm just going to deal with this later. For now, Crow, didn't you say that he says it later? A gamer word was said in the video. Ugh, man. Okay. You know what? How many people? Okay, let me ask a question. All right, and again, I apologize for this shit. It completely spaced my mind that he said this. Excluding that, this is a really, really, really good fucking video, and I really wish that was muted, obviously, but I'm not gonna keep watching this video, okay? Because it's a really good video, just for obviously like crime investigation purposes, okay? So we're not going to watch this anymore, but because this dumb shit happened, I kind of want to lighten the mood just a little bit, and I'll put on another one of these videos, okay? But this one is like you're going to cheer for the bad guy, okay? All right? This one is one of the videos where you actually the cop is the bad guy. Okay. So I'm going to put on this one. It's called The Legend of Jeff. Okay. And it's a complete polar opposite to this one. All right. Has anybody in here not seen The Legend of Jeff? Okay. So there's some people in here that haven't seen it. Okay, so we're definitely going to watch it because this is a must-see. Okay? All right. So we're going to watch this one. Okay, so we're just going to switch it up. We're just going to pretend that shit didn't even happen, okay? And again, I'm sorry. Dude, I just want to chill today and fucking paint. I don't want to be listening to that shit. Okay, so I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, guys. All right, so we're gonna mix it up. We're gonna watch this one. It's the same type of video, right? But this one it's a lot. There's actually humor to it. Okay, there's actually humor to it. All right. Geddes, thank you for the resub. Thank you very much, man. 18 months. Jen, I'm sorry, man, if I missed that. 34 months. And Deb, thank you for the 10 months, the decade. I'm sorry, but I got to go pee real quick. Okay. Okay. Okay, you guys ready? All right.
Am I under arrest?
For now.
I'm under arrest?
Yeah, I'll explain everything, but before I explain myself to you, before we talk to each other, I need to read your rights, okay?
What am I under arrest for?
Well, like I said, I need to read your rights first. Obviously, the charge is robbery, okay? Yeah, I'll explain everything.
I'm under arrest for robbery?
You are, but let me read your rights real quick, okay? And then I'll explain it.
Yo, Kuhai, thank you very much for the gifties, man.
Let me do that real fast? All right, Jeff.
Thanks a lot for the
Can
gifties,
you read
man.
with me? Just read in your head, okay?
I have not played Rogue Trader.
Before
It
we
looks
ask you
interesting,
questions,
though.
you must understand what your rights are. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can will be used against you.
Sorry. Okay, so I'm just going to explain what I'm doing. All right. So I put a base coat down. All right. So this looks a little bland, right? I don't know how well you guys can see, but it looks a little bland. All right. So what I'm going to do, one thing I like to do is I like to put a contrast, but I like to use it as a shader. All right. I'm definitely playing Dark Heresy when it comes out. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely playing Dark Heresy. I've heard mixed reviews on Rogue Trader, so that's why I haven't played it yet. But I mean, it looked interesting, but Dark Heresy looks pretty good. That's like the game that's very similar to it. It's gonna be new. But one thing I like to do is I like to use contrast paint as a shader. So contrast paint is very watery, right? So if you like look in there, it's like really watery. The reason why it's watery is because it's designed to get into recesses. Okay. Okay, thank you, Crow. Thank you very much for looking into that. Okay, so I'm going to use this contrast paint. It's going to make this darker. But what it's going to do is it's going to get into all the recesses, and it's also going to make the recesses darker. And then I'm going to go over it again with this, and I'm going to brighten it up with each step. So it should look pretty cool. But anyway, that's what I'm doing.
Court of law. Does that make sense? You've probably heard these before, haven't you? Does that make sense? Did you understand your rights? Did you understand your rights, Jeff? Yes or no? You understand? Did you understand what I read you? Did you comprehend what I read you? Jeff, I'm just here to talk to you and figure out what happened and move you on out of here, at least some of it. So did you understand the rights I read to you?
If you got something that says you didn't do this robbery, this is your chance to talk to us.
Okay, good cop.
No, usually I'm the prick.
You look like the prick.
This is Jeff. Jeff is a heroin addict and has been for the last 14 years. He is 6'5", weighs 153 pounds, and has now found himself in the unfortunate circumstance of being charged with armed robbery.
Remember how we were talking about healthy and all that shit? 6'5", 153 pounds. Brother. That motherfucker is bones. He is a walking skeleton.
This is in the state of Georgia, so if found guilty...
No, it's not a Lichter. It's a Leaper. It's a Von Reaper. Ryan Von Reaper, I believe.
They will render him the minimum term of 10 years without parole, up to the maximum term of life in prison. Jeff has been through the system multiple times over, and he will know that if indeed found guilty, his sentence will be considerably longer than the minimum 10 years due to his previous convictions.
Jeff, do you understand your rights? Yes or no? I'm not asking if you want to talk to me at this point. I just want to know, do you understand what I read to you?
So am I under arrest?
Yes, you're under arrest.
Get me back to the cell. I don't talk to you motherfuckers.
Okay, fair enough.
You want a Coke?
Yeah.
You gonna be able to pop it open, or you need me to?
Jeff has become somewhat of a cult figure in the domain of interrogation footage. His recognition seems to have grown through his own popularity, as opposed to the notoriety of his crimes, like most others. Conveying the exact reasoning behind this can be tricky, as the interest in this character will no doubt vary by the individual. Yet we've found the most collective reason can be explained through a single pop culture reference: the anti-hero. While the concept is timeless, the actual term was created through the realm of modern cinema. There's a diverse number of characters passing through the decades that fit the criteria. Yet perhaps the most textbook example could be the protagonist from the 2003 feature Bad Santa, a middle-aged man simply known as Willie. This is a character that lies, cheats, steals, swears at children, drinks an inconceivable amount of alcohol, and is generally extremely unpleasant to every single person he comes across.
Look who's here, Jimmy. It's Santa.
Fucking great.
Let's tell what you want for Christmas.
I'm on my fucking lunch break, okay?
On paper, this is an extremely unlikable individual, yet for some reason, we root for him while following his story. Anti-heroes are flawed, as are we. Their moral complexity mirrors our own, and just like us, they are learning and growing as they move along the path of life. Their mistakes make us think of our mistakes, and perhaps the reason we root for their redemption is the reflection of ourselves rooting for our own. So you might be curious about the contrast between the anti-hero and the villain. One we embrace and relate to, while the other we despise and detach from. Both are driven by selfish motivations, yet our emotional response differs between them. The reason for this, while not necessarily obvious, is a relatively simple formula. The anti-hero must have a glimmer of humanity alongside a noticeable vulnerability. This is what allows the viewer to truly connect with the character. It allows us to forgive them when they are unethical, but admire them when they are noble. It allows them to be angry, cowardly, and greedy, but also cheerful, brave, and empathetic.
Who the fuck is Thurman? Is that you? Is your name Thurman?
Yeah,
Thurman Merman?
yeah.
Jesus.
With relation to Jeff, while many of us can't relate to the feeling of being addicted to heroin for well over a decade,
drugs,
we can certainly understand the feeling of sadness. While we may not be able to put ourselves directly in the shoes of an addict, we can somewhat relate to the adversity that comes with it, not to mention the incredible magnitude of the situation he is going through in this video. How he responds to this very moment is quite literally the precursor to his entire future. He is at a crossroad moment in life, where on one side is the possibility of hope, and on the other side is the outright guarantee of despair. The long-term path he goes down will be the consequences of the short-term choices he makes, all of which have to be judged and decided on while going through the early stages of heroin withdrawal.
So, sorry, Neb, I saw your question, man. So the second color of paint is used because it's contrast paint, and contrast paint is really watery. And I don't know, so like if you can tell, this is like kind of splotchy, I guess, like right here, but up here it's much more solid, and you can see a lot more definition, right? Like you can see each individual like scale or whatever the fuck this is, right? So the main reason is you want to darken it. So I use this type of paint as a shader. And a shader is a different type of paint, but you can also use contrast paint as a shader. But the reason why is because you make it more solid while also creating shadows. So that's the main reason.
Methadone. You need methadone?
Yeah, you guys can get me that methadone.
I don't have any. Do you have medication for it, or I mean a prescription for it? Or?
No.
What do you need methadone for?
Cause I'm a fucking junkie, and you guys, I can't get no methadone. I'm gonna go through withdrawal here in a minute.
Where do you usually get your methadone from?
I don't get it. I get heroin.
How long you been using heroin?
Long time, buddy. What are you trying to talk to me about here?
Talk to you about what happened last night. Look, here's the deal. Either you're in a bad set of circumstances, or you went and committed an armed robbery last night.
Yeah,
right?
I'm in a shitty, wrong place at the wrong time, obviously. I didn't commit no fucking armed robbery.
All right, then let's talk about this. Let's
I
not
don't talk to the police, man.
I think it's in your best interest to.
It is never, no matter what, under any circumstances, to talk to the police. Never. Never, no matter what. And more importantly, even if you are innocent. Even if you have nothing to hide, you still do not talk to the police. Never. Their job, when they read you the Miranda rights, and I fucking mentioned this on stream before, their fucking job, in the Miranda rights, it literally states, anything you say can and will be used against you in court. Okay? It does not say that anything that you say can and will be used to help you in court. The police are not there to help you. They are there to get a conviction. And that is very important to remember. Never talk to the fucking police. It is never in your best interest.
Yeah, I don't talk to the police.
Here, okay.
I've been through the system, buddy. I know how it
you
works.
have. I know you have.
You're
Jeff.
not my friend.
I'm not your friend.
You're trying to fucking get me. Or you're
No,
trying
I'm not trying to get
all
you.
you're trying to get is some fucking stupid ass fucking confession, and you're not going to get one.
Jeff, I'm not going to get a confession out of you for nothing.
Exactly, because I didn't do nothing.
I'm not trying to get a confession out of you.
Okay, I'm going to tell you, I didn't commit no armed robbery, And y'all ain't got no fucking evidence saying I did. Let me go. All you did is find me sitting in my buddy's house because my fucking buddy's dog's going ape shit. I go outside. There are cops everywhere. And they spotlight me. They say, come here. I say, what's up? They search me. They ain't find nothing. What's up?
Let me read this.
No.
Yes.
Because I'm not going to sign it.
You don't have to sign it. But let me read it for you. Okay?
I'm not signing nothing.
You don't have to sign it. Let me read it.
You already read it to me earlier.
I know we did, but I'm going to read it to you again.
Thanks for the coat.
You're welcome. Before we ask any questions, you must understand what your rights are. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one, a lawyer will be provided for you. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. Do you understand the rights I've explained to you?
No.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me what happened last night. Plain and simple. Your side of the story.
I'm not talking to you. I'm a lawyer.
All right. This is what I don't understand. I know, but this is what I don't
Oh.
understand, Jeff. You were sitting there talking just like you were ready to sit here and tell me what happened last night, and then all of a sudden I read that to you, and you screw it, I ain't talking to you. I want a lawyer. I don't understand that. What changed just in the...
Because I told you what... I already told you what happened.
You didn't.
How didn't I?
You didn't tell me what happened last night.
How didn't I just tell you what...
But now you've handcuffed me, and I can't...
He literally
talk to you
just told
because
him,
you've
by the
asked
way.
for an attorney. So, okay, that's fine. But I will tell you right now, you're still on a hold for a robbery.
I know. I don't know why I need a fucking lawyer because obviously I didn't do nothing. And obviously you guys know I didn't do nothing because I've been arrested for the same bullshit before and you guys don't interview me this much. So, wham bam, thank you for the coat. Put me back in the cell. What's that?
Just my phone. All right. I know we did this twice, but I gotta do it again every time, okay? Before I ask you any questions, I gotta read your rights. Do you understand that? Okay. Go ahead and sign there. I'm gonna take your F off.
Look, I'm not signing nothing. I don't want
Okay, you don't have to sign anything. You understand your rights, though, right?
Yeah.
That's all I need. A verbal yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
When's this coat gonna be here? Or is that just a fairy tale?
It's coming. He's getting there right now. He'll be here in about 2 minutes. Just to watch the soda machine. It tastes good.
They still don't give him a lawyer either.
I have enough evidence
Like what?
of the armed robbery, okay? But, you know, if you're saying you didn't do it, you need to give me your side of the story.
If they had enough evidence, they wouldn't be interviewing him. That's another thing, too. Cops lie all the time. They had enough evidence, they wouldn't be interviewing him. They only interview people when they need something. If they already have it, they skip this part.
Okay, well, give me your side of the story. You got, convince me. Because I got a lot of evidence. I got a lot of physical evidence.
Well, like what? Name the physical
Well, I don't need to, why should I tell you that? I mean, you haven't been helpful to me at all.
You don't, because I don't believe that you got any evidence.
There's only a couple pieces of evidence I'm missing.
Name them.
What's that?
Name them.
Well, why do I need to do that? You haven't helped me out at all. You give me a little bit, I give you a little bit. We go back and forth. I give you one of my pieces of evidence, now give me a little something.
No, anything I say here can and will be used against me.
Sure, but anything you say here, I can also tell your parole officer that you helped me out.
That doesn't mean did. There's no way. I didn't do it. There's no way.
How drunk were you? Were you drunk?
No, I was pretty sober.
So you're in your right mind. You remember everything about the night, right? So you couldn't have done something not remembered. You couldn't have gone and robbed the place and not remembered?
Fuck, no.
Okay. So you would remember if you robbed the place. So I'm willing to go to the prosecutor, I'm willing to go to the parole officer and say, this guy's a good guy, he helped me out. I know you don't want to go back to jail, right? Back to prison?
Well, fuck. It looks like I am if and you're going to charge me with some bogus shit. You guys don't, I mean, what do you got, really? That I was at a buddy's house and I happened to come outside because you guys were fucking swarming the area and they
Which door did you come out of?
I came out of the front door. You know what? I'm not saying myself, man. I'm done, man. Fuck this. The only reason I came up here is to get a fucking coat.
Okay. You're not getting out.
Oh no, I can't finish it.
You can finish it. Make it quick. I got things to do.
Butterfinger, you promise.
I didn't promise you that. I said we'd see what happens.
Man, they
All
fucked him out of a
Like I said, you haven't
Butterfinger,
helped me
man.
out at
That's
all. Why
fucked
should I
up.
help you out? I got you a soda. That's good enough.
Jeff was released from custody just under 12 hours later, and that takes us to the final and perhaps the most important component of an anti-hero, the conclusion, which unfortunately in this particular case is unknown. The final outcome of this story will vary depending on the source, some with a happy ending, others a cautionary tale. One legend has it that Jeff got clean soon after his release, and now works in the corporate marketing team for Coca-Cola, while another states that he was picked up the day after for the same charge, and is now
I'll
facing
clap
down
for that.
a 15-year sentence in Georgia State Prison. If we go by the Hollywood formula, an anti-hero's actions throughout the course of their life are so drastic and single-minded that they only ever lead to salvation or destruction, and their final decision is always dictated by what they have learned and how they have changed throughout the course of the story. The paradox here is that we don't even need the theme of imprisonment to mold the outcome of this particular story, as the theme of addiction is more than enough. Whether he goes to prison or not, Jeff will either manage to get clean and rebuild his life, or he won't. He is headed for salvation or destruction no matter what, and that single concept can perhaps define Jeff as an anti-hero. His outcome is a mystery, but either way it goes, it most certainly conforms to the anti-hero's ending.
Man, that's such a good video.
Santa!
Yeah.
You're bringing my present early?
No.
But I never told you what I wanted.
I said I didn't bring it, dipshit.
Okay, good. I want a stuffed elephant. A pink one.
Well, wish in one hand, shit in the other one. See which one fills up first.
Most of you will already be aware of who 2-year-old Kaylee
Oh my god, okay. Okay. Sorry guys, let me I'll look at chat in just 1 second. Let me finish this, man. It's fucking bothering me. Shit. Someone asked, was this the model that the person donated for the other night? No, this is not. This is a model that I had planned on painting. I have not got that other model yet. Well, I guess I did buy the Bloodthirster. Okay. Okay, so basically with the contrast paint on top of the layer paint, now these are much more solid and it's much darker. So that's what I want. I want it to be dark. Now, I know it doesn't look like much right now, but that's because I haven't put the highlights on. I haven't put the highlights on, and I haven't done the stuff with the armor. So like, let me show you real fast, man. Let me show you real quick. These are the other two that I did. This is a more traditional one. So this is a more traditional one. So you can see like so you can see all the armor, like the carapace and shit, how it has like a bunch of different like lines and stuff. So this is a more like, I guess this is the behemoth race. So I did this one. And then the other one, which is a color scheme I like better, is this one. So like I said, I know that this looks a little plain right now, but once I add highlights, so like if you look at his blade here, his armor will look more like the blade. And then this green stuff, I'm going to put on a different part of him. Yeah. I do stuff with the base, but the problem is the base, they usually... I only do the bases on like big models, I guess. I gonna be dry brushing the highlights like you did? No, actually, no, I'm not. You can do that though. You can, but I'm not because I want a little bit more control. Because what I'm gonna do is I'm going to, if I dry brush the highlights on, I won't be able to get this effect. Well, that I want, like, cause I'm gonna make basically this green part here, this teal, on this guy here. It's going to have a similar effect, except for it will be, instead of teal, it's going to be this like orange, like where the blade is. Yeah, so like this guy right here, was actually my first Tyranid that I painted, and I really like the color scheme. So thank you guys. I'm going to take all of these colors, and I'm going to put them on this model, except for in a different order, right? I'm just basically going to swap the colors. So like this guy's armor is going to be like a red orange instead of a green. The green parts are going to be like his arms. So like you see where the purple is right there. That's where the green is going to be probably. Yeah, so it should be pretty cool. Oh yeah, so you already painted the one. Oh, so like this one, yeah, this one's already finished. Yeah, this one's already finished. This one was the first one I painted. And then this one, this purple, I'm going to have this purple on the other model too. This one's more like the box art. It's more like a traditional, oh shit. It's more like a traditional. But yeah, so this one, we're just going to do this other top part here. Or actually, yeah, we're probably just going to do this and then we'll work on the highlights, I think. Yeah. So anyway, the pictures you showed in Discord, do it on. We're just in the current oh, this right here. Well, the pictures in Discord have a they have a black background. Oh, wait, the other one? Oh, this one? Oh, it might be the background. Yeah, it might be the background. I actually prefer the of these two color schemes, right? Like I prefer this one. I prefer this one a lot. This was like one that I wanted to do. But the reason I did this one was because I have a rule where wherever I paint something, I try to incorporate the box art in at least one of the models that I paint. And the reason why is because in the box art, I don't always agree with the box art, but if I force myself to paint it like the box art, then I'll probably learn something. And I did learn something. I learned how to highlight. I learned how to highlight bone type of material better, and I learned how to do this shit with the purple armor. So I've never done that before. But anyway, okay. We can watch another one. Do you guys want to watch another one of these? There's another. All of these are good, but this one is also super good. This is guilty until proven innocent.
With respect to interrogation analysis,
this one's
kind
of crazy.
The benefit of hindsight gives you a considerable advantage when evaluating information.
This one is going to be very frustrating for you.
When you know a subject is guilty, it allows you to exclusively look for guilty behavior. The knowledge of outcome highlights the imperatives while stripping away non-essentials. And this allows you to calculate certain things that would otherwise be overlooked by cause of your own doubt. Hindsight is 20/20. Everyone is well aware of this aphorism, and what's fascinating is that it not only applies, but is far more compatible to the innocent than it is to the guilty. The reason for this is because the information you have to scrutinize is reduced when dealing with innocent subjects. When you remove the versatile factors of misdirection and trickery, you're left with relatively straightforward behavior in comparison. Of course, the argument that everyone is different and can react in a different manner has merit. Human beings are unique, and there will always be exceptions to every rule, especially when you take into consideration that trauma can cause atypical behavior. Yet, atypical behavior and guilty behavior are generally distinguished from each other with relative ease. And that brings us to example number 1. 37-year-old Michael Dixon. described by his peers as popular, friendly, but also unassuming and reserved. A self-professed introvert who turned down a job as a trade show presenter due to his fear of public speaking, and kept his position as a trade show assembler instead. On August 15th, 2003, in Hamilton, Ontario, police were called to report a man breaking into a jewelry store. 2 officers responded and chased the perpetrator from the store down an alley before momentarily losing sight of them. At the same time, Michael Dixon was getting off a bus nearby coming home from work. He was the first person the police saw when coming out of the alley and was then arrested at gunpoint. Dixon voiced his innocence but didn't resist arrest and stated he would help in any way he could. He was taken to the Hamilton police station and questioned 2 hours after his arrest.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Michael. It's okay.
One could advocate this as a common policing misstep if it weren't for the suspect being described as a small white man in the 911 call. As well as not being white, Dixon is 6'3". This detective has either forgotten standard procedure to review the call to dispatch or for some reason decided to reject it as evidence altogether.
He's literally the exact opposite of the fucking suspect. The suspect probably had hair too. You know those mop heads.
Michael is informed the room is being recorded and then read his rights. He asserts he is willing to speak with a detective and help with the investigation.
Okay. Why we're here is because earlier tonight you were arrested for breaking into a jewelry store on John Street South. Now, your innocence and guilt in this, quite frankly, isn't an issue. The evidence I have is, frankly, conclusive and overwhelming. Okay? So I'm not even going to ask you if you did it. What I have to ascertain here is what kind of guy you are.
The subject maintains a forward-leaning posture and keeps his eyes both in contact and on the same level as the detective's. He displays self-confidence and poise, while it's the detective, in fact, who gives off a nervous disposition. What Michael just did is known as a non-verbal challenge in forensic psychology. So let's break it down into components. In the next moment, the detective will shift in his seat to adjust his position, and at the same time break eye contact to look somewhere in this direction. Michael's exaggerated head movement that follows isn't for the purpose of maintaining eye contact. He could maintain it while keeping his head perfectly still. It is in fact to let the detective know he is maintaining eye contact. It's a way of asserting dominance in the exchange. He is telling the detective that he is the more confident person in the room at that moment.
What I have to ascertain here is what kind of guy you are.
I mean, the detective's even like stuttering and stumbling, you know?
Whether this is, you're like a serial burglar, and this is what you're doing all the time, or whether this is a one-off thing because of the power cut and everything that's going on tonight. That's all we're here for.
Okay, I understand your position. Like I say here, I didn't do it, and you've heard that a million times, I'm sure, in your career, but it's just, ask me questions. That's all I can do is answer them, I guess.
I've got no questions to ask you. I mean, why did you do it? That's basically, yeah, that's my only question.
But coming from that position, and since I'm saying I didn't do it, I really don't have an answer for you except to say I didn't do it.
I guess we haven't really got a great amount of talking about. Yeah, it's like I said, whether you did it or not isn't up for the discussion.
Okay, well.
It's really not.
You've no doubt come to notice how incredibly tolerant Michael is over the unjustness of the situation. It's the most unusual thing about his behavior, and perhaps what makes him an anomaly.
There would be no way I could react in the same way that that guy is.
With respect to innocent subjects. So before moving on to the second phase of this interrogation, we'll show you a more common response from an innocent subject facing similar charges. This is 26-year-old Justin, falsely accused of breaking and entering, first-degree theft, and assault. He was arrested at his home and only read his rights to silence on the way to the police station. The footage will begin before the subject knows what exactly he is being charged with. In his mind, he knows he has done nothing wrong, and at this point is unaware he is about to be wrongfully imprisoned for just over 2 years.
Get that form. You know what I read you earlier? The 19th of February. 2 days ago, so it'll be Tuesday. All right, about 5, 6 in the morning. Where were you at then?
I was at my mother's house. You call her and ask her. I was downstairs asleep.
Did she know you were asleep at that time?
Yeah.
He doesn't see the interrogators as a threat, but more of an inconvenience. His responses are short and concise. He does not seek approval. He only responds to a question or states a point.
I mean, did she see you sleeping at that time?
Yeah, I don't ever leave. If I ain't doing nothing, I stay at my mother's house. So I'm not working, I'm at home.
Mm-hmm. You didn't go to labor ready that day or nothing looking for a job? Yeah. Okay. That morning, house got broken into.
Okay.
The detective's strategy is to reveal the charges in a periodic manner. Getting a confession to one charge at a time is far easier than gaining admission to all of them at once. The plan is to reveal the break-in and robbery charge first, then reveal the assault at a later stage. The detective goes on to explain that the accuser named Candy said she saw him loitering around her house in the evening hours of the night, and a short time later witnessed him break in and steal a multitude of valuable items. The detective then explains that she picked him out of a 12-picture lineup of suspects.
She says you broke in this apartment. Okay, well tell me why...
Justin is now aware of the burglary charge, which holds a possible 20-year prison sentence due to previous convictions. He will now begin to forcefully assert his innocence, and each time he does so, will bring forward his posture and strengthen his vocal emphasis while making the assertion.
All right, so I mean, she's saying that I was there before. Is that what she's saying? She's saying she's seen my face before the break-in happened?
Yep.
Because I didn't break in her house. I don't know who she is. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know no girl named Candy. None of that shit, man.
Why is she saying that you're...
I don't know why she's saying I don't know why I don't know.
What were you doing there?
I was not there. I don't know this girl Candy. The only Candy that I even heard of is this guy I know named Tim Stahl dates her.
The person he just mentioned was the accuser's ex-boyfriend.
Okay.
That's it.
How do you know Tim Stoll?
I grew up with the dude, man.
The accuser's testimony was later picked apart in court. She was caught lying on the stand multiple times, and Justin was exonerated. He was proven innocent not just beyond all reasonable doubt, but essentially beyond all doubt.
Stupid fucking bitch.
Last thing I heard about them too, she had him arrested for domestic violence. That's all I know about this girl Candy. I ain't never went in that girl's house, none of that shit. I didn't do that shit. I didn't. As God is my fucking witness, I did not do it. I used to be a piece of shit. When I got out of the fucking penitentiary, I told myself, boy, going back. I ain't done nothing but work my fucking ass off the entire time I've been out.
Can you prove, other than you saying you did not, is it that morning, what can you tell, how can you prove to me that you were at home?
All you gotta do is call and ask my mother.
So you're telling me you didn't step foot out of the house?
Not 1 foot.
Tuesday?
Not one.
The detective then goes on to reveal Justin is accused of assaulting the supposed victim during the robbery.
You take vanity mirror and you hit her over the head with it and you guys fight. And she got injuries.
No, man. Hell no, man. Get her goddamn boyfriend, Tim Stone, in here and question him about her goddamn injuries. Look at that straight right there. This sounds like it's a goddamn thing of fucking her boyfriend, Tim Stone, done fucking done something to her, and now they're trying to put it on me. I know that's what the fuck this is.
And look, that's why we're talking to you, okay?
No, this is bullshit, man, because I've tried everything in my fucking power to stay the fuck out of this goddamn fucking penitentiary shit. I did not do that shit, man.
Okay. That's what we're talking to. We're here to investigate this, okay? That's why we're asking you all these questions.
I'm sorry for freaking out, man, but I didn't fucking do this shit, man. I'm fucking shaking. I did not fucking do this, man.
Justin had already served 3 years in prison for a robbery in his early 20s. He more than likely knew the reassuring tone of the investigator wasn't a good sign. Although slightly more animated than the average person, this form of aggression is a commonplace response from the innocent being directly accused. He comes off aggressive, but in a defensive manner. He is not being hostile, but highly combative when professing his innocence. His conduct is totally justified considering the circumstance. When facing a considerable amount of time in prison for something you didn't do, this level of anger is warranted. So when compared to the forgiving composure of Michael Dixon, the extraordinary nature of his behavior becomes even more pronounced.
I really don't have an answer for you except to say...
Do I prefer model color or game color? I like Vallejo, man. I mean, game color is also pretty good. I have a couple game color bottles. But yeah, I think my favorite's Vallejo. Yeah.
I didn't do it.
I guess we haven't really got a great amount of talking about. Yeah, it's like I said, that whether you did it or not isn't up for the discussion.
Oh, are they both Vallejo? Wait a minute, actually. Hold on. Yeah, it's model color. Yeah. All the shit I have is model color. I don't know if I've used enough game color to have an opinion. But yeah, I have a lot of model color though.
Okay, well,
it's really not.
Why do I think game color was something else?
There's a number of witnesses.
Great.
One of whom had a video camera.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay then. Well, that's relieving. That's
So-
relieving, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
So view the video camera.
I have.
Okay.
That's why.
Keep
you're-
in mind
you're-
the witness or
isn't
the
in-
fucking
in the
suspect
issue
was like
That doesn't even make sense.
a white guy that was
Because
like
if I'm on
5'8"
the
or something.
video camera, that doesn't make sense. You have a video camera that shows me?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
It makes perfect sense to me.
We'll have to, I guess, I have no choice but to get a lawyer then, if this is the kind of thing you're going to go through with me.
This isn't going to go away. You're charged with breaking in. You will be
I
charged
understand
tonight.
that. Okay.
You will be going to court in the morning.
Perhaps the most upsetting moment, considering the fact that we know this man is innocent. You can see the fear emerge in his eyes as he realizes he won't be going home after this interview.
Charged with breaking in with intent. Okay, that's what's going to happen right now.
He is noticeably afraid of what lies ahead, yet reacts to the situation with reasoning and intuitiveness.
Can I ask you something? Okay, are you just making this up that you have a video camera so you see how I react? Because it goes that if you're saying, okay, hear me out for a second, please. If I am guilty, as you believe, because you have me on video camera, then okay, we'll go through the procedure. But I'm saying, I'm trying to call your bluff here because since I know I didn't do it, there's no way I can be on the video camera.
Well, like I say, it's not game of poker.
Okay, well,
I've got nothing to
I'm not
gain
trying
from
to give you a
that.
hard time, all right?
You know what? I've got nothing to gain from that either way.
That's a lie.
I'm asking you, did you do it? I'm not trying to catch you out. I've got nothing to gain from that.
Getting a confession void of evidence is in fact excellent for an investigator's career. It's a mark of merit and can accelerate promotion. Michael continues to profess his innocence in a calm and composed manner for a further 7 minutes. The detective then asks that he draw out a map and specify his movements before the arrest. Every detail of his alibi was later proven to be 100% accurate.
Like I said, on the information I've got, you're going to be charged tonight with breaking in.
Mm-hmm.
However, I do have a duty to make sure that the truth is, basically the truth is paramount, and the true version of events is paramount. And I have a duty to investigate all of this, and I will investigate. I assure you, I'll investigate.
Wait, game color is just Vallejo's answer to Citadel? Really? Oh, I have ink too as well. No. So contrast. Okay, so this paint right here that I'm using, it's similar to an ink, similar to a shader. it has more pigment in it than a shader. It's basically designed as speed paint. So like you put it on and then it's supposed to create highlights and shadows in the same go. But I use it mostly for shadows.
Investigate this story
No,
thoroughly.
Happy New Year, Mom.
And hopefully, I'll be able to find something here, which will either prove or disprove, what we've discussed tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Problem is the speed at which this is going.
Yeah.
You know, like when I was on the ground, I was saying, go quickly to the terminal. I have like 6 or so guys around me. You know, like talk to the bus driver.
Right.
You know, like I
can't comment on things that haven't been seen, unfortunately. But now I'm
left hanging, right?
Now I'm looking at this. I mean, this is basically on the evidence I've got. This is the only course of events that can take place right now. But I will certainly make sure that this is looked into thoroughly.
Okay,
I can give you my word on that. That's my duty. That's what I have to do.
Okay, I trust you will. I was just wondering, can I make a phone call? Because I'm supposed to be at work at 8 a.m.
You're not going to be able to be at work.
I know I'm not going to be able to, but I like to phone ahead.
I can arrange that you get the phone call to let someone know that you're not going to be at a place, yeah.
So I'm hanging out in that room till 10?
No, we'll be taking you downstairs to a larger custody facility which you have downstairs.
Sounds lovely.
Well, it's not the most pleasant place in the world, but it's only for a few hours.
Okay.
Okay. From court tomorrow, what happens there? I don't know.
Okay, well,
and I will look into all of this.
I trust you will, yeah. I trust you will.
I'll make sure we got the whole picture.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, thank you, I guess.
Dude, he is so incredibly
You're not in an
fucking nice,
enviable
man. I'd be
position,
losing my
and,
shit.
You know.
I understand the process. I'm not satisfied with it. That's what I'm saying, you know.
And I don't expect that you're going to be happy with it.
You know, and I'm thinking, I have no disrespect to you, but I know someone sitting in this chair has probably lied to you a million times, right? So I'm thinking, what can I do to convince you? I tried to give you the information. Like,
You've been very good with me, and I try and treat everybody as an individual.
Okay.
And my main aim is 2 things: is that you get your rights that you're entitled to under the Constitution of Canada, and that you're treated decently, and that the truth comes out.
The truth eventually did come out, but the suspect wasn't treated decently. He was kept in jail for 3.5 days before a separate investigator looked into his alibi witnesses and checked surveillance of the area in question. He was then exonerated immediately. A civil trial ensued, and Michael was awarded $46,000 in punitive damages. The interrogating officer and 3 other investigators were all demoted and suspended without pay.
Holy shit. Yo, good. Clap for that one. Clap for that one. Vallejo has model color, which is usually more matte. Oh. Huh. Yeah, I heard about Express Paints. Oh, Chaos Space Marines. I painted Chaos Space Marines before. This is one of my earlier models. Yeah, I like the Power Claw, and then I like the fucking, that was fun to do. Yeah, these guys are cool though. I would this was before I learned how to paint non-metallic metal style. So if I were to redo this guy, I think I could do this guy quite a bit better. But yeah. What the fuck is that video? Oh, it's another okay. So now we're gonna swap to, you guys want to watch lore? A 30-minute lore? Lore? Okay. Watch a lore and then maybe bounce back. Okay. Alright, this is the Tyranids.
There are many horrors facing humanity in the 41st millennium. Few though rival the physically nightmarish alien race known as the Tyranids, also known as the Great Devourer.
Dude, they look so fucking badass, man.
Tyranids are a Xenos race best described as a bioformic ecosystem. All have genetically similar elements but regularly diverge and evolve. Unlike most races in the galaxy, the Tyranids have no social or ideological goal. Their goal is survival. Collectively, they form fleets of these bioforms known as hive fleets, or biomechanical structures known as hive ships. They move through systems stripping planets of biomatter like locusts. Then using this collected matter, they fuel their further evolution and expansion. This rapid development enables Tyranids to make astounding leaps in evolution that would take other species millions of years to complete. Tyranids share a powerful ability in that form of the hive mind. This enables them to share information, react and make large-scale decisions near instantaneously from the masses of forms that make up their collective. They also have a common psychic bond known as the synapse. This enables them to move and coordinate with other Tyranids around them as if one greater organism. The behaviour likened more to the conscious and unconscious muscle contractions of a larger entity than actual individual behaviour. The reactive movement of flocks of birds causing a natural spatial shifting is not entirely unlike the way in which the Tyranid synapse behaves. This collective reactionary cooperation is especially important when you consider that Tyranids' approach to warfare is simply often to overwhelm through weight of numbers, a tidal wave of seething, vicious, corrosive biomass. With numbers beyond estimation forming the Tyranid fleets, the hive mind is critically important, as the organisms, sentient or otherwise, who compromise the Tyranids would just return to a state of rapid disorder and survivalist instincts without some intrinsic link to keep them focused and organised. Unlike many species in the 41st millennium, the Tyranids are far from xenophobic. In fact, they actively seek genetic transfer of material across species. They will absorb and utilize any useful genetic traits they discover in life forms or on worlds that they consume. This information will then be used to improve their effectiveness either in biomatter consumption and efficiency or combat. All Tyranids are produced from a single life form within the hive fleets known as the Norn Queen. Without this bioform, they would be unable to continue to replenish their forces, and much like any life form that lives in a colony, the Queen is to be found at the center, where she is most difficult to reach and most well defended. She essentially not only reproduces but bioengineers the life forms in a Tyranid swarm. The queens will also relay information to one another psychically through the hive mind and enable them to create better suited or more powerful life forms. They also transmit orders and information to the lesser entities. In order to continue reproduction of the Tyranid bioforms, the Norn Queens require a constant supply of biomass, and this is literally pumped from a planet that has been harvested by a Tyranid swarm back to their hive ships in orbit. Disgusting reclamation pools are formed on the planet's surface where all biomass is dissolved together collectively. The Queen will then continually produce new Tyranid forms in a variety of ways, from eggs to live birth, larvae, or grown in amniotic sacs. Most forms produced, though, do require further nurture from a worker class who, as with most colony life forms, provide them with the nutrition and care needed until they can survive for themselves. In the case of Tyranids, this usually happens very quickly. The most significant encounters with the Tyranids have occurred relatively recently, and in the scheme of things they are a fairly new threat, having first been truly encountered around 745 in Millennium 41. But rumours and fragments of information can potentially trace their impacts to anything in the region of the 35th millennium or before. They're believed to have been attracted to the galaxy due to the Emperor's psychic beacon, the Astronomicon, which acts as a lighthouse for Imperial ships travelling the warp. Imperial navigators use it to calculate their courses through dangerous warp space. The first major incursion by the Tyranids was...
Oh, sorry. I didn't really mention the I didn't really mention what I'm doing. Okay, so I don't know how well you can see it, but if you look at this one and then you compare it to this one is starting to, this one right here, starting to pop a little bit more, starting to be a bit brighter. It's starting to be a bit brighter on the edges. So what I'm doing is I put on the base paint, then I put on a contrast to make it darker. Then I put on the same base paint that I did, but just to brighten it up a little bit. Now what I'm doing is I'm going one shade higher, and while I'm trying to keep that original base paint towards the edge, I'm trying, like where the light would hit, I'm trying to make it a little brighter. And I'm also doing a shit ton of edge highlighting. So yeah, that's the step I'm on.
Hive Fleet behemoth, which after causing catastrophic damage on countless worlds was ultimately repelled by the Ultramarines chapter. But this battle was barely a victory, the losses so high they would take hundreds of years to replenish and recover from.
Jesus.
These events gave a worrying glimpse to the Imperium of the power wielded and damage that could be inflicted from a Tyranid hive fleet. It's feared and suspected that much worse is even to come, and the Tyranids have really only begun to scout through the galaxy. Tyranid hive fleets and their subsequent tendrils move quickly through systems, consuming all biomatter, but they never enter the warp, nor do they possess actual faster-than-light technology in the standard sense. They instead use psychic powers of a specialized hive ship known as a narval that manipulates gravity fields of any star system they are in to achieve faster-than-light travel. The narval ships are more scouting than combat focused, and they use clusters of monofilaments to assess electromagnetic and gravimetric information. This enables them to detect the direction and location of new systems containing potential biomatter for the fleet. The details on how the narval ships actually use this are not clear, but in essence what may happen here is the narval somehow create a huge gravity well, enabling the fleet to then move at speeds equivalent to faster-than-light tech as used by the Imperium. This huge distortion of gravity has a devastating impact though on inhabited planets in the system, with the gravity well causing cores of planets to swell, creating subsequent earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and any number of damaging consequences. The Tyranid fleet then essentially fall through this compression, allowing them to reach their destinations at immense speed. The physics of this are all pretty spurious, but not much more than anything else around this kind of travel. The one problem for Tyranids is that on arriving after travelling through the gravity well, they are then only capable of sub-light speeds, and so this can mean that they will still take many years or even decades to actually reach their final destination. If they're able to be detected in time, this window may give whatever worlds they're headed for time to prepare, evacuate, or call for defensive reinforcements. The all-encompassing effect of the psychic hive mind of the Tyranids forms a phenomenon known as the shadow in the warp. This smothers and envelops whole star systems. Whenever a Tyranid fleet is near, this effect will become apparent, as psychers will struggle to manifest their abilities, navigation and communication become nearly impossible. For the Imperium, this apparently ambient effect of the Tyranid race is especially devastating, as they rely on psychic communications heavily. If a planet becomes enveloped by this effect, they will unlikely be able to call for help, and are then left with the sobering prospect of facing the inevitable Tyranid swarm alone. The Imperium perceives the Tyranid fleets as separate forces competing with one another for resources, much like any other organism of the same species will compete with their own for resources. However, in reality, this is not the case. The Tyranids, through their hive mind, form a much more complex construction of organisms. Perhaps the most terrifying fact about the Tyranids, though, is their drone-like single focus. Much like any large predators looking into those black eyes, you know that they have no feelings about their actions, only that they know what they must do, and their instincts and synapse-led instructions from the hive mind tell them all they need to know. The strength of the hive mind and its localized area of effect will actually wax and wane, but it's strongest around some of the more significant bioforms like Tyranid warriors, hive tyrants, which will cause this amplification
That's
effect
what I'm
of the
painting
hive
next,
mind.
is a hive tyrant.
Without these synaptic linchpins, many of the lesser Tyranid forms would actually revert to unfocused animalistic behaviours. But for that reason, there is no one commander within a Tyranid force most often, but multiple senior forms that secure the network of the hive mind uniting and focusing the lesser forms. This synapse link bonds Tyranids together like an invisible rubber banding effect. The larger warriors and tyrants are capable of some level of decision making, although this is still relative to their role within the hive mind, and is much more reactionary or preemptively instinctual than actually tactical. With that said, they can learn and react from their enemy, which can again give the impression that they are actually reacting to that, but it's a more kind of genetic instinct. The whole thing is more a chorus of chaotic input that runs through specialized synapse entities who act as hubs to convey and facilitate the distribution and collection of this mass synaptic data. These creatures, though, are undoubtedly powerful psychic organisms, and any psychic entity of power usually will attract attention from the dark beings who reside within the warp, and this has been established for a long time. But why is it then that the Tyranid psychers seem not to attract the nightmarish beings from within the warp when the opposite is true for almost all other races? It simply is a mystery. Tyranids use a unique method of construction to create their ships, weapons, and general mechanical requirements. This means that they do not need to be concerned with locating metals or fabrication of plastics. Instead, as with everything, they utilize biomass collected from the worlds that they ravage. This biomass is then genetically engineered to grow the structures or components they require. This means that everything they use or inhabit is in essence a part of the Tyranid collective, down to the smallest glands or connective tissues right through to gargantuan bioengineered starships. The very worst of their creations are of course the combat-focused entities. To a human, they embody everything that is Xenos. They are literal nightmares made real. While they do possess ranged weapons, many Tyranid creatures are fighters and melee focused. A great deal of Tyranid weaponry are these creatures' own teeth and claws, but simply bioengineered to appalling degrees of effectiveness. These claws will slice clean through all but the toughest armor and eviscerate their enemies in seconds. They also carry ranged biocannons firing invasive, venomous parasitic projectiles that will burrow into the flesh of their enemy, being very much as unpleasant as it sounds. They usually also fire a good shower of acidic poison as well that will melt and dissolve through almost anything, including the armor of a wearer, in seconds. Suddenly, normal projectile weapons don't seem quite so bad. Often as well, Tyranids do not carry their weapons in the strictest sense. More, they are usually fused extensions of their own bodies, creating an appalling parody of form. Some will have spines on their bodies that can also expel and impale their targets, pinning them in place or just dismembering them where they stand. Most Tyranid weapons conform to this formula of sharp implements or acidic spray. Some creatures, though, like the lictors, will fire tendrils with razor-sharp hooks, pulling the hapless enemy into close range of its powerful claws, whereupon it would obviously be torn to pieces. Some Tyranid creatures like the termagants will fire live creatures from their bioweapons. The termagant's flesh borer is one such weapon, and As the name implies, it fires beetles that unpleasantly bore through armor and into the flesh and beyond. Other weapons like the shock cannon fire sinews much like a taser and then electrocute their targets with bioelectric pulse energy. Another interesting weapon in the Tyranid arsenal are the barbed strangler seed pods. These are fired out and then upon impact grow to maturity in seconds, with barbed tendrils reaching out in all directions, trapping, strangling, eviscerating anything they come into contact with. Tyranids even have biomines known as spore mines, and these are automatically triggered when a non-Tyranid comes into close proximity. These mines are not embedded in the ground but rather float around after being deployed until they come near a target and activate. As with most mines, mechanical or otherwise, the detonation releases in spore mines a nasty cocktail of acid, toxic gas and chitin shrapnel with relative consequences to its target. Now, Tyranids obviously do not wear armor in the normal sense. As with everything, they have bioengineered reinforced carapaces or body shells. Larger organisms will also likely have strengthened exoskeletons. These armored shells turn their wearer from biomachine to biotank form. These shells are harder than Imperial ceramite, and only the heaviest anti-vehicle weaponry is going to be able to begin to scratch the surface. Smaller Tyranid forms will sport strengthened chitin, and this is more akin to a tough hide than a bone-like carapace. This is the standard for the smaller, more disposable organisms in a Tyranid swarm, and will only really prevent melee attacks and small weapons fire. Anything more and its defensive abilities are actually going to be pretty limited. The larger creatures will though have a chitin covering, a carapace. This can cover sections or all of the creature and is much more effective at protecting the Tyranid organism that use this form of protection. On top of these natural defenses and bioweapons, Tyranids also have plenty of attributes, offensive and defensive, that they wield as part of their own bodies. Acid being pretty common among Tyranids, with acidic jaws spitting venom that consumes and dissolves enemies in seconds. Chameleonic skin also allows some Tyranids to stealthily blend into surroundings to launch ambush attacks on passing
That's a
enemy.
lictor.
Enhanced neural senses enable Tyranids to detect hidden enemy using tech to cover their appearance or location, and powerful leaping appendages allow them to fly into battle, crushing enemies in the process. Many have increased regenerative abilities that enable the fast healing of even catastrophically severe wounds. Some Tyranids simply just possess very spiky and thorny carapaces, so when they charge into battle, any enemy not already physically crushed will be lacerated or impaled by the creature's own surrounding body armor. A thorax swarm is another particularly nasty contained weapon some Tyranids feature. In their swollen chest cavities, many creatures are amassed, a bulging swarm of parasitic creatures.
Jesus.
When in proximity of the enemy, this thorax sac will just erupt in a huge burst, throwing the parasites hurtling towards and drowning the unwitting victims in thousands of these smaller, very aggressive Tyranid forms. These will then proceed to crawl inside armor, down enemies' throats, and chew through eyes and exterior flesh. They will
Bro, are you listening to what this motherfucker's saying, dude? That sounds so bad. That sounds so horrible.
will then emit either arcs of electricity, charring their victims, or suck all the moisture out of their body, desiccating them in seconds, or just climb in and around the bodies of the enemy, exploding with needles of chitin, literally bleeding them to death. In general, Tyranid forms are sharp, acidic, and hazardous in general to your health. But it's not just the small life forms. The living ships themselves also have offensive and hazardous attributes. They will generally feature the common acidic weapons that will burn through the hull of enemy ships, and ordnance that will actually burrow its way inside of enemy vessels to then launch smaller Tyranids from these. Small or large, all Tyranids are formed from the reconstituted biomatter of their unwilling victims. Spliced together and reformed in their own image, part of the horror is not simply that they will destroy you and everything you know, but that all of this and yourself will become Tyranid in a horrific parody of form and evolution.
Jesus.
The Tyranid's main means of acquiring new
Yo, hey Tusker, thank you for the resub. Yo, happy New Year's, man. Happy New
Matter
Year's.
is,
Thanks a
as
lot,
previously
man.
mentioned, to secure a planet and then proceed to forcibly rape the land of all its life forms and resources.
Hope you had a good New Year's,
in
man.
usually a wholly unpleasant process. Let's see what that entails. Now, firstly, the Tyranids will, for want of a better word, recon the world they intend to harvest. They will instigate initial stages of infection by deploying Tyranid species known as lictors, also gene stealers and vanguard drone ships. These creatures focus mainly on concealment and stealth, but are undoubtedly still horrific and dangerous in their viciousness. They'll also unusually focus on staying alive, as opposed to in later full-blown assaults, which are much more like a tidal wave of Tyranid form, literally clogging the enemy with...
Alright. What do you guys think? Can you tell the difference? Can you tell the difference on these, man? Like, this is how it started. This is like how it's going. From that angle, you might be able to tell the highlights. Yeah. We got one more. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. We got one more highlight. We got one more highlight to do, and this highlight that we're gonna do is gonna make this shit pop. It's gonna like fucking punch you in the eye. All right.
With acidic death.
Jesus, what
These
was the last
species are
thing you
also
said? Acidic
unusual
death?
compared to most main assault Tyranid lifeforms because of their independence. They exhibit more self-awareness and more situational choices than the
Vamp
swarms that
Fatale,
will likely follow. This is no doubt
Happy
being
New Year.
decided as the most effective course of action and behavior for these early
Can't wait for you to
scouting
kick me in the
Tyranids.
face
The
next
Vanguard drone ships are simply the transportation for these early scouts. They are small, independent ships and only will periodically return back to the main Hive fleet vessels. Lictors are the masters of stealth. Using feeder tendrils, they analyze all the environmental elements and constituent biomatter that is available to them. They may also choose to kill and devour life forms to absorb their memories, as is one of the Tyranid traits. These memories may give them further relevant information or acquire locations to explore. Gene stealers, though, will not simply acquire biomatter intel, they will also begin the infection of the Tyranid forms in the local ecosystem. This corruption will eventually result in the first Tyranid hybrid creatures from the planet's native species being formed. Once these initial recon periods are complete, the Tyranids will quickly switch their behavior from somewhat passive investigation to full-on planetary infestation and excessive aggression. A psychic call emitted to the swarm will alter the fleet and subsequently pull the Hive ship toward the planet. Any humanoids on said planet at this time would be advised to panic, because infestation will now begin. As the Hive fleet draws near, it will, as previously stated, disrupt much if not all communication from the target planet and its inhabitants, and they will now be cut off from the wider systems surrounding it, unable to call for help or give warnings to others. Any evacuations that can be made would probably be advised to do so, but even they may not escape with the Hive fleet monitoring movement in and around their target planet. Even if ships were sent to counter and defend a planet, they may not be able to actually exit into warp space because of the Tyranid's psychic effect, the shadow in the warp. And once arriving at the planet, mycetic spores are released into the atmosphere, raining down. And these spores seed the planet with microorganisms which will alter and distort the planet's natural organic life forms. They'll also begin to break down complex organic molecules and alter them to be more suitable for absorption by the swarm. This first, as one of many unpleasant processes, can affect complex and simple life forms. Meanwhile, other spores will actually contain the more complex Tyranid life forms, and these will begin to group together, preparing to assault when commanded to do so. Others, though, will burrow underground, planting more spores that will then grow into capillary towers. These vast chitin towers raise up out of the ground and reach as high as the upper atmosphere. Reclamation pools will then appear near to them, linked via underground root systems. These towers will then later connect via the tubes from the Hive ships to suck up biomatter from the planet. Capillary towers can grow almost anywhere, environmental conditions seem to not affect them. The reclamation pools are the unpleasant pools where all the planet's biomatter is gathered and broken down collectively. It's essentially a thick soup of dissolving life forms, both sentient and non, which the Hive ships will then suck dry. But Tyranids will not just reap the organic surface of a planet, but also its underground mineral wealth. So this initial infestation phase will mean creatures underground begin seeking and mining out a planet's mineral wealth to again be dissolved and consumed by the swarm. As this is all happening, the concealed infiltrators, the lictors and gene stealers will now emerge, bursting from their hidden positions around the planet to attack anything that they have deemed to be a vital defensive system from their intelligence collection efforts. They may target senior leaders, officers, critical infrastructure, all are going to be prime targets, and these attacks will also start to cause fear, panic, confusion from further hindering a planet's attempt to keep control of any kind of public order. Once the Tyranids have begun this initial phase, it will not be long before the more severe and far more aggressive assault will begin. These initial stages, while terrifying and unsettling, are just a pale taste of what's to come. Swarms of Tyranid forms will thunder across the planet, slaughtering anything native that stands in their way. All the small forms like the gene stealers and those seeded like gaunts, gargoyles, etc. are going to be present, but now also will come the bigger forms, carnifexes and hierophants, the true nightmare creatures. The capillary towers will also start to burst from the planet's surface as well, reaching up into the skies, and vast...
Apparently, that's a hierophant, and if a hierophant, from what my friend was telling me, if a hierophant is on a planet, it is deemed unsavable.
Waves of Tyranids scouring the planet. The towers will start to begin the process of consuming biomatter because there is no standing on ceremony for victory. From the initial assault to the final exodus, the process of absorption and consuming biomatter will begin. The capillary towers themselves are far from inert systems. They'll actually throw out tendrils and tubules that can absorb life forms and native species. For more civilian planets, the Tyranids will usually just allow the gene stealers and gaunt genus to do most of the work. Termagants, though, will also make up this battle force, as will the Tyranid warriors, keeping the swarms coordinated and focused, relaying the hive mind among them. More heavily defended planets, however, are going to require more significant firepower, and the Tyranids unfortunately have this at their disposal in the form of hierophants. These bio-titans are terrifying enemies, towering over the battlefield. They are some of the largest forms in the Tyranid arsenal, comparable in size to Imperial Titans. Armed with some of the largest biocannons in the Tyranid weaponry, a large electrochemical discharge spews corrosive maggots that upon impact of any structure or enemy will, in combination with a highly corroding acid, will burn, burrow and dissolve whatever they come into contact with, inevitably reducing it to a pool of dissolving, screaming, collapsed biomatter. It also is supported by heavy armoured chitin, as well as any number of blades and claws. Their own hide also exudes spores of poison, and its belly scattered with spined tendrils, lashing out and impaling any enemy who attempts to get close to it. It can, as with most Tyranids, also rapidly evolve, even on the battlefield, to adapt to whatever it might be faced with. These assaulting forces are mainly suppressive in their objective. They're not there to collect or break down biomaterial for the hive, they are there to crush resistance to the swarm. All materials will be later collected with ease. One of the most efficient elements of the Tyranid assault is that simply nothing is wasted. Death means very little to the Tyranid swarm because any deaths will simply just be reabsorbed into the biomatter pool, and then later reconstituted. This high level of efficiency and minimal waste explains why the Tyranids are more than happy to win battles through sheer weight of numbers, with apparently little to any downside. A worrying prospect to any force attempting to repel an enemy with no real appreciation for the horrors they're inflicting, and certainly no moral compass of any kind. But then what does have a moral compass in the 41st millennium? They are unrelenting and nearly unstoppable, an irresistible force of violent evolutionary design. As with the orcs, a planet suffering from this level of infestation is in a critical state. Even if arriving defenders were able to somehow destroy the Hive fleet's main ship, the existing Tyranids on the planet's surface will cause ongoing devastation for potentially millennia to come. Tyranid planetary infections occur at a microbial level, so truly eradicating them can be nearly impossible, short of full-scale exterminatus, which would somewhat defeat the point of trying to save a colony or planet in the first place, but as the Imperium, you're probably certainly keeping that option on the table. With much of the planet overrun with Tyranids and any defenders likely beginning to buckle, if not already collapsing under the weight of nightmarish violence and body-ruining acidic bioweaponry, the collection process for the planet's biomatter will now be well underway, and the world now entering a downward spiral that it will struggle to, if not already be unable to reverse. Worse still, if a battle is proving especially challenging and continuing, the Tyranids will then start to utilise biomatter on the surface to form new creatures and effectively use the planet against itself. Rippers will begin a swathe of foul consummation, sweeping across the surface and consuming and devouring all matter in their sight. Once these Rippers have had their fill, they will proceed to the biopools around capillary towers. Yet instead of bringing up their consumed mass into the pool or depositing it by some other means of excretion, the Rippers will shockingly throw themselves into the biopools to simply be dissolved and then consumed back into the biomass of the hive fleet. This disturbing act demonstrates how the Tyranids hold little to any regard for their own individual entities and view their form as a singular collective, a whole organism, one and the same. New Rippers will be continually produced until the planet's matter is exhausted. Ocean sea life, mineral wealth, surface fauna, it's all one and the same, will all be consumed. At this stage, the planet is now far beyond any hope of rescue or redemption and is essentially doomed at this point in time. If the Imperium had the option to do so, this would be the point to perform exterminatus on the planet, but it's just as likely that they wouldn't actually be able to reach or assist the no doubt highly traumatized scraps of remaining humanoids hidden somewhere underground in deep bunkers. If no action is taken, they may survive by chance, but more likely will be dug down to and extracted by the nightmarish alien force. Still, not all hope is lost in the grand scheme of things. A defensive move is possible at this point and would actually be somewhat useful. It would be entirely possible that the Tyranids at this juncture may be at a point where they have to expend more biomatter than they are yet to have been able to consume, meaning they're actually at a net loss in terms of their overall collection of biomatter. So to launch an attack at this point would actually be tactically sound from a generally defensive point of view for other worlds in the system, and may even mean that the Tyranid threat can either be repelled, if not potentially defeated. The Tyranids' goal is always to gain more biomatter than they began an assault with, to profit from each encounter. To leave with less matter than they arrived would certainly not demoralize them, they have no concept of such a thing, but it would potentially slow down their reproduction of forms and possibly even make further assaults more survivable for a planet. So even though a singular planet may well be completely lost, for the Imperium or whoever is fighting back against the Hive Fleet, there is a real purpose to still fight and try to mitigate whatever damage they have inflicted in a larger sense. And this is true of the wars and conflicts in the 41st millennium. They're often part of a larger picture, and so these efforts are not as pointless as they might appear to be. They could mean that future Tyranid assaults are successfully repelled before reaching a point of no return. Meanwhile though, Tyranid forms would be far from concerned with such grandiose concepts, and instead be wholly focused on their task of extracting biomatter. An orgy of consummation continuing across the entire planet. After the capillary towers are spread across the surface, the oceans, and below ground, life forms and resources are being reaped from the subdued world. The Tyranids will then begin the process of absorbing the accumulated biomatter to their hive ship. Tendrils are extended from the hive ship to connect with the capillary towers, which are now high in the atmosphere, and the biomatter from the pools around the capillary towers will now be pumped up to the ship. But now comes a most shocking twist to the story. Once all the planet's defensive forces are completely destroyed, even the surviving Tyranid forces will begin to throw themselves suicidally into the digestive biopools surrounding the capillary towers. They are immediately broken.
Alright, look at that shit. Man. Yeah, I see the difference. Yo, you guys see the difference on that, man? That orange pop, dude. I think we go one step higher. Thank you, by the way. I think we go a single step higher. Just one little itty bitty step. But we got to be careful, I think. Let me see something. All right. All right, man. You're going to have to get your fucking sunglasses out for this shit. We're going flash grizz yellow, bro. Yo, you guys fuck with flash grizz yellow or gets yellow? Dude, you only bust this out, okay? Let me tell you, man. You don't use this, you use this sparingly, okay? Because this shit is fucking bright, brother, okay? This shit is like looking at the fucking direct sunlight, all right?
Broken down by the highly acidic liquids and devoured by the hive ship. All genetic material is consumed, their matter, memories and innovations as part of this planet's assault. Once all the biomatter has been pumped to the ship, the towers will begin to draw the water itself from the planet. Then the capillary towers themselves will begin to break down and be reabsorbed by the hive ship. Lastly, and perhaps most shockingly of all, even the planet's atmosphere is consumed by the hive ship.
That's
Before the
insane.
final capillary towers are reabsorbed. Some Imperium biologists speculate the hive ships, using unseen processes, transform the planet's atmosphere into a solid matter state. As the Tyranid fleet slowly begin to move away from the planet with their sub-light speed limitations, left behind is a barren, desert-like rock. A ravaged and destroyed world that will likely never see life on its surface again, nor any installations, as all resources have been extracted. As the Hive fleet plan their next target, the time spent in between on the journey will be utilized in consolidating the information and new genetic profiles gathered from the last devouring. This may lead to the development of new bioforms or the improvement of existing ones, making the Tyranid either more combat effective or improving their harvesting efficiency. Because of the Tyranid's psychic force that often prevents ships from exiting the warp in a system under assault by a Hive fleet, as they leave, it may be that this is when Imperial forces first learn a world has been destroyed, and with the utmost urgency, warnings and emergency action will attempt to be executed at this point. But with no way of knowing their destination, Imperial forces will need to move swiftly if they are able to have any hope at all of repelling wherever the Tyranid threat next decide they wish to devour.
Excellent video. Excellent video. Oh man, hold on. Sorry. Sorry. This shit is like very, very, very tricky to do. God damn it. Come on, man. Okay. Oof. Woo! Man. Sorry, let me fucking finish this, man. This is spooky shit. Whenever you're doing like whenever you're doing really bright fucking highlights, man, it is a very scary time. My God. Whenever I do this, I legit have to hold my breath. Okay. Wow. Oh my God. Can you guys see this, man? I'm sorry, by the way. Dude, can you guys see that? Oh. Oh my God, dude. Look at that yellow, man. Holy shit. I think it's pretty good. That looks bright as fuck right there, man. Doesn't it? Oh my God, dude. I think it looks like I've never done fucking red like this before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No, sorry. Sorry, man. That's fucking. It probably sounds fucking conceited as shit. No. I'm just saying, like, I didn't. I didn't really expect this result, but I've never used. I was really hesitant to use the yellow, man, because if you're if you ever use like Flash, okay, so it's kind of a meme. Flash gets yellow because like it's kind of a noob trap because it's a really, really, really powerful paint, and you have to apply it very carefully because it is very strong. And if you don't apply it like carefully, it can really look like shit. You know what I mean? Like, so you have to make sure that if you use it right, it's like very, very soft, I guess. Oh my God. I'm like afraid to do anymore. Oh, man. Sorry, I'll put something on in a second, man. This is like doing highlights is fucking stressful sometimes, man. Okay, fuck it. It's good enough. It's good enough. So like, yeah, so you see the difference in the two. So the reason, all right, so the reason I paint, oh, hey, well, what's up? Oh, really? Okay. Fingers have more hair than head. Somebody ban that guy. Somebody ban him. Time him out. Fuck him up. Get him out of here. Anyway, what I was saying was that Flash gets yellow is like, it's very, very hard to use sometimes, man. Because in addition to being insanely powerful, it is also like, okay. Okay. All right. All right, I think that's good. I think that's good, man. I don't want to put anything more. Oh, any advice on starting trying to? Oh yeah, man, dude. Let me tell you, the fucking paint consistency. Yeah. That's one thing I first. That's one thing that I first struggled with, man. And I mean, I still struggle with it. Like I actually fucked up right here. Right here, I fucked up. I put too much, but yeah, the paint consistency, man. What I do? Okay, so let me see if I can here. Let me show you this. This is what I do for. Okay, so okay, so what I personally do, I put you know, my paints, you know, and then I put a thing of water. Okay. I put a thing of water, and I try to, one thing I'll always do is I dip my brush into the water, right? I dip it into the water. So it's like this. And now it's like all wet, right? Like it's full of water. Well, what I'll do is I'll have it full of water, but I'll go like this. It's very important that you twist. So you twist. And now, what's on your paintbrush, right? Oh, shit. Well, now you can't. Fuck, man. I'm sorry about the autofocus, man. Fuck. Whatever. I'll just do it down here. Okay. So, you twist, right? Like this. You twist. And when you do that, you have, okay. So now when you do that, you have your brush and it's full of water, right? So if you were to like do this, you should see water. Okay, well, you can't fucking see water, but I can see water. Just trust me, it's there. So it has water. So it depends on the consistency. So if you want like the thinner the paint, the more water. So if you want a layer paint, for example, you would do that thing with the brush. So you get your brush full of water, and then you just like wipe off the excess, and then whatever layer paint you're gonna do, right? What I do is I just put, there's like this little thing here, right? Dude, this is really annoying having to constantly swap the fucking. Sorry, I'm trying to fucking do this, man. All right, so you get the tip. The tip of it now has water. So then you go in like this, and you like mix it around, right? Now, when I do this, I kind of like I mess with it for a second, right? And I make sure the whole brush is loaded. Like, look at that shit, right? Okay, like there's no shot that you're gonna put that on the model, right? That's way too much paint. I mean, like, look how much paint's on here. Like, oh my god, that's a glob, right? Okay, so then you do this, right? And you see all that paint that's coming off. Okay, so with the water that was in the brush from before, and then the water on the very tip, now you have this, and this looks more usable. So then you can like test it on your hand. So because it's a layer, we want to be able to like barely see through it, okay? So when you go like that, so this is it, right? So you can barely see through that. You know what I mean? You can barely see through it. And to me, that is kind of my go-to. And the reason why it's my go-to is because when you put it on, right? I'll try to like put some on and then zoom in. So like what I'm doing with this is I'm covering like, I don't know, like 80%, right? I'm covering like 80, maybe 90%. And this is like barely, like you can barely see through it. That's what I do. So I don't know if you can actually see that or not. You probably can't because the fucking colors are so close. But here, you know what? Let me do another layer. But my point here is that you can always put more on, but you can't take more off. You know what I'm saying? So if your paint is, that's why I always go with the layer of you can barely see through it. Because if you could barely see through it, it should be enough water to like spread around, but not too much, I guess, if that makes sense. And what I do is I always assume I'm gonna have to put at least 2 coats. You know that Duncan Rhodes, how he's like all like the 2 thin coats, right? Okay, so I don't necessarily agree with that all the time, but he's like a way better fucking painter than me. So, I mean, there's definitely a reason why he says it, right? Now for me, it depends on what I'm painting. So like what I'm doing now, the reason I am using at least 2 thin coats, and you know what? A lot of times I'll end up using 3. But the reason why is because you can always make things like, you can always put on another layer, but once that layer is on, right, it's like, it's really obnoxious to fix it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So like, I don't know if you can tell, but if you look at this one versus this one down here, you see how there's like this small subtle gradient right here, right? So it's like, it's not as dark, or sorry, it's dark right here, but then it gets a little brighter right here. So I guess basically, just to answer your question, sorry I kind of ranted, but if you get your paint to where you can see through it, you can barely see through it, that is the consistency that was all this self-taught? More or less, yes. So like I watched a lot of different, like, I guess YouTube, like videos on how to paint this, how to paint that. Like, what about consistency? What about that consistency? How much water do you use? You know, all that shit. Honestly, the thing that helped me the most was just practice. It was just straight up practice. Because what I do, the things that I find that, the things I find that work best for me, they don't work best for other people. And it's not that what they do is wrong necessarily. It's just one of those things where, like, I mean, when you apply it to, like, it's just real little stuff, right? So it's just real little stuff. So I naturally, the first thing I did was get the very tip of my brush with a little tiny dab of water. And then I go like this. And I naturally just did it without even thinking. And a lot of tutorials that I've seen from, like, really experienced painters, I mean, like, really experienced painters, they don't talk about the little stuff. So I had to find out all that little stuff on my own, basically. But, like, if you paint this way, it will take you longer, right? But in my opinion, it will look better, and you can fuck it up. So, like, what I mean is, like, let's say for instance, all right, so here, you know what? I'll just do a fuck up, right? So you see, okay, so you see this gradient. It's like, see this gradient, like right here, right? You see how it's darker? It's darker here, and then it goes lighter. Okay, well, let's just say, so ideally the way you create highlights, right? So, like, you know, you look at this orange stuff, right? The way you create, so you see how it's like darker up there. The way you create highlights is whatever area you want to be the brightest, you constantly go over that particular area. So I obviously want the edge to be the highest, to be the lightest. I don't want this, like, part right here, because this part right here is, like, more in the shadow. So if I were to fuck it up, I would actually start my brush right here and go all the way down. And the reason why is because now I have brightened up that shadow area. And even though you probably can't tell, if I did that like 2, 3, 4 times, you would be able to tell. Because I've went over this. Remember I was saying, like, the two thin coats, right? And sometimes I go like 3 or even 4. Well, I think I've been like 5 on this one. Okay. So I don't know if you could tell, but right here, the edge of this is much brighter than, like, the edge over here, right? Because I haven't went over this area as much. And the reason why is because I keep that paint consistency right. It's just this. It's just, excuse me, when you could barely see through it. So let's say you got too much water, right? Let's say you got way too much fucking water. Okay. So let's say you got way too much water. All right, so it's going to look like this. Now, well, fuck. Okay, but, okay, that's a mess. Okay, you see that? That's a fucking mess. If I go to apply that on my paint, like, look at that. It's runny and everything, you know? So that has way too much water. Now, this is good, actually, as a glaze. As good as a glaze. So a glaze is like when you're trying to do transitions, right? So maybe you got like a rough edge, like maybe there's too much shadow right here, then you can glaze it, right? Because since the glaze is so thin, it's like applying a filter over it. But if there's too much water, then you just add more paint. So at the bottom of my I don't know what's easier if I do this or so, like, I always keep the bottom half, like the ass of my paint droplet, I always keep it like really thick And the reason why is because if I ever run into an issue where I have too much paint, or sorry, too much water, I have way too much water on my brush, right? Okay, well, I go on my towel. Oh, it's really important to always, whenever you're like wiping off excess, spin it, like spin the brush so that it's always at a point. You know what I mean? So when you do that, if you have too much water, you just go in the ass end, right? And you take some of it and you put it in the front. Or you can just pull more from it. And it's okay if you get like too much, right? Because if you get too much, like obviously this is way too much. You never wanna go with like that much. So if you get too much, okay, that's actually really close to what we want, but let's just say, for instance, that it's not. Let's just say it's too thick or whatever. Okay, well, if it's too thick, you just get the tip of your brush again. Well, at least what I do. I mean, there's like a ton of different ways you do this, by the way. It's sorry, dude. I'm kind of ranting at this point, but I'm almost done. Sorry. I know you guys probably want to watch something. But if it's too thick, just get the tip of your brush, just get just like a touch of like water, and then put it back in here. Right, and mix it around and wipe off the excess and then try it again, right? Hey, see that's looking better. This right here is better than this. And I know it's like really hard to tell, probably because of the camera. But I know it's really hard to tell, probably because of the camera. But this right here is better than this, because this right here is like, I would say just a little bit thinner. It's just a little bit thinner. So then when you like come in here, and the thing is like, you might feel like, well, you're not really doing anything. Like, because when you apply the paint, it might not look like it's actually doing anything, but I promise you that it is. You just have to... They have this saying, right? You probably heard it. It's called trust the process. Bro, I have had to tell myself to trust the process so many fucking times, man. It's unreal. Because yo, you know what? Here. I'm going to show you guys something that fucking trust the process fucking saved me. Okay. This right here, let me tell you, all right? This shit right here, bro, this is all about trusting the motherfucking process. Because let me tell you, when I did this fucking skirt here, okay, you should have seen, like, this looked like ass, okay? This looks so bad when I first started to do it, okay? And as well as the armor, like the gold armor and the copper shield. This right here is like definition of trust the process, because man, you lay out these steps and you do the steps no matter what, no matter how bad it looks. Okay? No matter how bad it fucking looks, right? You just you keep doing the steps, and eventually around step, like, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 is going to start to look good. So when I did that, though, it was like I had never done that before. And that was crazy. No, the middle part. Yeah, the middle part is the worst. Mm-hmm. The middle part's the worst. But anyway, that's just kind of what I do when I, you know, another thing you can do, man, fuck, man, I don't even know we're still here, but fuck it. If this is for anybody, get a spare base. Okay. Get a spare base. practice on a base. Here, let me show you. Let me show you what I mean. What the fuck did I do with them? Oh. This is the best thing. This is the best thing you can do. So look at this gradient. Look at that gradient. You practice on a base. Look at this. Wait, you wish I could talk into the mic so you can hear? Wait, you can't hear me? Should be able to hear. Anyway, yeah, find a spare base. Find a spare base and just practice on it. Because if you fuck up a base, it don't even matter. You know what I mean? Yeah, but people think painting is the hard part of painting. Painting ain't even a hard part. It's getting the fucking paint in the brush. All right. Okay, what are we watching? Let's watch Lee Rodert. Oh, I just go in there, Tankinson. I just go in there, man. Yo, MC, thank you for the resub. MC with the 20 months. I can't really ring my... MC with the 20 months. Happy New Year, man. Thanks a lot, man. Nice title on the new video, Baldy Announces. Wait, what? Oh, did they misspell it, dude? I'll have to give them shit for it. Oh, wow. People are pinging the fuck out of me. What the fuck's going on? Okay. All right, sorry. No, Happy New Year's, man. Look at something and repaint it on new file. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, what the fuck was I doing? Oh yeah. All right, so so on this carapace here, we're gonna do something a little different. It's gonna be similar. It's gonna be similar to this, but this is gonna have a different effect. We're gonna try to recreate. So if you look here, you see all these little tiny fucking lines, all that shit, all that bullshit. All right, we're gonna try to do that, but with these colors. Try. Oh man, that Jackbox party was so fun, man. Yo, Zora, thank you for the sub, by the way. I'm really sorry I didn't see that, man. Apologies. Okay, I'm just gonna do this now, guys. All right, let's watch. Let's watch the case of Lee Rodert. Okay, but before we do, let me use the bathroom. Okay. All right, BRB. Okay. All right, you guys ready? All right, here we go.
On the 2nd of August, 2017, at approximately 5:15 p.m., 21-year-old Savannah Gold left her parents' home and drove to San Jose Boulevard in Jacksonville, Florida. She had a 5:30 shift at the Bonefish Grill, a casual seafood restaurant where she worked as a waitress. But on this occasion, she never showed up. It was a fairly quiet Wednesday afternoon at the diner. Her absence wasn't too much of a strain, so the on-duty supervisor simply took her hours off the roster for that day and thought nothing else of it. Suspicions only arose roughly 1 hour and 15 minutes after Savannah had left the house, as her father received a text message from her phone number.
Weird ass fucking message, man.
Savannah's older brother also received a text 43 seconds later. Although both texts came from Savannah's number, her family knew right away that something wasn't right. She had just left the house in what appeared to be very high spirits, but now proclaimed to be running away with an unidentified man without packing so much as a change of clothes. Not only that, but the text messages were riddled with errors and composed in a completely different way to how she would normally write. Her phone was switched off when they tried calling just minutes after receiving the texts, so they immediately called her place of work and found out that she hadn't shown up. It was at that point they called police and filed a missing persons report. Savannah had been gone for less than 2 hours. Roughly 40 minutes later, her car was found unlocked and abandoned in the Bonefish Grill parking lot, and the only thing missing was her phone. Her wallet, ID, and a number of other valuable items had not been taken. Investigators went through the parking lot surveillance tapes and discovered what would then become the primary piece of evidence for the case. The majority of footage remains undisclosed to the public, but a detailed description of what occurred has already been released. What we know is that Savannah parked her car and stepped out of the vehicle at exactly 5:31 p.m. She then walked over to another vehicle and conversed with the occupant for 14 minutes through the driver's side window. She then got into the back seat of said vehicle at 5:45 p.m. 14 seconds later, the car began to shake sporadically as if some type of struggle was occurring inside. The rear door swung open 3 times, but was immediately and forcefully shut each time. It appeared as though someone was attempting to get out, but couldn't. This lasted for 4
Ultimates in PF? I mean, yeah, I do ultimates in PF quite a bit, man. I just say try to do as much knowledge as you can, man. Try to do as much research as you can so that you go in there, and I would expect people to, you know, it's Party Finder, right? So I would expect people to be dumb and, you know, just try to remember the people that are good, and then you can re-invite them later, you know?
49 seconds until the vehicle suddenly stopped moving. A male figure was then seen getting out and proceeded to walk over to Savannah's car that was 20 feet away. The surveillance was grainy, and the person could not be identified from the footage alone. All that police could ascertain was that he had short brown hair and was roughly 5'11". The unidentified person reached into Savannah's car and took out what police believed was her phone. He then slashed the front tire with a knife before walking back to his own vehicle. He got in and drove away from the scene at exactly 6:04 p.m. Savannah was never seen exiting the car. This was a crucial piece of evidence, and essentially all investigators had to go on. They had to find out who the man was in the video, and fast, but they also had to be careful in how they conducted their investigation. They couldn't let anyone find out they had this footage in their possession, as knowing this information could allow a suspect to alter their alibi to fit with the evidence. This would take a significant advantage away from investigators during interrogation, and would hinder their ability to build a case to a considerable degree. Over the following 2 days, investigators briefly interviewed all the staff at the Bonefish Grill. For the most part, these encounters consisted of just 3 questions. When was the last time you saw Savannah? Do you know where she is? And is there anything you know that could help with our investigation? Within 48 hours, they had 3 potential suspects, whose names were then ran through the motor insurance database. The first suspect didn't have a license. The second suspect owned a bright red 2001 Jeep Cherokee, while the third suspect was registered to a 2012 silver Chevy Malibu, an identical match to the vehicle seen on surveillance. His name was Lee Rodarty. He was 28 years old and was both the manager and head chef at the Bonefish Grill. Coincidentally, he was the first person to be interviewed at the diner about Savannah's disappearance, where he told investigators that he hadn't seen her in about 3 weeks and knew nothing of her current whereabouts. It was only from his co-workers that police discovered he was having an on and off relationship with Savannah for the last 8 months, despite it being against company policy. From what investigators could gather, this was a very popular individual, rising fast through the ranks of his chosen profession. He was known for his charm and charisma amongst his colleagues, and also had a lot of success when it came to the opposite sex. On all accounts, his life seemed to be going very well, but he was now the prime suspect in a kidnapping investigation, and the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office planned their next steps in meticulous detail. At around 5:15 p.m. on August 5th, police arrested Rodardi while midway through his shift at work. They told him it was for an outstanding traffic warrant and took him to the JSO Police Department.
Can you do me a favor? I'm gonna have you take that apron off, dude.
People are so, dude, people are so fucking crazy.
You can go ahead and have a seat for me real quick. I'll be right back, okay? Yes, sir.
It is insane.
The officer said he would be right back, yet Lee was left to sit there for 90 minutes with nothing but his own thoughts to keep him company. Now, think of yourself in his position, and presume you were guilty of whatever happened to Savannah, and that whatever happened was something truly horrific. In the present moment, you have just been arrested for an outstanding traffic warrant, yet you were interviewed the day before about your co-worker's disappearance. 1,000,001 things will be running through your mind about what could happen next, and as each second ticks by, the anxiety this will cause will begin to fester and slowly intensify. However, the optimism of uncertainty would still be present. There would still be hope, but this hope is about to be dashed. The sound of the door opening would have been a pleasant relief from the monotonous cycle of Rodardi's own thoughts, yet this brief moment of alleviation would have instantly converted to shock as Detective Ray Reeves walked through the door, the same investigator who had interviewed him about Savannah the day prior.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Holy shit, man. Thanks a lot. Why don't you just... Oh, wait. No. Wait, hold on. Is that another one? Oh my god, is that two super chat? Oh, no. Oh, wow. Why did that show up late? I saw that hella early, man. Why did that show up just now? Yo, well, thank you again. Thank you again, Tank. No, so I was saying, man, yeah, like, just go in with, like, the mentality, man, like, that, just go in with the mentality, right, that, it's probably going to be frustrating, you know, but when you run into somebody that, like, basically try to remember the good players, you know what I mean, because you can always, like, re-invite them back, you know. I mean, that's what.
Good. You remember me?
That's what I do for like reclears and stuff.
It
like
would have
if I'm
been
trying to
at
get
this
like a
moment that Lee
reclear
realized the
PF.
situation was far more severe than he was hoping. The relative optimism he would have felt during the initial 90 minutes on his own will now be gone, which in turn will greatly magnify the contrasting sense of fear he will now be experiencing.
This is my partner, Detective Saley. She was interviewing some of the other folks, waiters and other staff people the other day, so she didn't get a chance to come in at the time. I wanted to talk to you, or actually we wanted to. You want some more water?
Please. Actually, would it be all right to use the restroom one more time?
Yeah. Come on, you bet. I'll walk out there. You want some water?
Please. That'd be all right.
Yeah. We got water.
Oh my god, yo, Spalding. Poop emoji. I don't even know you could put stickers on there.
Like I said, I want to kind of go over some stuff. I know we talked the other day just for a few minutes and had some concerns about a couple things. And, oh, okay. Well, there we go. Anybody else want to talk? There we go. I wanted to talk to you about Savannah. So I just had a couple of things that came up that I wanted to ask you about specifically that didn't seem to line up. So I wanted to come down and talk to you. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Have you drank any alcohol today? Any?
All right. So I'm just gonna say this now, before I let the video play. I'm just gonna tell you guys what I'm gonna do. So, okay. So I'm gonna start to build up highlights, and how I'm gonna do that is I'm just gonna try to make this edge as bright as I can. Okay, very similar to this up here, right? So like, it's like very similar to this orange. I'm gonna do I'm gonna do something very similar to the body right here. And I'm gonna do it like with these colors. And I'm just gonna go like left to right. So I've already started with this left one over here, so I'm just gonna keep going right. And then after we do, like, I want to say after we get the before the orange, I'm going to start to go in here and I'm going to do a bunch of little lines and I'm going to see how it looks. If it looks cool, I'm going to do the rest of it like that. But if it looks like shit, then I'm just going to like, okay, so here's like kind of a little cheat you can do. If you're trying to do something but you're not sure that it's going to work, do it with a darker color first, because if you do it with a darker color first, you can always cover it with a highlight. So if what I'm going to do looks stupid, I'm just going to color it over with a highlight, so you're not even going to be able to see it. So anyway, so that's what I'm going to do.
Drugs today?
I took an Adderall that my buddy gave me.
Okay.
Because I was there so late last night.
Yeah.
And I was super tired. Like, here, take this.
Okay. Adderall?
Yeah.
And do you normally take that?
Nah, I've taken one a long time ago. Like, I wouldn't say high school, a little bit after high school, but it's been years.
Okay. Yeah. Perfect. I appreciate that. All right. So, Savannah, you said that you knew her and you guys had, you knew her from work. I mean, just kind of fill me in with that. How long have you known her?
Like I said,
The detective starts off with an open-ended question. This gives the suspect total freedom and flexibility in how they wish to respond. It's commonly believed that people with nothing to hide are likely to give a short and concise response to these types of questions. For example, if Lee was completely unconcerned with what was going on, he could respond in 3 short sentences. I met her from work. I've known her for 2 years. We dated for a bit. To the contrary, if an individual does have something to hide, they are more likely to give a lengthy and detailed response. The simple reasoning behind this is that they are seeking approval. Imagine yourself in a job interview and you're asked an open-ended question, such as, "Tell me about yourself." You would feel the need to be thorough in order to please your potential employer. The psychological premise is exactly the same with regard to police interrogations, albeit under completely different circumstances. Guilty subjects will see the interrogator as an imminent threat, and will therefore attempt to appease this threat to prevent further aggression. Truthful subjects will have no fear nor concern with regard to the same element. They would see the interrogator as a mere inconvenience as opposed to a threat.
I've known her obviously since she started working there. I would say probably about 8 months ago or so, we started hanging out outside of work. And at the time I had a girlfriend. But we kind of connected, me and Savannah. So we hung out a little bit here and there. Got pretty close. We come
This guy
from,
is so
I guess,
stupid.
Somewhat similar backgrounds, I guess you should say.
Okay.
She didn't have it the best growing up, neither did I. So we kind of connected, hung out for a little while, and then she started using drugs a lot.
Okay.
Now, I used them with her, not the same drugs that she used all the time, but I did them with her a couple times, and then she started to get heavy into them. And
oh, gotcha. Okay.
So I kind of just tried to take a step back and, put things off. Probably a month or so ago, I saw Savannah at work, and she looked healthy again. You know, she gained a little bit of weight, and just, you know, friendly talk at work, you know, telling her, you know, hope everything's been good. And she told me, you know, that I guess she did a lot of drugs and ended up in the hospital. She ended up missing, like, I want to say a couple of days, 3 or 4 days from work.
Oh, okay.
So obviously, you know, me being pretty close to her, I was concerned and everything. But after she came back, you know, she looked good. And she ended up telling me that, I guess, you know, over those 4 days, she detoxed pretty well, and she kind of caught a, you know, new sense into why she shouldn't do so much.
Dude, the fucking detective asked him a very simple question.
And like I said, she looked good, you know, she started looking healthy, so we kind of were talking, you know, here and there. We hung out a couple times. She came over to the house, and, you know, we just kicked back, drink a couple beers, watch movies, stuff like that. Like I said, we did, you know, we took like some pain pills here and there on occasion, but then she started like bringing heroin over and stuff like that. And that's, you know, my mom was addicted to methamphetamines when she was, when I was younger. So those hard drugs just kind of scare me a little bit. So that's why I took a step back the first time. I ended up telling her, I was like, hey, you know, for one, I'm dealing with a lot of personal stuff myself.
Oh yeah, Blade Runner, dude. Blade Runner is awesome. Jeez, it's
I
really
think we're
good,
moving
man.
too fast. I think we should, you know, stop talking. And she said, I understand. It's completely fine. No problem. You know. She said, I'll delete your number. I'll never text you again. And that was the last time that we text.
When was that? When was that?
It was probably 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
Sometime in July.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's one of the things you said was that was the last time that you had contact with her.
Yes.
As far as, I don't want to put words in your mouth, so I mean you correct me.
That was the last
time
time that I texted her.
Yeah, text or a phone call or a messenger or anything like that. 2 to 3 weeks ago. Yeah. Okay. And then the last time, when was the last time you saw her?
This is what I was a bit. I didn't tell you the truth when we talked up on Fish.
Okay.
Lee doesn't know the extent of the evidence, but he knows the investigators have something, and he now has no choice but to amend his alibi to some degree and give some form of admission. This,
you know, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt him, but you know, like, even for this guy, if he would have just shut the fuck up and got a lawyer, it would have made the detective's job incredibly harder, because the burden of proof lies on the prosecution. You know what I mean? Not the defense. And they don't have much on him. Like, they went in here with barely anything. Like, even the video footage did not show him. It showed a person like with his similar build, but I mean, how many people like look like him, right? You know what I mean? It's not like he has any crazy like deformities or like wild hair or, you know, like, you know, anything like that, right? So all they had was blurry footage. You know what I mean? But they came in there thinking they have like everything, you know? So like, now, like, don't get me wrong, like, I'm glad this guy, you know, well, you know what? Let's just keep watching because I don't want to spoil it for those of you that haven't seen it.
This allows the investigators to get one step closer to a confession, while also keeping the capacity of the evidence hidden until a more critical moment.
Last time I saw her was Wednesday afternoon.
Okay.
I heard that she has been basically telling a lot of people at work that we hooked up a bunch, like a couple days before that, and that she was going to like tell about the whole situation and, you know, try to get me fired. And
why would that get you fired?
I'm a manager and she's an employee. So
okay, so you guys aren't supposed to fraternize?
Yeah.
Or, okay, I got you.
And she just told people, I guess, that she was out with that work at the restaurant that we were having sex.
Okay.
I pulled in the parking lot. She pulled in a little bit after me. I parked, and I said, hey, can I talk to you for a second? And she said, yeah, what's up? And I was like, I heard you've been saying some things about me and you, continuing to hang out, and you know that we're boyfriend and girlfriend. And she asked me, she said, can I come sit in the car because I just did some heroin and I'm a little paranoid.
Heroin doesn't make you feel paranoid. It makes you extremely relaxed and oblivious to your surroundings. Some might argue that heroin can cause paranoia depending on the user, yet Savannah was driving moments earlier and was about to start a shift at work. If she was using, she most certainly wasn't the type to get paranoid.
Okay. I said, why are you doing that? You know, you're doing really well. You shouldn't have been doing that. Okay. And so she came and sat in the car.
This is also a really shitty attempt to make himself look like the hero, right? Like, he literally just told the detective that he lied to him. But by saying, like, you know what I mean? He's trying to make, oh yeah, we're painting a Tyranid parse, yeah. But he's trying to make himself be like a good guy. You know what I mean? Though the character stat plug on, oh fuck me, dude, what is it? I think it's something as simple as like character sheet or something. I'm almost positive, or character stats or something.
And I explained to her the situation. I told her that servers at Bonefish were coming to me and telling me that you're telling people when you're out that we're still having sex and we're boyfriend and girlfriend. And
Were we
I
bigger?
said, I would appreciate, you know, I need you to stop because for one, it's jeopardizing my job. We agreed to, you know, split, stop talking mutually and just move on and, you know, be cordial or whatever. But it was nothing more than that. And she said, fuck you, you know, you're a piece of shit. And I said, she said she's going to keep talking, you know, telling lies and stuff about me and everything like that. And at that point,
Lee has just tried to cover his tracks as much as possible without giving away anything incriminating. He may have thought a witness saw him at the scene with Savannah and was most likely hoping the verbal argument was the extent of what was seen. He therefore gives away this detail in an attempt to come across as truthful. Yet as we know, the investigators have proof that Savannah never got out of the car, and he's about to lock himself into his second lie, which is exactly what the detectives want.
She had her phone in her hand, she got out of the car and walked towards the main entrance from San Jose.
So like if
So this is
like
I wouldn't say she was walking along the edge of the plaza, but she was walking maybe towards this way. And I would say an older model Ford pickup, green.
Okay.
Drove past me and around, and she got in.
Okay.
The suspect has now thrown away his best possible defense, which would have been that he drove away from the parking lot with Savannah, and that she got out at another destination where they then parted ways. If he had known about the surveillance footage, this would have no doubt been his revised narrative, but it's no longer possible due to this fabrication. This is now his stated alibi under caution, and any amendments that he might try to make at a later stage will have no credibility whatsoever.
So she gets out of the backseat and begins walking in the direction of, not necessarily paralleling San Jose, but she's walking towards 295 or down towards that entrance area.
Yeah.
And then she's got her phone, and you said you thought she was calling somebody?
The detective knows this alibi is completely fabricated, so you might be wondering why he's inquiring into it further. The truth is that he's not actually inquiring, only pretending to. The suspect's responses to these questions are of no importance, and the detective is not information gathering. He's simply getting the suspect to let his guard down as much as possible by making him think that he is being believed. As the suspect continues to convey this made-up narrative, his anxiety will slowly diminish. His belief that he is fooling the detectives will increase, and his heightened state of mind will decrease as a result. This is a well-known strategy, and the reason for this strategy is because the detective is about to initiate the first confrontation. He wants to catch the suspect completely off guard.
She had it in her hand and looked like, I mean, I couldn't tell if she was texting or not or anything.
But she had her phone out.
Yeah, she had her phone out and was looking at it, and then it looked like she was going to put it up to her ear, and then the green truck came around.
Okay.
And she
how long
got
do
in.
you think it was between the time that she got out and started using her phone till that green truck pulled up?
This goes on for roughly 90 seconds, and Rodarty appears to be considerably more at ease.
295 all the way to Beach Boulevard to Grove Park, and then Grove Park.
How long does that usually take you? Depending on traffic, obviously.
I think it usually takes me about 25 minutes or so.
Okay. What happened to your neck?
We see a very sharp and very sudden switch. The
Wow,
suspect
the
is
Ifrit
taken
looks
from
so
feeling
cool.
assured to once again feeling threatened. It's believed that when the immediate shift from one emotion to the next is so extreme,
You know, I
a
could probably
suspect
pay an
can
Ifrit,
become
actually.
disoriented, and their ability to think critically can be
Probably.
affected. In other words,
He's
it's
mostly
much
just
harder for them to think up lies on the spot or fabricate emotion in a
Yo,
convincing
Batoozer,
manner.
thank you for the... Yeah, I'll have you New Year, you too, man.
Self-inflicted, actually.
After a long, nervous breath, he takes 3 seconds to respond, yet somewhat saves himself with the answer. The fact he stated his injuries were self-inflicted could give reason for the nervous breath and his hesitation to respond, as self-harm is a taboo subject, and some might be embarrassed or even ashamed to admit to it. The detective recognizes this and immediately puts him back on the spot.
Why?
I just have been having kind of a hard time.
To your neck?
I couldn't...
The first interjection from the female detective. She alludes to the fact that the neck is an unusual place for a self-inflicted injury, essentially stating that she's not buying it, but also refrains from applying too much pressure, which is being saved for a more pivotal moment at a later stage.
Yeah, I did. And
What did you use?
a knife.
When did you do that?
Some time in July.
You did that in July and it's still
Yeah.
bloody?
Well, I kind of peel the scab here and there at work, hitting it on stuff like that. I peeled it last night working.
Probably not the best advertisement for the Bonefish Grill if their head chefs are peeling their scabs off at work. But then again, the wounds are more than likely a fresh injury from his struggle with Savannah, and they hadn't been peeled off at all.
Man, it was coming off a little
That's
bit,
like
so
gross
I
to think
peeled
about.
it a little bit.
Alright, let me see.
But this and this was the same night. This one was just.
Oh,
worse.
shut...
Yeah.
Bro's eyes are so bad, he keeps painting... Oh, shut up, man. You're feet lovers pizza. What do you know? You order a pizza with feet on it, dude. Fucking gross, bro. No, it's because I'm testing the paint.
And this one was.
Okay. And that was in July?
Yeah.
Okay. Like a few weeks back?
Yeah.
Okay. When she's in the car, what does she say to you about what her plans are? So she's scheduled to work that night.
Mhm.
So she's going to work?
She didn't talk about. I mean, I assumed she was going to work. She was in her uniform, but she didn't say. When she got out of the car, she didn't say anything after she got out of the car.
They further reinforce his confidence by going back to his narrative of the truck and allow him to convey the story in more meticulous detail. They are once again giving him a false sense of security, only to use it against him at the opportune moment.
And she gets in that truck. Let's be honest, we won't even call her she, Savannah. Okay? Savannah, again, with this picture, if we're using it in the same place, from where your drawing was, they drove over here. You're here, and they drive out over here. Do they stop? Does she get out and go into work? Does the truck keep going?
I didn't see once they turned the corner past the ATM. Once she got in and they left, I left because I just.
Did you run into them on the road anywhere?
No.
Okay. Did she call you later on or text you later on?
Savannah, no.
No other contact with her?
No.
So where's Savannah right now?
I don't know.
Where would I find her?
I don't know.
This is a far more aggressive confrontation. It's essentially an accusation that the suspect is involved in Savannah's disappearance. Innocent subjects will usually reciprocate this aggression and respond to this type of question with a question of their own, such as, "Why are you asking me that?" Or, "What are you trying to say?" They would openly recognize and refute the allegation, most often in a forceful manner. Lee had no emotional response whatsoever, nor an ounce of shock. He answered the question with a composed demeanor, almost as if he knew it was coming. It lets the detectives know he was anticipating some type of blunt confrontation.
That's my prime objective, is to find her.
Definitely.
I think time's running out on her. I want to find this girl. I need to find her.
I understand.
And here's a couple reasons I need to find her. One is I'm hoping that she's still alive. And that's really, I really do, I'm holding out for that. And if she's not alive, then I think she and her family are due that knowledge. I think
Closure.
I think they need some closure. Because I think the reality is if somebody's
well, I'll paint over that
dead
later. It doesn't
somewhere,
matter.
a parent would want to know. I think if do you have kids?
No.
Okay, so one day when you have kids, the uncertainty is whatever kind of a person she is. And I'm not about to say what kind of a person she is, because I'm not making any judgments. I'm saying that this human being is, if she's alive, then I want to find her. I need to make sure she's okay, because several days now she hasn't been around. Things happen to the human body, and people can't stand a lot of things that can transpire. But the other thing is, if she's not, this family deserves better than this. This family deserves better than somebody who works with her and who's got knowledge and won't tell the police because they're worried about their own ass. Because that's pretty cheap. I'm gonna be honest with you. And
I agree.
your feelings in it, I don't really care about your feelings. What I care about is finding her. So where is she?
I don't know where she is.
Where is Savannah?
I don't know.
I need to know where Savannah is so I can let her family know.
She is.
You don't know because you had something done with her and you weren't involved in that part? I don't know. Tell me something. What can I work with?
I told you the last time I saw her.
But that's not true because we have proof.
This moment would have been rehearsed multiple times before the interrogation started. The investigators would have planned who would reveal the surveillance to the suspect, and at roughly what moment. The suspect had been confronted multiple times, and the situation was now fully transparent, yet he continued to maintain his innocence by clinging on to his narrative. It becomes evident that he isn't going to budge, so the female detective takes the initiative. She reveals their final and most substantial piece of evidence for the purpose of maximizing the pressure.
We have proof. And that's why we're sitting here, Lee. At this point, we need this for her. I mean, I look at that little girl and I think of my little girl. My little girl who's her age. That's who I think about. That was my little girl. I couldn't imagine. I don't care what she said about you or whatever, but my little girl is that age.
Maybe.
And you're not telling the truth.
Maybe something gets out of hand in the car.
I didn't do anything.
Okay, you didn't do anything, but she was in your car. She never got out of your car. She never got out of your car. Lee?
We're not saying that you did anything. I'm trying to find her. I didn't say you did anything.
I don't know where she is.
Well, we can prove that you left with her in the car. So please,
Dude, I love seeing these like fucking crazy murder. This is why I like crime documentaries so much, man. I love seeing these crazy fucking just
she's on drugs.
abominations, man. These murders and shit. Just fucking.
I know that she's in that car.
Suffer like just freak out and be scared, you know.
Are you being honest?
Because they fucking deserve it.
Okay, well, let's start being honest. She never got out of your back seat, Lee. She never got out of your
This shit is just so interesting to me, man.
Video cameras don't lie.
Lee.
How do you know? How do you think I know this information, Lee? I wasn't there, but a video camera caught it.
Tell me what happened.
I don't know.
What happened to her?
Why is she crying? It's an act.
Overdose?
No, it's an act. So like like everybody's different, right? Well, some people like him, they will feel sympathy. They will feel guilt, and they will buckle under that pressure. Like other people, like the guy we watched earlier that we're not going to talk about, that guy probably won't. You know what I mean?
Is that what happened? I don't know. I'm not in the car with you guys. You just said she was in your car and she had admittedly had done heroin.
This is a cross between the how and why solution and the alternative question. Both are used to lower the gauge of admission for the purpose of getting one foot in the door, which will then become the new foundation for building the case.
Nice, sorry.
The
Yeah, I'll
how
check
and
it out.
why solution essentially blames the victim, while at the same time minimizes the motivations behind the crime. The alternative question plants a seed in the suspect's mind, where they are given an alternative and
Okay, I'm sorry. Real quick, I'm going to start drawing the lines now. We're going to see if this works.
far more morally accepting choice for what happened. It's a smart move, yet the suspect doesn't fall for it on this occasion.
Bodies overdose all the time. Is that what happens? Does she overdose?
Okay, well, tell us when you left with her in the car, because that is what is shown. We can't make up that. We can't falsify a video camera, Lee. I'm not lying to you, because you know I'm telling the truth, because you know that's what's on the video. How else would I know that? I don't, unless I have the video. Where did you go with her?
I didn't go anywhere with her.
You did.
No.
You did. So the video camera's lying?
I don't know this. I mean...
Well, I'm telling you.
The surveillance footage was no doubt incriminating evidence, yet wouldn't close out a case on its own that easily. The investigators need a confession, and continue to apply pressure in a relentless manner. They attack the suspect's character, while simultaneously appealing to his sense of morality.
I'm telling you, I'm not lying to you, I'm not making that up. That's why I'm so passionate about this. This is someone's child. You might not have kids, but damn it, she's someone's kid. We're fact finders, Lee. I don't have anything personal against you.
No, not at all. I mean, it's
we're
over.
just fact finders.
Tell us
We're
what
just
happened.
doing
Where
our
is she?
job. No. Where did you go with her? Where did you go with her, Lee? Be a human. You're a human. You're a man. Where did you go with her? I know you're not that cruel inside. Seriously. Where did you go with her?
Maybe you
Please.
maybe you don't know where she is now. Where did you go with her?
Please. I'm begging you, Lee. Please. Please tell us. Please don't make us waste any more of our time. Just tell us. Please tell us. Please. I'm begging you. I know you're not evil. Just tell us where she is. I'm begging you. Please.
See, it may sound silly, but it's no, it is forced. But the thing is like, you're not a murderer. You're not in that situation, right? But try for a second to put yourself in that situation. You know he feels guilty. She knows that he feels guilty. So even though it's like forced, maybe it's over dramatic, it doesn't matter. It's still appealing, you know? Yeah. So that's the thing. It's a pressure situation, right? Like, I can't try to imagine. You know what? Don't even try to imagine that. What I was going to say, like basically they can tell he's stressed. Like he's extremely stressed and they're applying the pressure, you know.
Where did you go with her then? Can you
At least tell us that.
at least tell us that part? Where did you go with her afterwards? She didn't get out of your car, and you know that obviously because I know
we do
that.
too. That's why we're here. Just tell us where. Where did you go with her? Tell us that. At least point us in that direction. I owe her family. We've been. No one's. We're not saying anything that you intentionally did anything. Just tell us where you went.
When y'all left out of there, you went down Clare Lane, you made a left on San Jose about to 295, and you get up on 295. Okay. Where else did you go before you went home? I mean, I know you eventually went home,
I
but...
didn't go anywhere. I went straight home.
Okay, so what did y'all do when you got home? Savannah was with you. She was with you. And that's okay at that point, but I need to know where did she go from there? Is she still at your house?
No.
Okay. Is she still in your car?
No.
Okay. Well, then where is she?
I don't know where she is.
Okay, then where did you last drop her off at?
I didn't drop her off.
Okay, well then tell me.
What happened? Where'd you guys go?
We went to my house.
This is a breakthrough.
Yeah,
The investigators
they just
convinced
got him.
Lee to amend his story once more by lowering the level of admission, and this shows that he can still be influenced.
Mhm.
As stated earlier, they were trying to get one foot in the door, which they have now done, and this is their new platform to build on the more damnatory elements.
We did some drugs.
Okay.
Hung out for a little. And then she said she was going to catch an Uber home.
What was going on in the
Didn't
back
do
seat?
anything to
What was going on in the back seat? For the doors to be kicked open. She kicked open that door 3 times, Lee. She kicked it. We saw it. Where's Savannah?
I don't know.
You do know. Lee, we understand. Listen, we understand.
We're not trying to hinge you up on anything, man. I'm telling you, I'm thinking about this girl and her family. And your family.
She was serving.
Please tell me where to go find her.
Like, seeing this happen in real time is wild.
That's how people remember you.
It's fucking wild, dude.
The released footage of the interrogation tape cuts off at this exact moment. The state's attorney has been contacted by multiple sources to release the next segment, but has so far refused to do so. All we know is that Lee Rodarty admitted to killing Savannah Gold. The only information that is currently released is that he proclaimed to have killed Savannah by breaking her neck. He then took her back to his house where he burned her body in a self-made fire pit, and then dumped her in a lake at the dead end of a secluded road.
Jesus
Savannah had
Christ.
injuries to over 75% of her body. The medical examiner was unable to pinpoint the exact cause of death. The only conclusion was that it was a violent homicide. The segment of admission was cut, yet the JSO released the footage that came just moments after. It shows a human
This is
being
wild.
experiencing an emotional reckoning so overwhelming, while also trying to process the terrifying nature of his immediate situation.
That's okay. I'll cover that up later.
Fucking idiot, Lee. Fucking stupid. You here?
The instant anguish over his decision to confess, combined with the looming prospect of what lays ahead, will have forged a unique emotional distress that very few will ever experience. It's a harrowing sight, and under different circumstances would be extremely difficult for most people to witness. Yet we are now couched within the context of events that led up to this moment, and this will make its observation far more tolerable, but by no means easy.
It's so stupid. Oh, fucking.
You look like an egg in an...
Never tell it. Son of a goodness. Hurt. Oh, you.
Jesus.
So sorry. Stop. Kill the jail.
shit. I'm not nice to you. For somebody who was a bitch to you. How does that make any sense? It's time to get to wear a chef coat. It's not supposed to be you. It's not supposed to be me. It's supposed to be something.
That's crazy, man. Like when he says to himself, "This isn't supposed to be you," dude. That's crazy to me, man. Like, how the fuck can you say that after you literally murdered somebody? That's fucking crazy.
Everything.
Like, I could understand if it was like, let's say you suffered some trauma, okay? So, like, for example, let's say it was in self-defense. Let's say, you know, let's say someone was attacking you, right? And they, I don't know, they had a knife or something, and you know, they were coming at you, and you pulled your gun out and you shot them, okay? That's completely different. And then you were like, you know, because sometimes a situation like that will happen, and even though you were defending yourself, that doesn't take away from the fact that you did kill somebody, you know? So like in that situation, you suffer some trauma or some shit, you know, it's just the event. But like this motherfucker, like literally like broke her neck, he said. Then he burned her. He fucking burned her in a fire pit. Like, what the fuck?
This is me. Your fucking head. Could've just told her to leave me alone.
Lee was remanded into custody and taken to the Duval County Jail, where he was denied bond. In spite of the overwhelming evidence against him and the prospect of life in prison without the possibility of parole, he pled not guilty and claimed that Savannah's killing was an act of self-defense, even though he stands at 5'11", weighing 163 pounds, while Savannah was just 5 feet tall and weighed 91 pounds. He claimed that he was in fear of his life after she slapped him multiple times in the face, at which point he grabbed her neck, felt a pop, and realized he had accidentally broke it, resulting in her death. The state's attorney's office had no comment on this motion. All they have stated is that this trial is expected to commence during the summer of 2020.
See, if he would have said that
I don't know, man. If anybody gets in my face, obviously you can't.
Oh, God. Have you guys ever seen this one? John Copenhaver. Yeah, this is Christy Mack's video. Whew. There's a part in this video that makes me tear up almost every time I see it. I'm not even kidding. It's when Christy's mom. It's when Christy's mom takes the stand. That part really fucks with me, man. The expression on her face, the amount of hatred that she is, like, the amount of hatred and anger that is in her face. Like, dude, I'm not even a part of this case, and I will never forget that. You guys haven't seen it? Yeah. Dude, it's fucking rough, man. It's an hour. What time is it? Oh my God. Oh man. This is looking sick for. Thanks a lot, man. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think, man? You like those stripes, dude? I think those stripes are kind of cool. I think those stripes are pretty sick. Man, well, thank you guys. Yeah, I think the colors are pretty good, man. Yeah, essentially, I mean, I'm almost done with this carapace, or with this part right here. Well, I guess I still got this half to do, but yeah. Are you guys gonna hate me if I fucking call it, man? The thing is, man, the thing is, I kind of want to keep streaming. I just need to. I'm like starting to be like, like sitting for so long is like starting to feel uncomfortable. God, these highlights are fucking so stressful. If I make like one wrong move, man, it's like fucking. It takes so long to fix a fucking fuck up at this stage. Damn. Father arriving on the scene, really? Oh my god. Oh man. I think that's looking pretty decent. I don't think I have time for another video, guys. I'm really sorry. I don't think I have time for another video, man. I've been sitting down for too long. How long have I been streaming? Oh my god, dude. No, Snoof. I'm sorry, man. Like honestly, I want to keep streaming. That's the fucked up part, man. Is that I actually want to keep streaming, but oh, man. I need to get up. I need to eat, and I need to like take a break. That's the problem, man. The stat plug on? I actually don't know. Yeah, so like another I think it's like character or something. It's like I think what I want to do, man, is I want to finish this side so you guys can see it. I want to finish this side so you guys can kind of see what the rest of it's going to look like. And then I might just fucking call it. It's just, man, we did like a 20-hour stream yesterday, you know. And dude, I'm cooked, boys. Like, I'm still tired from yesterday. fuck, sorry. I know it's like hella quiet. I'm trying to like finish this, right? I'm trying to like Okay. All right. What do you guys think of that, man? Do you think that's cool? I think it's pretty fucking cool. I mean, obviously I haven't done the other side, but just look at this. Do you think that's cool? I think it's pretty cool. I think depending on what color you like better, I think they look about the same, man. This one's a little bit of a different style, I guess, but I think this one's pretty cool. I guess this one's more reminiscent of that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Now that's a Xeno I'd kill in Space Marine. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So I feel like this is a good, it's a good palette color or whatever, color palette. There we go. Man, it's crazy, like, the difference in sides, man. Man, those highlights. Okay. All right. Well, I guess, yeah. I guess, sorry, guys. Man. Man, thanks a lot for hanging out with me today on Paint Stream. Now that we can, like, now we watch, like, crime documentaries and shit, I'll probably do more of these, honestly. Dude. I mean, and the lore too. Yeah, and the lore too. Luton's videos are very good. But yeah, I think I am gonna call it here, man, because I'm fucking tired. I'm sorry, guys. I did a 20-hour stream yesterday. Oh man, let me just. Oops, sorry. I did a 20-hour stream yesterday and 7 hours today, man. And it's like, dude, I'm fucking cooked, boys. Like, I'm sorry, man. I'm fucking cooked. I got to get my schedule set up for Prague next week. Yeah, I got to get my schedule set up. Okay. Well, I'm cooked, y'all. I am, man. I got my schedule set up, man, and the next stream's gonna be Tuesday. Nah, I haven't played Ion 2 in like 3 weeks, something like that, man. Almost a month. Nah. Yeah. So, thank you guys again for hanging out, man. Let me get this out of here. Oh, I gotta take a break though. Jesus, man. 10 hours yesterday, 7 hours today. Oh, for anybody still interested in anything, get yourself a wet palette, because you see this paint. Well, I'm going to take a break and I'm going to set this paint like over here or some shit. I don't know. And it's going to be good for later. So, that's cool, man. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I'm out, man. I'm out, man. He's done. Done for the day. Thank you guys so much for hanging out today, dude. I love doing these paint streams, so the fact that you guys, you know, like watching them, man, I really appreciate it. I'll see you guys Tuesday morning, okay? What I'm going to do, Monday night, I think I'm going to do a tree stream, I think. Tree stream beforehand. Maybe. I'm going to try. And then that'll lead up to Savage. Yeah, that'll lead up to Savage. So anyway, guys, thank you again very much for hanging out, man. Thank you for the subs and the resubs. As always, I appreciate it, man. Thank you guys so much for hanging out today. Dude, today was super fun. Nice chill stream. I'll see you guys Tuesday morning. I'm going to take the weekend off. Going to fix my schedule. See you guys Tuesday morning, man. So, again, wherever you are in the world, have a great day. Have a great night. Thank you so much for hanging out, man. All the subs and resubs and gifties. As always, I appreciate it. Happy fucking New Year, man. Good way to start the new year off. I will see you bright and early Tuesday morning. K-Sut. K-Sut 2026. Peace. Is he insane? Already forgetting Kissie's a 2026 drummer? Aren't you forgetting something? Drummer critical. Thank you. Thank you, drummer. No Max. No copy. Seed wall. Wallers. Wallers. Seed wall. Wall of kissies. Jesus. Max? Max? No! FP Pong sit. A chat time. Wall has been penetrated by an unknown force. By an unknown force. A love? You guys. The dread General Karen has penetrated the wall. See you later, alligator. Keep shining up there. Oh, man. All right, I fucking love you guys, man. I fucking love you guys. All right. Do you guys want to watch? Oh man, today was super fun. Do you guys want to watch Ath play Bloodstained something or Arthur's play Ion 2? Where you guys want to go? Asian bunny. You know what? We hosted Ath last night. Let's host Arthur's now. Let's host Arthur's now. He's playing Ion 2, so he's probably miserable. So let's go cheer him up. All right. All right, guys. I fucking love you, man. You guys have a fucking awesome weekend. And I will see you Tuesday morning. Peace.